Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander viewers are warned that this program contains images of deceased people.
From the saltwater sea, from the freshwater rivers and streams, from the desert plains, we all stand on sacred ground. It's time to come together, to heal country and celebrate Naidoc Week from the 4th to the 11th of July on SBS and NITV.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australia. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australia. We are Australian.
Naidoc Week is this amazing week
where our mob comes together
to really celebrate our history and culture.
Indigenous perspectives are so important in storytelling.
We are the original storytellers.
60,000 years of history passed on through generation to generation.
Connecting the past to the present.
We understand the world through story.
Their stories we should all know as Australians.
Because we have so much knowledge to share.
And here at the ABC, we're telling those stories.
From all of us at the ABC, we're celebrating Naidoc Week.
There are many commonly used Australian words that have Aboriginal origin. Yakka, even Kylie. No, not that Kylie. We have some amazing truths to discover. Come on, you mob. This is stuff everyone should know about Australia on 10 Play On Demand.
Across Canberra and its surrounding regions, this is Win News.
Honouring the return of blood samples to Indigenous communities. Good evening, I'm Bruce Roberts. Welcome to Win News this Thursday. 2 memorial poles have been unveiled at the Australian National University marking the return of Aboriginal blood samples to their rightful country. It's part of a painstaking process to repatriate thousands of historic samples taken from Indigenous people.
Celebrating the return of blood samples to the Galawinku community and optimism for what lies ahead with 2 burial poles at the ANU.
These poles represent, 2,000 blood samples that were collected without consent from this remote Indigenous community, and it's really about cementing our relationship together.
Seeing these blood samples returning back to the place where it started was really emotional.
They're among some 7,000 samples that have been stored at the ANU since the 60s.
There's lots of problems for lots of different reasons. In terms of Galawinku, why it was problematic for them was because they're a very spiritual, cultural community, and these 3 mils of blood samples that we have sitting here are a real connection to a person.
For the past 2 years, Azure Hermes has been working to return them to country. The Galawinku were the first community to be repatriated, but it's hoped they won't be the last.
So we still have around 6,000 people to find in our collection, so we've got a little ways to go.
Despite this, a positive change is already well underway, improving the way researchers study and handle Aboriginal DNA.
We've taken our time to actually work with communities and talk about how to do this the right way.
A reminder of where we've come from and how far we have to go. Eliza Watson, Win News.
Yulma, good evening. Dan Borscher with ABC News. For decades, thousands of blood samples of Indigenous Australians have been held without consent at the Australian National University. Today, after a 3-year process, Indigenous elders travelled across the country to reclaim their DNA. Here's Indigenous Affairs correspondent Isabella Higgins.
Today was a meeting of two cultures. An ancient custom starts a new scientific journey. These traditional owners from the Northern Territory are here at Australian National University to reclaim their remains. In the 1960s, blood from their ancestors was taken and held here without consent.
The community and the people are really happy to be able to work in partnership with this university.
This ceremony marks the successful repatriation of 200 samples.
They're vital to advance the research into health and medical discoveries that will improve the lives of Indigenous people. But Canberra is not the home of these samples.
The Yolngu people unveiled these burial poles as a sign of thanks.
So we put the samples in there and we freeze them.
Traditional owners also toured the building where their ancestors' remains were stored.
This might be the reason why everyone was having such bad luck in the community and there was so much sickness.
Scientists removed the genetic material from the samples before they were returned. The community felt this would allow them to have their remains on country, while also facilitating future research. But almost 7,000 samples still need to be returned.
This is where the entire collection, all the thousands of samples are kept. They're stored at the ultra-cold temperature of negative 180 degrees to make sure none of the materials degrade.
So I'd like to see more universities start thinking about returning samples or depositing them into a space where they can be looked after appropriately.
Isabella Higgins, ABC News, Canberra.
Yeah, good night.
This week marks 4 years since Indigenous delegates from across Australia gathered at Uluru and reached an unprecedented consensus. The Uluru Statement from the Heart was both historic and practical, laying out a way that the relationship between Indigenous Australia and the Commonwealth could be reset. Now the campaign for a voice to Parliament is moving into a new phase, as Chief Political Correspondent Laura Tingle reports.
Let's see how we go up here.
The Uluru Statement from the Heart was being handled with delicate care in Sydney last night. It was about to become the first inanimate object to be awarded the Sydney Peace Prize.
To the Uluru Statement from the Heart.
But the Uluru Statement from the Heart has not always been treated with such respect in the 4 years since it was finalised.
The tension was high. There was a lot to debate and a lot of passion. And we came together on the third and final morning and endorsed it with standing acclamation.
We call for the establishment of a First Nations voice enshrined in the Constitution.
The significance of what happened at Uluru should never be underestimated.
For White Australia, it's unclear if that significance has really been fully appreciated, particularly after it was dismissed.
It's a gift. It's a gift of healing and indeed a gift of love. And we very mindfully decided that we would give it as a gift to the Australian people, not to the government, not to the Prime Minister.
Every other statement and petition was written to a king or a queen or a parliament. That's one lesson. What's happened to all of our previous voices is the other lesson that's in there.
Ensuring this voice, this plea to be heard, survives for the long term is what drove the process that led to the Uluru Statement. A process run by the Indigenous community itself through 13 regional dialogues which thrashed out a position of perhaps unprecedented unity.
The cultural authority that has underpinned this has been elders in our community, has been traditional owners. This has not been a government agenda at all. That's why, at each turn, in particular, when the Uluru Statement was issued to the Australian people, politicians dismissed it.
Another chamber in politics, or another something that sort of sits beside or above the Senate.
Reading Thomas Mayer's Finding Our Heart, he was the author of the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and it really, I felt, touched on the history of colonisation. So really getting my son, especially during Reconciliation Week, I've gone out to a couple of schools and read the books to some younger people, but really getting him to understand who he is, where he came from, and how he can now find his voice. I think that's really important. And for me, you know, The Hungry Caterpillar, it's such a timeless, epic book that I read as a kid, and I've read it to my child, and having things that last time, it's just so powerful.
And the pictures are beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. How many times would you have read this book?
Oh, quite a few, to my kids and to our grandkids. And it is a timeless book, and you know, it's great when kids get to the point where they can recite it with you, and you know, the spectacle at the end. I cannot imagine the willy worm thing taking off. You know, the big thing is the butterfly at the end, that beautiful picture. So I'm really glad his editor helped him there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think we'd be talking about him now.
And what do you, in terms of this story, Jamila, in your words, what do you get the 5,000th time out of it, other than slightly frustrated? Because you don't get frustrated with this book. There are some books that the kids pick up and you think, no, not that book.
Please no. Please no. I don't want to put anyone's work in the bin, but The Noisy Pirates was accidentally lost when we moved house, and I'm thrilled by that, and I continue to be thrilled at every bedtime. What do we get out of that one, and what did we get so much? I think there's a musicality to the book. We know the development's coming. The fact that you can put your fingers through the holes is definitely something for my kid. I think the fact that it's tactile is definitely enjoyable as well. And I think Lucy's right. Those colours are absolutely astonishing. And absolutely thanks to the female editor who pointed out that Willy the Worm was going absolutely nowhere.
Have you ever had a publisher do something like that to you, Jamila? Go, look, I know you love the Willy the Worm idea, but it's really not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, I've definitely had one. I remember writing a chapter of my book. It was a final chapter of one of my books the week that Donald Trump was elected, and it got returned to me with, "You seem rather angry, is inconsistent with the rest of the book. Please start again."
Do not write when angry, particularly children's books. Thank you all for those reminiscences, and thank you for the lovely story about Thomas Mayor's book as well, Nicole. That's a lovely classic that I'm sure will endure along with The Very Hungry Caterpillar. That's all we have time for this Reconciliation Week. Lucy Turnbull's been with us, Jamila Rizvi, Toby Ralph, and in Darwin, Nicole Brown. Have a great evening. We'll be back with you next week. Good night.
Good evening, Craig Allen with ABC News. It's the NRL's Indigenous Round, a chance to use the sport's influence to celebrate Indigenous culture. Sunday's match between the Knights and the Sea Eagles will feature a special performance from a group of Aboriginal teenagers from Kempsey. They've been mentored and inspired by former players, including Tamana Tahu, whose own life was changed when he got an opportunity to play in the NRL more than 20 years ago.
Rugby league was a lifeline for Tamana Tahu.
It helped me a lot. I grew up in Aboriginal hostels. You know, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life.
Football was his way to a brighter future.
One day I got offered a free invitation to trial at Newcastle Knights, and you know, in 2 years I was playing first grade.
The Barkinji man now heads the NRL's School to Work program, helping Indigenous students finish high school and get a job.
They're not all athletes. A lot of them are academic. We've got a 50-50 split of boys and girls wanting to do better in their life.
Yeah, I'm Sean Mitchell, Tareen, born and bred.
With some inspiration from their footy idols.
I'm just going to play a beat.
I'm a Dungari man from Kempsey. I really hope to get my HSC. That's what I want to do, finish school, and I took it as a good opportunity to work on my confidence and leadership skills.
The 17-year-old has thrived, orchestrating a traditional dance to be performed at the Knights game on Sunday.
I'm learning more about my culture, my heritage, what it means to be a part of our mob, I guess.
This initiative is making a huge difference in the lives of Indigenous high schoolers. 92% of participants complete Year 12 and 95% of students placed stay in employment.
For Tamana Tahu, the list of challenges is long.
Health, life expectancy, the justice system, education.
But that isn't stopping him and others trying to close the gap on and off the field.
Who has a double?
Chloe Hart, ABC News, Sydney.
Across Canberra and its surrounding regions, this is Win News.
And the community unites to mark Reconciliation Day. Canberrans have come out in their droves to take part in the ACT's 4th Reconciliation Day event. Music, crafts and cultural activities uniting the community as we mark the 1967 referendum.
A day of fun and relaxation on Ngunnawal country, all for a very important reason.
This is why we have a public holiday for reconciliation, so that people have the opportunity to take a day off work, to take a day off school, to have those conversations, to think about the role that they can play.
Reconciliation Day at the Arboretum bringing our community together, not only to celebrate Indigenous culture and history, but also shining a light on where we're at as a nation.
It's about being the Aboriginal people and non-Aboriginals together and having a good time.
Say sorry about how we took over the land.
It's about when the Aboriginal people be friends with the white people.
The day's events including traditional basket weaving classes, bush tucker tasting events, Ngunnawal language classes and musical performances.
The wonderful Griffin Ensemble working with Aboriginal artist Jenny Martinello to produce a vocal and choral work which will actually speak to reconciliation.
When the winds howling and batter the doors.
It's all in the hope of sparking important conversations about how we can take action as part of reconciliation.
When are we going to get there? It's going to take a long time, a lot of work, and of course, maintenance. Once we get there, we just can't assume that we're going to stay reconciled. We need to keep working with that.
Are you proud today?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because I'm an animal person.
Natasha McFarlane, Win News.
Thank you very much for that, Chris, and thank you very much for your company this Monday, May 31. That's how we saw your news for the capital and region. Keep warm, keep safe. See you tomorrow night.
This has been a Win News presentation. Win News, regional Australia's #1 news source.
More than a word, reconciliation takes action. That was the message as thousands marked Reconciliation Day at the National Arboretum in Canberra today. From songs to language workshops and stories from elders, a range of activities were held to learn about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. This is the 4th year Reconciliation Day has been marked as a public holiday in the ACT.
As Canberra marks Reconciliation Day, Indigenous elders say there's still too much talk and not enough progress in closing the gap. Nyunga, good evening. Dan Borscher with ABC News. More than a word, reconciliation takes action. That's the theme of this year's ACT Reconciliation Public Holiday, but some in the capital's Indigenous community say there's still too much talk and not enough progress when it comes to closing the gap. And while the ACT government says steps are being taken to address the overrepresentation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the justice system, it's not yet clear if they'll go as far as elders and Indigenous leaders say is crucial.
In the early morning mist, taking steps toward reconciliation with a warm welcome in frosty conditions.
I'd like to pay my respects to my elders past, present and emerging.
Though she opened the ACT's 4th annual Reconciliation Day, this elder has doubts she'll see an improvement in outcomes for her community in her lifetime.
I'm not sure whether we can, in my day and age, will we successfully achieve it.
She's not alone in her concerns, with Indigenous Australians making up 1/5 of the inmates at Canberra's jail, despite Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders making up just under 2% of the city's population. For weeks now, community leaders have been calling for an inquiry with the powers of a royal commission.
I want to see change. I want to see them men and women out
in the AMC, and all the Aboriginal disadvantaged in this place have opportunities.
Julie Tong says she's now lost confidence anything will be done, but the Indigenous Affairs Minister insists she has been listening.
We want to have that conversation with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leaders.
The Minister says the inquiry will go ahead, but its form is yet to be decided.
We want it to be Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander led. We want those voices at the forefront. We want Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people driving the solutions.
The government points to the success of today's reconciliation events as a positive sign, aimed at encouraging conversations about Indigenous issues and culture.
Reconciliation is the work of a lifetime or even lifetimes. It takes a lot of time to get there.
Young leaders like Selena Walker, now learning from her grandmother and senior elder Auntie Agnes, are optimistic.
Look, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that there is, in the future there is going to be change, and, we do this for our kids.
Together, a step closer to closing the gap. Harry Frost, ABC News, Canberra.
To weather, and on this Reconciliation Day public holiday, we have a very tranquil and serene view of sunrise on the Yukonbean River at Alpine Creek in the Kosciuszko National Park. Many thanks to Steve Dunn for sharing that one with us tonight. And that's the latest from the Canberra newsroom. I'm Dan Borscher, and it's great to be with you. Stay with us now for 7:30. Yara, good night.
Thousands of students from the Queanbeyan region have marched for Reconciliation Week. Schools from across the council area gathered at Queensbridge this morning before marching across the park, flying school colours and handmade banners pledging action on reconciliation. The event is all part of the week's commemorations, with the schools also taking part in a welcome to country, cultural performance and flag raising.
Yilma, good evening. Dan Borscher with ABC News. Still to come on ABC News, the Cairns cops working to keep young people on the right side of the law. These two police officers want to break the cycle for teenage girls as we reveal new data from Australia Talks showing a nation divided on racism in the justice system.
I let them know, this is a safe place, no matter what you've been through.
Two women redefining the role of policing coming up. Is 10 years old too young to be locked up? And should the minimum age of criminal responsibility be raised to 14? 68% of us think so, according to new data from the ABC's Australia Talks National Survey. A proposal to raise the age was considered by all state governments last year, but only the ACT agreed to act. Tonight, you'll meet two women working to keep young people on the right side of the law. For National Reconciliation Week, Indigenous Affairs correspondent Isabella Higgins filed this report from Cairns.
As the sun rises over these Cairns streets, two police officers are getting ready for a day's work.
Hey, Jess. Hey, morning. Yeah, good. Big day.
These are cousins Jessie Geary and Charlene Stacey, and they're not your average cops. Their job is to turn around the lives of these young women. The first challenge of the day is getting teenagers out of bed at 7 a.m.
I let them know, this is a safe place, no matter what you've been through.
The program is called Project Booyah. It's run by police at 10 sites around Queensland, but the Cairns program is unique.
We're the only site that runs a girls-only program.
What happened there, girl?
Today, Jessie and Charlene are helping the girls get their responsible service of alcohol licence.
So this one here, preparing for work.
A big focus of this 16-week program is helping the girls get job ready, but the most important part is the emotional support and mentoring.
Yep, that's it.
The pressure of high school life can feel overwhelming.
Just all the drama on social media and everything.
Because mostly at home, you keep stuff in.
But when we came here, they showed us this is a safe place to talk about them stuff.
Yeah, this afternoon, the group are off to an art therapy class. The program ensures at-risk kids don't end up on the wrong side of the law. Almost 1 in 5 of all young Australians placed on court orders are under 14 years old.
It's important to get to know these young people and understand their story, and you'll actually begin to understand why certain behaviours might happen.
About half of young people in detention are Indigenous, despite making up just 5% of our population. And Australia Talks data shows we remain divided over whether racism is rampant in the justice system.
They can easily be sort of targeted and seen as no-gooders or nuisances, but when people actually take the time to look into what life might be like for them, they all come in with different stories.
15-year-old Charlotte Nona is proud of the progress she's made in this program.
I can see that I do have a future for myself and all that, and I can achieve my goals.
We just want them to know that they've been equipped with the skills and tools to keep moving forward in life.
One day at a time, one girl at a time, these women are making change.
All right, Danae, we'll see you on Tuesday, hey?
Isabella Higgins, ABC News, Cairns.
We asked 60,000 Australians more than 600 questions, and the results are fascinating. 1 in 3 Australians don't know their neighbours by name. Hi, Greg.
My name's Jason.
Classic Greg.
Half of us will be happier with a better sex life. G'day, Greg.
I thought you said your name was Jason. And 9 out of 10 Australians think politicians should resign if they lie to the public.
My mate Greg, he reckons they should all resign.
Classic Greg. Go to the Australia Talks website and answer our questions to find out how you compare to the rest of Australia. abc.net.au/Australia Talks. See where you fit.
A majority of Australians believe racism is widespread, and many have personally experienced it. That's one of the findings of the ABC's Australia Talks national survey. It's prompted renewed calls for a national anti-racism strategy, with advocates arguing Australia is lagging behind other countries in addressing the issue.
Mohammed Maki runs a well-oiled machine at this South Sydney bakery.
A very popular dish for most Lebanese.
He grew up in Australia after his family fled the Lebanese Civil War in the 1970s.
To come here for a better life.
But peace came at a price.
We all experience racism. At the end of the day, people stereotype, people judge people for what they look like.
The Australia Talks national survey found 3/4 of Australians with non-European ancestry say they've been discriminated against because of their ethnicity. The majority of us across all demographics and political persuasions also believe there's a lot of racism these days, the only exception being One Nation voters, while most Australians have family members, friends and colleagues who make racist jokes.
The first thing that we need to realise and I guess acknowledge is that we do have a race issue, and for our leaders to acknowledge that.
A desire that seemed to gain momentum as Black Lives Matter protests spread from the US to Australia last year. The survey also found almost 2/3 of us believe most Australians are prejudiced against Indigenous peoples, whether or not they realise it.
It's one thing to recognise there is a problem. The next step then is to what are we going to do about it?
Solving this problem isn't easy, particularly when there's no federal strategy to tackle it. The Human Rights Commission wants political leaders to put the same emphasis on stamping out racism as ending domestic violence. It's put forward an action plan that the government says it's considering. The former Race Discrimination Commissioner believes bigger structural changes are also needed.
If we had more diversity in our political leadership within Australian society, I suspect political leaders would be treating racism somewhat differently.
Change that starts at the top. Stephanie Dalzell, ABC News.
And you can see how your views compare to the national survey at abc.net.au/Australia Talks. First Nations people in Canada are searching for answers following an horrific discovery at a former school in British Columbia. The remains of 215 children were found buried at the site, confirming stories told by former students that largely went undocumented. The school was part of a wider system across Canada which saw Indigenous children taken from their families.
Honouring the dead.
Indigenous Canadians placed 215 pairs of shoes in this makeshift memorial, one pair for every child found buried this week.
It was shocking at every single level. And, right now, our community is grieving.
The Kamloops Residential School in British Columbia was run by Catholic administrators and housed First Nations children between 1893 and 1969. It was the biggest school in a wider system, which saw Indigenous children taken from their families, banned from speaking their native language, and forced to convert to Christianity. This week's shocking discovery confirms stories told by former students that largely went undocumented.
What I've heard from many of them is the fact that, the ones that they know were missing and never came back were told that they ran away.
There's nothing more painful in life than losing a child. My heart breaks today thinking of all the loving parents who never saw their children return home and who were never granted the dignity of knowing what happened.
Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, says the news is a painful reminder of that dark and shameful chapter of our country's history. A 2015 report found that more than 4,000 Indigenous children died while attending a residential school. Now, British Columbia's chief coroner will be tasked with investigating what happened to another 215 children who were victims of the system. Sean Hassett, ABC News.
100 years ago exactly, a National Portrait Prize was founded to celebrate our distinguished.
The winner of the Archibald Prize goes to...
It's our annual Face Fest that has courted controversy.
The Archibald has always existed on a drama.
Embraced celebrity.
Hello, possum!
And rewritten history.
It only took 99 years.
To celebrate the Archibald centenary,
here it is.
I'm going on a cultural romp through time.
Hey, Vincent, I found you.
In search of one portrait,
Tinder for curators,
I believe captures the changing face of Australia.
Painting can make you cry.
Finding the Archibald starts June 15.
And knowing that Aboriginal history and, there's lots of different nations and clans right across Australia, but just giving teachers the confidence to actually have a go, because we are a very small population within this country and we need teachers, and it's about building empathy. We find that if we can go back and educate the teachers, and they often will come and say, look, I've been teaching for 20, 30 years and I've never thought to really get excited and actually really celebrate Aboriginal history. So it's not just all that sad stuff that we need to focus on, it's all the rich and beautiful culture as well that's there for everyone to share. So it's about, improving their confidence, and what we're seeing in the classrooms is absolutely amazing. It's really exciting, and I think that I'm hopeful that in the future we're not even going to be having this conversation because things really are improving. And a lot of it is about the framing of it, isn't it? Like, it's not like two different kinds of history, or as you're saying, it's kind of everyone's history, or that it's necessarily a bad or depressing history, as opposed to saying everything we have to be proud of in our oldest continuous living culture of 65,000 years. Prue Goward, you were nodding firmly when Kylie was saying this is Australian history. Why do we always get into the trap? Why do so many fall into the trap of this being like a zero-sum game?
I agree. I don't know. I mean, I guess the history of how we've treated Aboriginal people has been so shocking that for a long time nobody was really prepared to discuss it. I mean, I think it's very important that we tell the complete picture. And I absolutely endorse the use of history and culture as a way of teaching students, not just about Indigenous history and culture, but about how that can be part of their academic skills development, so that it's got a wider application too. But I guess the issue that worries me the most is that we have some very, as we've said, some terrible statistics about Aboriginal children, particularly the rate of removal of Aboriginal children, the rate of sexual assault of Aboriginal children, the rate of Aboriginal suicide. I mean, there are so many serious problems. I think it's important that we make it clear that it is important that we understand and are honest about our history, but I think it's also important that we don't think that this is the panacea, that if we are honest about our history, that all these problems will go away. I would hate it to distract attention from the very serious efforts that really have to be made.
We're going to have to wrap it up there. And I know I wanted to talk to you about I know that we're out of time, but you really think it's important to root it in your local community and get to know your local community.
That's right. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're going to have to unfortunately end it there. Thank you, Kylie Captain, Prue Goward, Nazim Hussain, Yasmin Poole. Hope you have an excellent evening. I'll see you very soon. Good night.
This is SBS World News with Janice Peterson.
COVID-19 concerns have also prompted health authorities to cancel the Indigenous Garma Festival for the second year.
Hospitals can be, well, clinical, bare and barren places that many find intimidating. Now the Canberra Hospital is taking steps to become a more welcoming place for both patients and visitors through the use of Indigenous art.
If you're visiting a hospital, chances are you're already having a challenging day. But for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, hospitals can have negative associations, making them very uncomfortable places to spend time. Canberra Hospital wants to tackle that and is using art to make them more welcoming.
It's so important for us to see that when we come into the hospital. Coming into CHS or even the other facilities, it's a difficult time at times.
This work by Aboriginal artist Natalie Bateman will be displayed throughout Canberra's public health facilities to help make them more culturally welcoming.
The design will appear on the website, on staff uniforms and on lanyards.
And it's not just for show. The design tells a story and signals that the hospital is a safe place.
The Monga Waratah, it's a rare flower and it's from Braidwood, which is close to this area, and it's like a healing flower. And I thought, you know, this would be good for people who come to the service to see something that's from the area.
This artwork is the hospital's first step towards building a more positive relationship with the Indigenous community.
That's notwithstanding its challenges, and our statistics certainly inform us of that. But we're here, we have a commitment, and along with CHS we can, you know, enable some better outcomes.
The final design is set to be unveiled by the end of next month. Madeline Austin, ABC News, Canberra.
It's a big deal for me. It's something that's been missing in my life.
Unearthing the past.
Oh, well, it's the whole family.
To make sense of the present.
Fascinating puzzle. Like an Agatha Christie novel.
8 renowned Aussies find their place in history.
Oh, what?
Starting with Celia Paquola.
A boy who drowned in front of his brother.
A brand new season of Who Do You Think You Are starts Tuesday 8th of June on SBS and on demand.
An Indigenous history class with a difference is cementing itself as one of the Territory's most important additions to the curriculum. As Reconciliation Week wraps up, we take a look inside the classroom and meet the teacher leading the change.
A mix of kids from a mix of backgrounds, all here to learn about one thing.
Looking at things like country and people's practice on country and connection to country, their family structures, kinship structures, language, traditions.
The Indigenous Languages and Culture course at Dickson College is breaking new ground on how we teach lessons about our past.
Each Friday I'll have a different blackfella voice in the classroom, so a different speaker, who does a yarn, and the kids will take different parts out of that and ask questions, and it's an inquiry course, so they'll follow that inquiry pathway wherever it takes them.
I think that's like the right way to learn and like the proper way to learn, because like it's the most like authentic, unfiltered.
The course is just 18 months in, with teacher and Palawa woman Eleanor Archer working hand in hand with Ngunnawal elders for several years to come up with a respectful and honest curriculum.
These kids that graduate at the end of this year are going to have the first major ever in ACT and Indigenous cultures and languages, and I think they're really proud of that.
For most students, it's a way to fill in the historic gaps.
And it was really disappointing to the point where like I went overseas and there were kids like 4 years younger than me that knew more about our Indigenous history than I did. Like, I feel like I deserve to be educated on my country's history.
But also a chance to connect to country.
We have other students sharing their opinions, and they can have the same views as you, they can help you see other perspectives, and that's definitely helped me as a First Nations person who isn't living on my own country.
Natasha McFarlane, Win News.
Would vulnerable kids learn better if residential care workers could tutor them? Canberra Liberals MLA Elizabeth Kickett thinks so, and she wants the government to commit to that support.
When it comes to boosting educational outcomes for youngsters in out-of-home care, tutoring is often a go-to. Canberra Liberals MLA Elizabeth Kickett says their carers want some lessons too.
So I'm calling on the government to provide adequate training for all of our residential carers, as well as staff at our Bimberi Youth Justice system, to provide them training so they can become good tutors and mentors.
Mrs Kickett says many vulnerable kids disengage with formal schooling, but carers sometimes lack the confidence and skills to keep their charges learning.
They don't know how to, they want to.
Her motion recommends the government review Anglicare Victoria's Teacher program, which has helped increase school engagement and boost literacy and numeracy skills for its young participants.
They actually sit down and provide one-on-one tutoring with the young person, as well as one-on-one tutoring with the carer at the same time.
Families Minister Rachel Stephen-Smith welcomes the motion.
There's already a strong wraparound support for those young people, but it's always worth exploring additional options to strengthen young people's engagement in education.
But will be making a very slight amendment.
Those staff are youth workers, residential care workers, they're not tutors, and so putting another obligation on them to do an additional job might not be the most appropriate way of doing it.
There's no commitment in there whatsoever from the government, so that's very disheartening. It is disappointing.
Emma Groves, Win News.
Canberra's multicultural hubs revealed many women are refusing to seek help with family violence amid fears they could be deported. It's prompted a series of classes educating women on their rights and the help available to them.
Family violence is prevalent in every culture, but in Australia, most of our messaging targets people from English-speaking backgrounds.
It's really important to be able to give information to community members in their language, first and foremost, because that is probably one of the biggest barriers that we see.
There's barriers to anybody, I think, reporting family violence, and those barriers particularly stack up for women from culturally diverse backgrounds.
To ensure no one is left behind, Legal Aid and the Multicultural Hub have teamed up, offering a range of free classes in Dinka, Karen, Arabic and Mandarin.
They're pitched at the active bystanders, so informing members of diverse communities about what is family violence and empowering them to be able to assist other members of their community.
One of the main issues stopping women from reporting this abuse is their visa status.
They're very concerned. There'd been threats around that basically they would be sent back to their country of origin, their kids would be kept here.
There's a lot of protections for victims of family violence in relation to their visas, and Legal Aid has a migration agent that will give advice and assistance to victims of family violence about their visas.
There's also work ahead to break down the stigma around seeking help.
Shame and embarrassment are I think, acutely there, and sometimes the communities are quite small relatively in Canberra, so that there is a concern about people knowing each other's business.
The organisation's now keen to see their program replicated across the country. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, contact the 1800 RESPECT hotline. Eliza Watson, Win News.
Good evening, I'm Bruce Roberts. Also tonight on Win News, the new space inspiring Canberra kids to grow their knowledge of Ngunnawal country. A green-thumbed project 3 years in the making has been completed, marking a very special milestone for Forest Primary. The entire school community coming together to open their very own Indigenous garden.
A whole school assembly, all to celebrate one thing.
The journey for our garden started in 2018. For our 60th anniversary, we spent a whole year raising money with the community, and as a result, we wanted to create something that was here for a long time.
Forest Primary School's new Indigenous garden not only marking a special milestone, but also helping students connect with Ngunnawal country.
So it was really important to us that we grew plants that, our culture club kids could connect with and really take ownership with the garden. So all the plants you'll see in there, they can make food out of, they can do weaving baskets.
The project, a labour of love, with the entire school community getting involved with the designs.
With the boggon moth painting, we got to draw and sort of put our ideas into it, which was really fun.
We all voted on a name for the garden, and we all did designs for the tunnels.
The kids actually helped paint them with our community elders. We did the mural, and we also got other kids within the school to actually help.
For the students involved, it's all a chance to leave their mark on the school.
To know that I had some input into it, which was really cool to think about and know that it's going to be here forever.
It's really nice, and I feel happy to know that I've contributed to this beautiful space.
Natasha McFarlane, Win News.
Welcome back to Win News. Students from across the ACT are using real-life scenarios to sharpen their knowledge of science and engineering. The school-based challenge is helping build the foundations for the brightest minds of the next generation.
Paddle pop sticks, cardboard and masking tape, not exactly your average bridge building materials. But for these aspiring engineers, it needs to be just strong enough to hold a 9-kilogram weight.
They do a bit of design and they just see some of the stuff we teach them in class in action. So, they can apply the skills that we teach them in class in a very practical way.
Over 200 students from 6 Canberra schools taking part in the Science and Engineering Challenge. With plans to become an aerospace engineer, it comes at a pivotal moment in Angela's life.
Not only is it fun, but it's definitely helped me. I've had to measure math, I've had to communicate English, analysing. It's definitely helped in a lot.
It comes in at that critical point when they're needing to choose subjects for their higher studies, which will help them gain entry into university courses in STEM particularly.
More than 20% of past participants went on to study either maths or chemistry, while almost 50% went on to study physics.
These challenges in science are so important to me because that's what I want to do when I'm older. I want to do biomedical engineering, and so that entails most areas of science and STEM.
While no team survived the bridge buster today, these teams are now loaded up with lessons that could one day see them designing and building the real thing.
I'd be more than happy to organise a 2-day event and get as many schools involved as possible because it is absolutely worth it.
Talia Barsi, Win News.
We're mad and we're cracked. We want to win.
Actions speak louder than words.
Do something about it.
This Reconciliation Week, NITV brings together powerful stories about people who made things happen.
Question the system.
And never give up. Didn't seem that dangerous.
Don't sit back and relax.
We must be able to retain our identity and culture.
Stand up and take action.
Just do it.
Reconciliation Week, more than a word. Now streaming on demand.
NITV wishes to advise that this program may contain images of people who have passed.
Hello and thanks for joining us on Noola, a weekly program taking you here, there and everywhere as we check in what's happening right across the country. Coming up, calls for help as the Northern Territory's biggest Aboriginal medical service is forced to turn away remote patients. And all the glitz and glam as black excellence takes centre stage at Australian Fashion Week.
This is a really, really special moment for me in particular, and also for the fashion industry here in Australia, and I think the fashion industry as a whole as well. This is the only country that I've seen who are doing Indigenous fashion in a way that's supporting their culture. So we could potentially be at the forefront of this movement.
But first, First Nations representatives from the Torres Strait and Far North Queensland have travelled to Canberra to voice their concerns over a range of issues facing their communities. They're demanding the federal government invest in critical needs, including housing, economic opportunities, assistance with the high cost of living and food. Political correspondent Sarah Collard has more.
They're a long way from home. Mayors, shire and community leaders from remote and regional Queensland are wanting their people's voices to be heard in Canberra's corridors of power. Kyle Yana says his community of Mornington Island is in crisis.
How my people are at the moment, it's unacceptable. It's not good, 35-year-olds, 37-year-olds dying. There's no need for it.
Mr Yana wants federal leaders to act, saying poorly constructed and insufficient housing is a big issue for the island community.
One of them's overcrowding. We got, in some cases, 11 people living in a two-bedroom homes, 3 different families in a two-bedroom home.
Wayne Butcher has joined his shire with the Torres Cape Indigenous Council Alliance to ensure they're all speaking as one voice.
By myself with my shire, and it's not as effective as having 9 or 10 other Indigenous leaders and shires with you at the same time.
Tricia Uzia is the mayor of the Northern Peninsula Area Regional Council. She says far more needs to be done to ensure that all Australians have access to basic necessities wherever they live.
It's definitely a pain because we look our future generation, in order for them to succeed, we need to get that support in the infrastructure area.
The group met with a diverse range of politicians, including the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Indigenous Australians, as well as others on both sides of the chamber to call for action. They say while the meetings were productive, they won't hesitate to bring the issues back to Parliament House in the future. On Ngunnawal Country, Sarah Collard, NITV News.
The Northern Territory's largest Aboriginal health service says it's had to make the distressing decision to start turning away new patients due to a lack of federal funding. From next month, Danila Dilba will only treat people that have a permanent residential address in Darwin, meaning thousands of First Nations people from the state's remote communities will no longer be eligible for culturally appropriate treatment. The Federal Health Minister, Greg Hunt, insists the service is receiving adequate funding. But Danila Dilba CEO, Olga Havnen, says the demand for their services have placed the organisation under enormous strain.
This is a really distressing decision to take, particularly at the moment where we're trying to deal with this COVID pandemic. And when in Darwin, of course, we've got the Howard Springs quarantine facility. So there's an increased level of concern, I suppose, by everybody about the potential risk for some level of spread of COVID. And if we're not capable of engaging and meeting the needs of those people who really need a service, I worry about what the consequences of that would be.
The federal government has announced Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders over 16 years of age are now eligible to get vaccinated. Older Indigenous Australians were among the first priority groups to receive their vaccines. Health Department Secretary Brendan Murphy says the move to vaccinate much younger First Nations Australians is still a priority due to higher health-associated risks. A forensic pathologist has this week told the inquest into the death in custody of Wayne Fella Morrison that the way he was restrained in the back of a police van may not have caused his death. The Wiradjuri, Wirangu and Kukatha man died in Adelaide Hospital in 2016 following an incident at Yatala Prison.
Well, today the court heard evidence from forensic pathologist Dr Cheryl Charlwood. She revealed that Mr Morrison's cause of death was sudden cardiac arrest and multiple organ failure. Dr Charlwood said there were multiple factors that could have contributed to his passing. They included acute physical and psychological stress, a state of agitated delirium, an existing heart disease and the position Mr Morrison was lying in. The court also heard an autopsy had revealed Mr Morrison had an existing severe coronary artery disease. She says she was unable to tell if any one of these factors carried any more weight than any other. But the doctor gave the court her opinion that the conclusion is the prone position and restraint in itself is not a cause of death in these cases. She said it was the accepted position, at least by South Australian forensic pathologists. However, she did acknowledge that agitated delirium, an extreme state of agitation and delirium, is a controversial area. The witness is expected to be cross-examined by barristers representing the family next week. There was also suggestion today, a call by the barristers representing some of the prison guards, that the CEO of Correctional Services will be recalled for further questioning next week.
And the family of Mr Morrison have been searching for answers over his death for almost 5 years. We caught up with Wayne's sibling, Latoya Rule, to speak about their loss, the inquest and their journey for justice.
Growing up with Wayne, he was very much a larrikin like the most of us, you know. He's an artist. He used to do dot work and weaving as well. He weaved me this beautiful bowl at one stage. And he was just so creative. He could play every type of instrument. He played every type of guitar. Yeah, he really did have so much life in him. The inquest has been really difficult. It's obviously gone so long, so that has delayed in many ways our grief and healing processes. I think in terms of the length of inquest also means that the police officers and prison officers and the investigators and all the people involved in our case are able to say that they don't recall information. So when we're thinking about length and time, it actually has impacted our case, not only us as a family, which is further traumatising that this has been allowed to happen. Both my mum and I have broke down in court about what's been going on. To face people, you can only imagine what you're going to do and say for almost 5 years, and then to finally face officers and have them say nothing and have them not even look at you for the most part, and be able to claim their silence, it further renders us invisible. The fact that they've been able to delay this process so many times, taking the coroner herself to the Supreme Court to try to have her thrown off the case, taking, you know, different parts of the case and delaying them for months at a time to further stall this process. We should be challenging the systems for the fact that they killed my brother when he was in their care. And when I say they, I mean the state. I mean that this is an ongoing systemic issue, and the state itself, you know, who is responsible for looking after apparently Aboriginal people in their care, is not doing the jobs that it's supposed to do. So one way I think that we can move forward in claiming justice for Wayne is also a way of claiming justice for a lot of people, which is looking at the issue of restraint mechanisms in Australia and looking at the issue of torture. Now we see things like tasers, we see things like spit hoods, cuffs even at times, and also, you know, when people are going through mental health and other settings, biological restraints as well through medications. We see those as tools and devices of torture in many cases that end up killing people.
Melbourne-born First Nations man Russell Moore has died in a US prison following a 3-decade fight to be returned to Australia. The 58-year-old, also known by his adoptive name, James Hudson Savage, died after a medical emergency in Florida. Mr Moore was a member of the Stolen Generations who was adopted as a newborn before moving to the States with his new family as a child. He was sentenced to life in prison in 1991 for the murder of a 57-year-old woman, with his family campaigning for years for his return to Australia to serve the sentence. Mr Moore's story is the subject of Archie Roach's song Manjana. A new report has revealed hundreds more children were removed from their families during the Stolen Generations. The Healing Foundation has renewed calls for a national redress scheme for survivors and their descendants. One of them is demanding urgent action and says the federal government must do more.
There is a role for the Commonwealth Government. It is not because it needs to get out of a legal technicality. It's because it should be providing a moral leadership, if nothing else, to say this group of Australians we can no longer not pay attention to. That's what the government should be doing.
Meanwhile, First Nations families who have had their children forcibly removed by child protection authorities have called for change. A rally in Newcastle saw families demanding Indigenous control of decision-making.
What do we want? Our children back! When do we want it? Now!
It's a chant that's all too familiar to members of the Indigenous community.
The system needs to stop taking our kids. They need to be working more with the families. They need to be doing more early intervention stuff if there are issues, but they need to be listening.
The forced removal of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children is still having a detrimental impact on these families today.
Well, trauma is the biggest impact, you know, and trauma is something that is actually passed on through generations, and our families have been removed since colonisation.
Protesters strongly object to non-Indigenous foster care agencies receiving large, consistent contracts to care for Indigenous children. A connection to culture and family are a basic right for children in care, but numerous reports from the Aboriginal community say this simply isn't happening.
Open your hearts and ask yourself, what would you do if it were your children? Would you turn a blind eye?
Everything that I've tried for 7 years has not worked. You know, I have not seen one of my children, and I'm still nowhere near seeing them. So I have to publicly campaign, get the petition signed, get enough signatures and take it to Parliament.
First Nations say self-determination and decision-making regarding their children should be up to them. With removal rates of Aboriginal children exceeding those from years gone by, it has some people asking whether the stolen generations ever actually ended. Jeanette Quinn-Bates, NITV News.
A Kadjala and Gangalu artist says he was racially profiled while trying to ride a taxi from Sydney Airport. Internationally acclaimed painter Daniel Boyd was told he needed to prepay his fare, with the driver saying he did not trust him to pay on arrival.
Daniel Boyd's work focuses on challenging perceptions of Australian history. He aims to create conversations about Indigenous perspectives, but it's a conversation he wasn't expecting to have in a taxi line.
If he doesn't pay, what I can do.
Mr. Boyd filmed the encounter on his mobile phone.
You have to get his ID first. Can give his ID.
The artist says the taxi driver at Sydney Airport judged him on his appearance, asking him to prepay or provide his ID.
I asked him why, and he told me that he didn't trust me. It was based on my appearance. That's all he had.
In a statement to SBS News, company WAV Cabs says the driver was acting appropriately within the Transport Act, and we do condone the taxi driver's behaviour.
In New South Wales, at any time, he can ask for a prepayment.
Michael Jules is from the New South Wales Taxi Council. He's spoken to the company and says this driver always asks for prepayment when travelling to the Sydney inner west suburb of Marrickville. And he says this passenger raised suspicions because he refused to sign in with a QR code. Mr. Boyd denies a QR code was discussed.
In this case, the driver has had several runners going to Marrickville, and he's been unable to collect the fares from those passengers.
Since 2017, taxi drivers are allowed to use their discretion when asking for a prepayment to protect themselves from fare evasion. But lawyer Greg Barnes says a dislike of a particular suburb does not justify the driver's insistence on prepayment.
The purpose of these regulations, and in fact it's set out on the Transport New South Wales website, is to be fair, just and equitable in terms of when you ask for it. So you can't simply ask for it because you don't like a particular type of person or you don't like a particular suburb.
For Mr. Boyd, this is about more than the incident with the taxi driver. He says First Nation Australians encounter racial profiling all too often.
The constant microaggressions, they build up, and it's not good for mental health.
He says the solution is listening to First Nation Australians.
Each night, thousands of First Nations people are sleeping rough or at risk of homelessness. In Western Australia, a unique project is helping save hundreds of families by working with them to stay in their homes. However, the initiative may soon be forced to close its doors.
Wajak Noongar grandmother Patricia Williams has been in her home in Perth's northern suburbs for 11 years now. A stolen generation survivor who was forcibly taken away from her family as a child, she knows the importance of a safe and loving home.
Some of my cousins that live on the streets come home and stay with me when they're feeling unsafe and they feel threatened and things like that, so they'll ring me and I'll say just come home and stay.
But it hasn't been easy. The trauma of those early years and the stress of trying to manage everything took its toll. A few years ago she was at risk of losing her home, but then she found help. She started talking to Jenny Kashagan, the director of the First Nations Homelessness Project, on social media.
So we have worked with 344 families, and we have a 96.8% success rate in terms of preventing those evictions.
Caseworker Mona Yaron says the project is successful because it works so closely with every household.
Majority of clients I work with have suffered from stolen generation, and it has been a ripple effect from each generation down.
But the service is at risk. Jenny Kashagan says the federal government hasn't renewed its funding of the 6-year project, so it's facing closure at the end of this month.
It doesn't make sense. This is a project with a huge success rate, and an unusually high success rate because it's so tailored to meet the actual need around the specific goals of preventing homelessness and child removal.
It couldn't come at a worse time for people facing homelessness. Jenny Kashagan says the hardest part has been telling families who call for help that there's nothing they can do.
We are the only service in Perth that provides specific eviction prevention support. There will be a huge gap in support services without our project.
For Patricia Williams, the threat of eviction remains very real. She's stressed at the thought of facing it alone.
So, you know, we really need First Nation homeless people. We really need the government to support them and to give them funding, because all my people need them.
Sarah Collard, NITV News.
It's time now for a break on Noola, but when we return we'll have the week's sports news and we check out the new solo exhibition of legendary artist and activist Richard Bell. See you soon. Welcome back to sports news now, and Ash Barty's French Open campaign is over after being forced to retire in her second round match. The world number one suffered a reoccurrence of a hip injury that plagued her opening fixture. After losing the first set 6-1 against Poland's Magda Linetti, Barty abandoned the match at 2-2 all in the second set. The 2019 champion says she has no regrets with her decision.
I just tried to give myself a chance. And see how it felt. Obviously, practicing, we've had our restrictions and essentially tried to stay as fresh as possible and not aggravate it in any way. But in a match, that's unavoidable at times. So yeah, it got worse today, and it was becoming at the stage where it was unsafe.
It's the new AFL field in the remote Central Australian community of Leginja or Santa Teresa, which is being dubbed the MCG of the desert. Located 80 kilometres out of Mbantua or Alice Springs, the ground opened with great fanfare. In 2017, a decision was made to regrass the oval due to health issues caused by dust. The community has been working with the Melbourne Football Club, the Melbourne Cricket Club and the MCG. It's hoped the new service will boost participation numbers. For many, the ground's completion has been a long time coming.
You know, it's been 4 or 5 long years in the coming, and, you know, we had to close off the oval, you know, to a footballing community, and people were prepared to respect that. And now, you know, it's the prize.
The Australian Olympic Committee has taken a step towards reconciliation ahead of next month's Tokyo Games by launching its Reconciliation Action Plan this week in Brisbane. It features 17 initiatives aimed at promoting First Nations representation. Noongar man and boxer Alex Winwood, who will become the 53rd Indigenous Olympian, says it's an important development. For the first time ever, Indigenous designers and models took centre stage at the biggest event on the Australian fashion calendar. Sydney's iconic Carriage Works bore witness to the historic moment, with black excellence wowing the audience with a runway domination.
A new beginning for the fashion industry, where First Nations rightfully hold space. It's the biggest showcase of Indigenous excellence in the event's 25-year history, featuring the work of 13 Indigenous designers' collections and proudly displayed by black models like Awabakal woman Charlie Fraser.
This is a really, really special moment for me in particular, and also for the fashion industry here in Australia, and I think the fashion industry as a whole as well.
On the runways and behind the scenes, the event is providing an international platform for up-and-coming creatives. It's an opportunity many have been waiting for.
This is the first time that we've been invited. We're actually stepping out of the art fairs now, and we're actually getting into retail and getting recognised as a commercial product instead of just artists.
I started Amber Days
As a single mum, it's everything to be able to, have this label and hopefully, be able to make us financially independent and be able to take care of my daughter whilst doing something that I love.
The showcase also involved First Nations performances, including by Electric Fields and catwalk cameos from young Matilda's footballing superstar Shadeen Evans and Fab Original Queen Felicia Fox. Stepping into the spotlight is a step in the right direction that those in the business say is well overdue.
It's 25 years of Australian Fashion Week this year, and this is our first ever Indigenous Australian runway, so it's about time.
This is the only country that I've seen who are doing Indigenous fashion in a way that's supporting their culture, so we could potentially be at the forefront of this movement.
A turning point decades in the making to embrace the world's oldest living traditions. Shani Wellington, NITV News.
And Richard Bell is an Indigenous activist and artist who began his work with Australia's Black Power movement in the 1970s. He's best known for his paintings, which convey the story of Indigenous dispossession and the ongoing challenges faced every day. He's the subject of a new solo exhibition at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Sydney.
Richard Bell is considered one of Australia's most important contemporary artists, although he happily describes himself as an activist masquerading as a painter.
As an artist, I get to say things that ordinary people would be arrested for. It's a very privileged position that I have.
Born in Queensland, he's a descendant of the Kamilaroi, Kuma, Jiman and Gurung Gurung peoples. He describes his work as an act of protest and says he paints for First Nations people.
I make them to make us feel powerful, make us feel strong. I want our people to be empowered by these works.
His paintings use humour and satire to address issues like Indigenous representation, place and identity politics. And he says they're designed to challenge people.
The reason why we can't get anywhere is because racism, and it's so emotive that people can't really discuss the issues properly, because there's so much emotion in there, and they've tainted, what is essentially a property dispute. We dispute their ownership of it.
This exhibition draws on over 30 years of Richard Bell's work and is titled You Can Go Now.
This is Aboriginal land. It always was, it always will be. And if they don't like it, they can go back where they come from.
His work is being staged at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Sydney.
Well, those are just a few of the stories that we covered this week. For more Indigenous news and views, head to the NITV website. And if you have any feedback or news tips you'd like to share with us, let us know on social media via Facebook or Twitter. I'm Ryan Little. See you next week.
Smoking can cause yellow stains on your teeth, tongue and fingers and make your skin saggy and wrinkly. Not smoking won't. Smoking can also make you cough, get puffed out, slack and even give you asthma. Not smoking won't. It's your choice. If you don't start, you won't need to quit.
Tackling Indigenous smoking.
Are you sick? Sick of being judged every time you go to the doctors? Well, at Wananga Namitia Aboriginal Health Service, we treat you as a whole person and put you in control of your health with services including doctors, dentists, podiatrists, physiotherapists, psychologists, nurses and Aboriginal health workers to provide culturally appropriate care. Smoking while pregnant can increase the risk of our kids being sick after they are born. This includes dying from sudden infant death syndrome, having learning and hearing problems, feeding and growing problems, and getting asthma or chest infections.
When I was pregnant with my 3 bull eyes, I smoked, and I wish that I didn't. When you smoke, your bull eyes smoke too.
Ooh, I gotta kick the habit.
Good evening, I'm Bruce Roberts. Also tonight we meet the minds behind the Check-In CBR app, helping to keep the community safe. Kosciuszko National Park could be in line for a major tourism funding windfall as part of the upcoming New South Wales budget. The government is injecting $80 million into 2 new iconic walks. The first will be on the Illawarra Escarpment, while the location of the second is yet to be revealed. It's part of a push to make all national parks in the state must-see global destinations.
National parks are about saving our threatened wildlife like koalas, but they're also an economic powerhouse really for the state. You know, $18 billion of economic activity generated by national parks every year, 70,000 jobs.
The state government has invested more than $250 million to improve facilities across our national parks since 2019.
Exactly what I want.
Brooke, for you, what would you like our audience to take away from what you've said today on the panel and what everyone has said?
We've all come from the same place that you are in now or have come from. We've seen the same things, we've experienced the same things, and we've overcome them. And we've worked really hard to transcend the situations that we were born into. And so you look at all of these amazing people who are talking about these struggles that they've been through. They started in the positions that you guys are in now. And, you know, if you're watching at home or if you're in the audience now, just because you're born into a situation, it doesn't mean that you have to stay there. And just because people don't think that you're very smart or that you're very special or that you have a right to be heard, that does not mean that you have to live in that idea of yourself. The amazing thing about this country is that if you do work really hard, and it is hard, I'm not going to lie to you, like it's really, really tough, you can overcome that and you can then go on and give to your younger brothers and sisters and your cousins and your nieces and nephews, and you have the power to do that. Whatever your dream is, you can do it. And, you know, these people all sitting here are proof of that. And that just warms my heart so much to know that whatever blackfellas want to be, they can be it. In this day and age, it's not out of the ordinary. It's, you know, it's normal, you know.
I think that's really deadly. Thank you to every single person on my panel this evening for joining us for a very special Naidoc edition of Insight. And thank you, everybody. That's all we have time for here, but let's keep talking online. You can also watch past episodes of Insight at SBS On Demand.
From the saltwater sea, from the freshwater rivers and streams, from the desert plains, we all stand on sacred ground. It's time to come together, to heal country and celebrate Naidoc Week from the 4th to the 11th of July on SBS and NITV.
ACU. Strong Way, ACU Way. A proud broadcast partner of NITV.
I got to catch a train soon. Are you?
What are you complaining about? I got to go to a bar mitzvah in a minute. They heard the breeze through the trees.
There was a time when Sinatra, Davis, and Martin were the most popular entertainers in the country.
The Rat Pack
was an entertainment force. They put Las Vegas on the map.
I'm colored, Jewish, and Puerto Rican. When I move into a neighborhood, I wipe it out.
Sammy was a one-eyed Negro Jew. Appearing together on the same bill, on the same stage, was a pretty powerful statement of inclusion. He's one of the boys.
Sammy Davis Jr. could act, he could dance, he could sing, he could move, he could do anything.
Hanging out with Sinatra and those guys increased his cool factor.
These guys became the act.
Right for somebody else if I'm not right for me. I gotta be free, and I'm gonna be free, daring to try to do it or die. I gotta be me.
Looking for stunning movies filmed on country? You'll find them on NITV this Naidoc week with a mix of classics and modern masterpieces over 7 nights. Naidoc Week movies filmed on country starts Sunday 9:30 on NITV.
His connection to country helps to heal it. He's proud to tell stories of truth and survival. She's proud of her people's unbroken connection to the land. But what if our pride was everyone's pride? What if, together, we acknowledge the past and walk side by side into the future? How proud all Victorians would be. Victoria on the path to treaty. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation is made up of 7 people who are respected members and elders in their community and has representation from a number of groups including First Peoples of Australia. Over the next 3 years, they will travel across the country, visiting as many communities as possible, respectfully listening to elders and people living with disability who may have experienced neglect, abuse, violence or exploitation in telling their story. These stories will help make positive changes to how people living with disability and elders are cared for and kept safe in the future. If you would like more information about the Royal Commission and how you can tell your story, or if you need help in telling your story, go to the First Peoples Disability Network website at fpdn.org.au or call the Disability Royal Commission on 1800 517 199.
Hi, it's Dr. Mark here. The COVID-19 vaccines are now available for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander adults. The vaccines have been strictly tested by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA. The vaccine will help protect you, your family and the community from getting seriously sick from COVID-19. You'll be given 2 doses a few weeks apart. To find out more, have a yarn with your local healthcare worker or your doctor or visit health.gov.au.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
I'm in my 3rd year studying nursing and paramedicine.
I'm studying a Bachelor of Arts, Sociology and History.
I'm a 2nd year Bachelor of Teaching, Secondary and Bachelor of Arts Humanities student.
I'm studying nursing.
I'm studying biomedical science.
I'm 1st year occupational therapy.
I go to ACU, it's great.
If you're looking for a university that cares, this is the university for you.
The one-on-one support's been just helping me on the positive sort of journey.
Great teaching, great community. It's a really easygoing uni.
They get you, they know the family things that happen.
It's a young university. We're ranked in the top 2% of universities in the world. It really doesn't matter where you live in our beautiful country. Talk to us about scholarships. Talk to us about our early entry program. If you're in year 11 at the moment and are thinking about university, come and talk to us now.
Bachelor country.
Kununurra, Western Australia.
The Camilleri tribe. I was born in Sydney.
North Stradbroke.
My mob's from out southwest Queensland in St George.
I'm an actor, I'm a dancer, a painter.
The award goes to David Galpalil.
The film Walkabout introduced me to the whole world.
Looking back on a 50-year career.
I made a lot of film. I became famous with my own culture.
Far away
from my other life. It is my story of my story.
My name is Gulpilil. Sunday, July 11 on ABC and streaming on iView.
Naidoc Week is this amazing week where our mob comes together
to really celebrate our history and culture.
Indigenous perspectives are so important in storytelling.
We are the original storytellers.
60,000 years of history passed on through generation to generation.
Connecting the past to the present.
We understand the world through story.
Their stories we should all know as Australians.
Because we have so much knowledge to share.
And here at the ABC, we're telling those stories.
From all of us at the ABC, we're celebrating Naidoc Week.
This was the beginning of something very special.
You can't tell the story of Aboriginal Australia without featuring Bangarra.
Nobody had ever seen anything like it.
And of course, at the core of it, there's these three beautiful brothers.
Using our art form as our weapons.
We had this fire, we had this spark.
Is the way we have to fight.
That sort of thing comes at a cost.
Firestarter, next Tuesday, 8:30 on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
We are one. But we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australian.
What started with a passenger list led me to discover the incredible story of my great-great-great Aunt Mary.
There could be more to your story too. Piece it together with Ancestry.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australian. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
The Canberra Raiders are playing their first game in a fortnight tonight as they trail the Gold Coast Titans late in the second half. It was just the second game played in front of a 5/8 Jack Whiten. With New South Wales halfback Nathan Cleary already ruled out, Blues advisor Greg Alexander confirmed Jerome Luai picked up a knee injury in Penrith's win over Parramatta last night.
Rare and never-before-seen footage of screen legend, dancer, painter and storyteller David Gulpilil has been released. And a warning to viewers, these next images may contain names, images or voices of deceased First Australians. Stored away in a shed for decades, the previously unseen video has now been donated to the National Film and Sound Archive, shot by CSIRO scientist Dr Gavin Gilman at the official Australia Day reception in Honolulu in 1979. The video shows Gulpilil and several others performing traditional dance. The incredible footage has been released as part of Naidoc Week.
And never-before-seen footage of actor and dancer David Gulpilil gifted to the National Film and Sound Archive. Yuma, good evening. Dan Borscher with ABC News. The National Film and Sound Archive has been gifted a rare glimpse into the younger years of Australian acting and dance legend David Gulpilil. This Naidoc Week, the NFSA is releasing the footage from over 40 years ago for all to see. And a warning, this report contains images of Aboriginal people who may have died.
For decades, this Super 8 film was forgotten, languishing in a backyard shed in Townsville. It wasn't until Gavin Gilman decided to digitise his home movies of his time in Hawaii more than 40 years ago that he stumbled upon the visual treasure.
It just seemed to me that maybe more people than just our family would be interested in having a look at that.
The 6-minute recording shows a young David Gulpilil performing a traditional dance at an Australia Day celebration in Honolulu in 1979. A glimpse of the actor, dancer, painter and storyteller before he was truly famous.
This footage is really rare. We don't have anything else like it. It's sort of from a pretty early point in Gulpilil's career. It was 1979, so it was 3 years after he would have done Storm Boy.
Mainly because in latter years you saw Gulpilil go on to do fairly tremendous things, and then we realised, hey, you know, way back there 40 years ago we saw this guy when he was probably just still developing his art, and we thought that it might fill a niche.
Now, just in time for Naidoc Week, the footage has been donated to the National Film and Sound Archive for all to see and enjoy.
A home movie or something like this is a way of seeing another side of a person who's extremely significant. David Gulpilil is such a legend, and so it's really important. It forms part of Australia's collective memory.
A time capsule of the past, as well as a poignant reminder of the enduring nature of Aboriginal culture. Madeline Austin, ABC News, Canberra.
The Raiders insist they can still be a force this season, despite Saturday's 44-6 thrashing at the hands of the Titans. Prop Ryan Sutton today labelling the performance as unacceptable, admitting his side is running out of time to get things back on track.
We propelled ourselves to play finals, and we didn't do that, and that's probably the toughest part, that we let ourselves down. In minutes he really carried us, and we just didn't back him up, and it's going to be a big loss for us.
I think at the moment it's not working that well at the Canberra Raiders, so you start to question what you're doing and how you're doing it. So hopefully by game day he's not questioning anything.
Canberra 22-0 at half-time.
Naidoc Week is this amazing week where our mob comes together
to really celebrate our history and culture.
Indigenous perspectives are so important in storytelling.
We are the original storytellers.
60,000 years of history passed on through generation to generation.
Connecting the past to the present.
We understand the world through story.
And their stories we should all know as Australians.
Because we have so much knowledge to share.
And here at the ABC, we're telling those stories.
This week on the ABC, we're celebrating Naidoc Week.
Tomorrow on News Breakfast, an emotional journey for a much-loved Indigenous actor. We follow Uncle Jack Charles as he goes in search of the father he never knew.
Tonight, we celebrate our beloved man, Dabu.
David Page was the creative force behind Bangarra Dance Theatre.
Artist, activist, composer.
We're fighting for our country in the most professional and calm way we can.
Gay man, family man.
He taught so much about being yourself.
I loved him dearly.
Dabu, Life of a Songman, Wednesday at 9 on ABC iView and TV+.
Jere Konjel, ABC Lang and iView Lang.
Just 18 days before the opening ceremony, and Australia has finalised its team of 472 athletes for the Tokyo Olympics. The team is made up of more women than men and includes the highest ever number of Indigenous athletes. Here's national sport reporter David Mark.
It's been a long time coming, but the moment has finally arrived for Australia's Tokyo Olympians.
I'm enormously proud of this team. It's been challenging for every athlete.
The 472-strong team is the second largest to leave Australian shores, behind the 482 that went to Athens. There are 254 women, the most ever in an overseas Australian Olympic team, and 218 men. 16 team members are Indigenous, again a record number.
Oh, that's the point of the
The highest profile of them is Ash Barty, still in the running to win her first Wimbledon title. The youngest Olympian is swimmer Molly O'Callaghan, who's just 17.
Will she hang on? She will. It's a world record.
She's part of the swimming team, which is expected to bring home Australia's biggest haul of medals and includes upcoming stars like Ariane Titmus and Kaylee McEwen. But the AOC won't be making any prediction of how many medals the team will win.
The AOC did walk away from that after Rio. The feedback from the Athletes Commission was that it just wasn't helpful. Athletes put enough pressure on themselves without having us put more pressure on them.
And that's on top of the ever-present threat of COVID.
We're not being complacent about the possibility that there may be COVID-19 circulating in the village.
It means athletes won't be eating in communal areas like the dining hall in the Olympic Village.
The AOC says about 98% of Australian athletes will be vaccinated at the Games, while the overall number of all athletes and officials amongst all countries will be about 84%. That may be some comfort for Tokyo residents as COVID numbers there continue to rise. David Mark, ABC.
To weather, and during Naidoc week, we're highlighting Ngunnawal and other Indigenous places around our city and region. Tonight we have this view from ABC camera operator Ian Cutmore of part of Judy Watson's fire and water sculpture in Reconciliation Place. Many thanks for that one, Ian. And if you have an impressive view that connects to Canberra's Ngunnawal history or other First Nations places, I'd love to see them. You can send your best high-resolution landscape views to the email address at the bottom of the screen, canberraweatherpics@abc.net.au.
Live from Sydney, 7 News with Mark Ferguson.
Our Olympians are locked in. The Australian team for the Tokyo Games made official today, with the opening ceremony less than 3 weeks away. Despite the threat of the pandemic, a near-record 472 athletes are heading for Japan, and in a slice of history, more than half are women.
It's the first COVID Olympics. Our team announced COVID safe via Zoom.
Challenging for every athlete.
No medal predictions, but Team Australia is already cracking records. With 472 athletes, it's our second biggest after Athens in 2004. There'll be 218 men, 254 women, our biggest ever female representation.
So that's a big leap forward by the women. Our number in Rio was 214.
And a record 16 Indigenous athletes, including Ash Barty in tennis, Thomas Grice in shooting. They'll compete in 33 sports, including new entries, karate, skateboarding, sport climbing and surfing. Our biggest squad is track and field, with 63 athletes. Some are veterans, equestrians Andrew Hoy and Mary Hannah, and Zhan Fang Lei, table tennis. But 62% are Olympic debutantes, like 31-year-old volleyballer Chris McHugh.
It's going to be a wild ride no matter what.
He's in COVID quarantine. So too our swim team in Cairns.
We're in a bubble, we're working on that, and that seems to be what the daily conversations. And if anything were to pop up, I would be aware of that, and it hasn't.
COVID safety will be paramount at these games, but the team's medical director warns of another challenge. Tokyo's forecast of extreme heat, up to 40 degrees and 70% humidity.
The lowest temperatures we're going to see overnight are probably going to be about 26 degrees.
We know the games will be different, but they're still Olympic Games. There's still races to be run, medals to be won.
Miley Hogan, 7 News.
This is 9 News with Georgie Gard.
COVID delayed the Tokyo Olympics, but it hasn't deterred Australian athletes from wanting to compete. A 470-strong team has been announced, and they've already broken records before a race is run.
The seats have been booked for what will be remembered as the COVID Games, postponed for a year by the virus. The Australian team announcement via Zoom.
This has a number of firsts. We have by far the biggest female representation on any Australian Olympic team.
254 women in a team of 472 athletes competing in 33 sports, and more than 62% of the squad are going to their first Olympics. Our softballers were the first international team to touch down in Tokyo last month. Next week, the world will start arriving en masse, and the fact a Serbian rower tested positive at the airport overnight has our team doctor on edge.
Everything we know about COVID, what you don't want is large numbers of people being congested in an indoor environment.
From the airport, the next challenge will be life in the athletes' village. Eating in the dining hall will be limited to 30 minutes and the gym, considered high risk, is off limits.
Fortunately, the Australian Olympic team has actually set up our own gymnasium in the basement of Australian HQ.
An Olympics like no other, and this time around there'll be no bold medal prediction from our officials. The view is such expectation puts added pressure on our athletes. Australia will again be banking on our swimmers, with the head coach eager to claim the underdog status behind Team USA.
They're the number one. We're climbing to try to pinch as many as we can from them. And like I said, we need to prove ourselves.
Damien Ryan, 9 News.
SBS, NITV and all our channels celebrate Naidoc Week, putting First Nations voices front and centre. And up here too.
Look, we're getting everywhere.
Watching, listening in language, learning online or on demand, it's time for all of us to come together.
That's outstanding.
Whoa! I love that. Let's come together this Naidoc Week from the 4th to the 11th of July on SBS and NITV.
From the saltwater sea, from the freshwater rivers and streams, from the desert plains, we all stand on sacred ground. It's time to come together, to heal country and celebrate Naidoc Week from the 4th to the 11th of July on SBS and NITV.
Today's Australia has been shaped by migration. Honour a migrant on the new National Monument to Migration at the Australian National Maritime Museum. Register by 30 June to be part of the next unveiling. For full details, visit the website. Today's Australia has been shaped by migration. Honour a migrant on the new National Monument to Migration at the Australian National Maritime Museum. Register by 30 June to be part of the next unveiling. For full details, visit the website.
To celebrate Naidoc Week, SBS World Movies presents an enlightening collection of Indigenous films, honouring the talent in front and behind the camera.
I can't tell them the truth. Nobody will believe me.
I am going to tell you a story. A story like you've never seen before.
Keep those waters nice and still.
You have no idea who I am, do you?
Naidoc Week starts with Rabbit Proof Fence next Monday 9:30 on SBS World Movies.
The SBS Code of Practice sets out the principles and policies that govern our distinctive content across all SBS platforms. You can find the SBS Code of Practice at sbs.com.au/aboutus.
While most business sectors have suffered as a result of the pandemic, art is bucking the trend. Many artists and galleries are reporting a surge in sales, with online transactions leading the way.
Business is booming for Australia's art sector.
1,500 it goes.
Sydney-based artist Maggie McDonald's works are walking out the door.
The past year I've had the strongest sales I've had in my business, in the 6 years of my business.
Maggie is one of a growing number of artists who sell their works exclusively online. As such, her sales have been unaffected by the lockdowns over the past year and a half. And responses to her social media posts have been bigger than ever.
It's interesting. I think we're sitting at engagement levels of maybe, I think it's over 100,000 people a week. I do have some of my posts that reach, 250,000 to 500,000 people on a video. So that is just, those numbers are, you can't replicate that with, I guess, old school marketing.
Auction houses and art galleries are also in the midst of a sales boom.
This is, in my opinion, the best selling environment in 40 years. It is literally that strong.
According to Art Sales Digest, $39 million worth of art has been sold through the major Australian auction houses since January. That's double the $19 million reported for the same time last year. The online shopping craze is being embraced by art collectors.
People are so much more used to buying things online, buying more and more expensive things online. Paintings worth tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars to clients in Europe and America that never see the work.
With collectors opening their pandemic purses and spending big.
There is so much spare cash trapped in this country, which everyone's reporting on because of the lack of international travel. And I'm absolutely a believer that that money, as it's finding its way, not just into the real estate market, but the art market.
Anna Napoli, SBS World News.
Some welcome good news there. A silver lining to the pandemic, Anton.
They deserve a break. Thanks, Catalina.
The Gold Coast Titans have equalled their biggest ever win after defeating the Raiders by 38 points at GIO Stadium. Kevin Proctor had his first double since 2015 as the Titans snapped a 4-game losing streak.
Desperate times for these two sides, with both teams on 5 wins.
The final score, the Titans moving up to 10th on the NRL ladder to keep their finals hopes alive, while the Raiders suffer their 6th loss at home this season.
0 win over the Cowboys. We will go back there shortly to hear from the Cowboys camp, but let's press on with some earlier results now. The Gold Coast Titans, they've equalled their biggest ever win after defeating the Raiders by 38 points at GIO Stadium. Kevin Proctor scoring his first double since 2015 as the Titans snapped a 4-game losing streak.
Desperate times for these two sides, with both teams on 5 wins. The
Titans moving up to 10th on the table to keep their finals hopes alive with that win, while the Raiders, they've suffered their 6th loss at home this season.
Across the ABC, we're celebrating Naidoc Week and exploring the theme of Heal Country. Adelaide language and cultural teacher Jack Buckskin talks about his deep connection to Kaurna, Narungga and Warringah country in South Australia.
Jack Buckskin is my name. I'm Kaurna, Narungga and Warringah. So Adelaide, York Peninsula and Nova Streaky Bay Sojourn area. I'm a language and cultural teacher. I'm teaching language for about 15 years. Country to me is not just a place I call home. This isn't a place I've grown up and now it's become mine. Country has a spirit to it. Everything around us that is alive and is connected has a spirit. And when I come from this place, I'm connected through spirit. Because spirits are like energies, and energies need each other to survive. You can't have a phone which has energy and without charging it. We need to be able to connect to space and place to be able to recharge ourselves and recharge our own spirit. So country is about me being grounded and connected to a place that keeps me and my spirit strong and also relevant in today's society. When we talk about healing country, healing country is only going to have the ripple effect in healing the people. So the deeper meaning to that healing country is about healing ourselves. Our country gives us everything that we need to survive. And if we're not worrying about that first and worrying about everything else, the economics of society and everything else, we're not paying attention to what actually gives us all life, there will be none of us here. So it's about not just healing a space and place, but it's about healing ourselves as individuals. Naidoc's all about celebration with community. This is where blackfellas get together and celebrate the existence and survival of our culture together. On a positive note, not on something like a survival, which is on a negative. This is about standing up and standing alongside each other and celebrating our existence, really.
And what country are you from? This Naidoc Week, Australians are being urged to learn more about the traditional lands they live on. And joining me here on the panel on Gadigal land, former New South Wales Liberal Party leader and founder of government relations consultancy Chikarovsky and Associates, Kerry Chikarovsky, who's surviving lockdown so far, but only if you're watching trashy TV.
Only if I'm watching trashy TV. Thank God for the bold and the beautiful.
Whatever gets you there. Kerry? In Ngunnawal country, also known as Canberra, national political reporter at the Daily Telegraph, Claire Armstrong. Claire, you've had a really busy day. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
In WA, from the city Karratha on Yunjabandi country, Ngunnawal cultural advisor at Curtin University, Ingrid Cumming. Welcome, Ingrid.
Hi, Yanunok. Hello again.
I love your scarf. From
Thank
Clothing
you.
the Gap,
Clothing the
right?
Gap.
Yeah, gorgeous.
That's right.
Ingrid Cumming, and in Palm Cove, Anira country general practitioner Priya Alexander. Priya, good to see you on holidays at last after all the time of lockdown.
I know, not in lockdown for once. Nice to see you, Jessica.
Ingrid, do you think we should be accepting that there are some aged care workers who flat out do not want to be vaccinated?
I think the vaccination issue, it is choice. I mean, we do want as many people vaccinated as possible, but, you know, for people that are working with vulnerable communities, whether it be Aboriginal communities or our aged community, there is obviously a major risk for those groups, and people do need to be vaccinated. But it's also about understanding how the industry might be able to innovate, and people who don't want to have the vaccinations and really is their choice not to, is there some other roles that they can play within the industry to make sure that they keep their employment and their livelihood, as well as respecting choice, but also keeping these particular vulnerable groups safe.
Right, and you've been really, careful in your own life, haven't you, when people have been ill around you?
Yeah, so I've been last year, a little bit longer. My own grandmother had terminal cancer, so even when we had a cold, we couldn't visit her. I'd hate to think what families are going through now in similar situations where they can't be with their loved ones. And I mean, the hope is that anyone that's working closely with people in such a vulnerable state certainly aren't infected or have the capability to carry. So, and I know too, being the success we've seen, I guess, in Aboriginal communities, no cases, no deaths, because there has been a very strict lockdown to communities, because we know that they are vulnerable, and we need to keep them safe also.
And Priya, you're a frontline health worker as well. Were you confused after this announcement, Ingrid?
Yeah, for me, I mean, there's a lot of other people, I think, that obviously need to have access to the vaccines before me. But in saying that, I'm a First Nations person, which means we are in a high risk category. So I should be getting, a vaccine as soon as possible. Yet there's so much confusion around the risks and, is it safe? Is it not safe? When should I get it? Who should get it? There's just no clarity. I think there's a big opportunity to clarify the communications and to be really authentic about what all of this vaccine business actually means. And, when is the right time for me as an individual to get it, to collectively be a part of, protecting Australia from coronavirus.
Right, because there are real problems with misinformation, right? Now, we just have figures, I think today, that only 10% of Indigenous Australians have received at least one dose. Now, that compares to 29% of the broader population, when it should be a question of flipping in terms of the priority. Minister Ken Wyatt was talking about concerns about blood clotting, complacency, but also conspiracy theories. How are those best tackled, and what do you attribute the low number to?
Well, as we well know, being Naidoc week this week, we're talking about things called healing country or heal country, and there's a really imperative need to heal ourselves. And there's been a history of mistrust with, governments telling us what is good for us and what isn't good for us. So I think, if we're going to go forward, we need to make sure as First Nations people, particularly when, we actually show some of the biggest representation of, deaths in custody, poor health outcomes, mortality rates, 20 years before any of our, other fellow Australians. I mean, let's not divide it. We are also Australians, but for some reason we have such different health outcomes. So, as far as we're concerned, there might be a little bit more work and understanding around how we communicate to our First Nations people in this country about this whole vaccine program. What we need to know is it actually understanding our specific needs and things that need to be catered for First Nations people, so it is a safe option and the right option for our mob.
We can see some of the consequences.
Oh, totally.
But you know what?
I mean, what really frustrates me about all of this, and I wish Julia would report whoever it was. I mean, my understanding is that she doesn't want to name them. I think there's enough inquiries going along that I think she should name the person. But what frustrates me about all of this is that I don't understand why people men in particular believe that, one, they can do it, and two, that no one's going to report them. And people
but don't we have a culture of impunity in some ways where we don't actually see consequences?
But I also think it's not just in the parliament still. I think it's improved dramatically, and she makes the point that it's better in the corporate world, and I think that's because there's better reporting mechanisms. And I'm hoping that, fingers crossed, that all these inquiries that we're having will have better reporting mechanisms within the parliament, so that women and young women in particular will feel confident about reporting any adverse behaviour to them.
Now, Ingrid, I know that you've been told many times that you should go into politics. I mean, you would be a great candidate, right? Now, do stories like these put you off such an idea?
Well, it's a story I know all too well. I mean, I myself put my own grandfather through court for crimes committed against me as a young girl, and it was horrible when people ask me, something's happened to me. Should I go to the police? Should I do the report? Should I go through the system? And I always say to people that is a very personal decision, because to this day I'm still sometimes termed as the troublemaker, or the one that the one that causes trouble, basically, because I stood up for what was right and actually took to justice my offender. So it's not an easy thing, and if your workplace has even, whether it be once or 400 different cases of something like this happening, it's not a very attractive place to be. So is it a safe place for young women to be working if there's now multiple cases and complaints coming out about this kind of misconduct? And it's 2021. Are we still having this discussion? I mean, is there something we can put in place to say you're out straight away? There's no room for you here with that sort of behaviour.
No, I can see Priya is nodding so enthusiastically with this, but I want to go to you, Claire, because this is where you work. We're almost out of time, but just quickly, what are your reflections?
Yeah, look, I think that you only need to look at the fact that since the many inquiries in Parliament started, that the Australian Federal Police got 40 calls relevant to 19 incidents, 12 of which involved, of sensitive, which means they involved either MPs or staffers. We, of course, don't know exactly when any of those dated, and obviously Julia Banks's experience predated this kind of reckoning we've seen in Parliament in the last few months. But I think it's hard to deny that there's clearly some systematic issues at play here. Would Julia have the same experience now, where there is definitely much more of a culture of coming forward? Although, having said that, it remains to be seen if the actual foundations of a proper system for complaints for dealing with these issues actually gets formalised, because I'm sure that this big wave of movement that we're experiencing now will go away if there's not the structures put in place to crystallise the developments of the last 6 months.
All right, well, you can watch the rest of Julia Banks' exclusive interview tonight on 7:30. But you're watching The Drum now, and with me on the panel, former New South Wales Liberal Party leader Kerry Chikarovsky; in Canberra, national political reporter at the Daily Telegraph Claire Armstrong; in Perth, Nyungar cultural advisor at Curtin University Ingrid Cumming; and in Palm Cove, GP Priya Alexander. Ingrid, how do you think this would play out in communities when there's already tensions around misinformation? I mean, this morning I was reading an account in the New York Times of parents fighting with their kids because the parents don't want their kids to get vaccinated, and the kids are like rebelling, sneaking out and getting vaccinated because they want the freedoms available to them. Right?
All power to the kids.
How unlike children.
Just tell them they definitely can't get it and see what happens.
And then they'll go.
Yeah.
I'm going to try that at home. Look, I mean, I've got a 14 and a 10-year-old today. We flew from Perth, from Boorloo here to Ngurrala Country to Karratha. I made my kids wear a mask. It's not essential for them to wear a mask, but I made them wear the mask. My daughter, I pulled her straight out of school last week when we had the lockdown. There's just no surety for me as a parent to know that they're actually safe out there with particularly this Delta variant. You look at those poor people over in Indonesia, and losing your child to COVID. It's a horrific thing. And I'm by no means someone who doesn't believe in vaccines. My kids have been vaccinated. In fact, First Nations people have to have additional vaccines because of our particular health status. So I'm all for giving my kids what they need. But this particular vaccine, again, I'm going back to the point of how well have we looked at the particular issue of of certain people who are vulnerable, and in the example of the First Nations people, that this is actually safe, whether it be for our children or for any of our mob.
Right.
How confident are we that we should go forward?
Right. That's the important messaging there. Now, Tom, before we lose you, can you... A new campaign has been launched this week encouraging non-Indigenous Australians to learn about the traditional country on which they live. It's come just in time for Naidoc Week, which this year has the theme Heal Country, calling for greater protections for land, water and Aboriginal sacred sites and cultural heritage. It's hoped this will be made possible if more Australians have an understanding of the traditional lands they live and work on.
What country do you call home?
And no, not that one. Because we'll let you in on something.
We're more than one big country. We're hundreds of them.
It's First Nations, plural.
Bidjigal man living on country, Brad Cook, is co-founder of the group behind the campaign. He says it's not just about the name of the land you're on. The campaign will also share stories of traditional owners who are making positive contributions to their communities.
We're asking people to acknowledge where you're from. You know, the place of where you live, where you work, where you call home, what's the land beneath your feet. That's why I think it's a beautiful timing with this year's theme. We want people to learn about the stories, the histories, the cultures, the peoples from where they are, where they're from, because without that, they can't play their role in helping the country heal. We're trying to build out the tools and the processes on how you can engage locally with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and organisations, businesses, people where you're from. And by doing that and by helping create that engagement, it will create a better relationship between the 97% of Australians and the 3% of Australians, because that's where the strength of healing will come from and where the strength of connecting the country will come from. For me to be able to get out into community, out on country, with mob and help share and tell their stories has been one of the most beautiful things I've had the pleasure of being involved in.
I'm a proud Murrawari Neembar man, and I'm from Brewarrina, New South Wales, the country of the fish traps where we're standing on today.
We've been out to Brewarrina, we've been to Warramai in Port Stephens, we've been to Dubbo and my own community at La Perouse, and we're telling some amazing positive stories, because it's through those stories is where people will get their most education.
The best part about being a Gummo Ranger is really just being the eyes, the ears and the voice of the community.
By seeing people and feeling the emotion and the passion that people have for caring for their own country and connecting the country is what's really going to make people want to learn more and actively share it. The more these stories get shared, the more people will tap into and the more people through our social media networks, through Facebook and Instagram, will get a chance to see these great positive stories. That's what I'm excited about.
A beautiful story there, Ingrid. A lot of great stories here about celebrating culture. I also noticed today on Twitter, you couldn't be on Twitter, you've been flying across the country. Some interesting comments. Senator Briggs saying white people wishing me a happy Naidoc week is pretty odd. Nakia Louie also saying, don't celebrate us without understanding us, listen to our story and our history, and pointing out that Naidoc Week has evolved from protest in Aboriginal communities that boycotted Australia Day and led to the first day of mourning, evolved from protest to celebration. Do you think it's important to incorporate both of those elements in Naidoc Week?
Of course. I mean, there's 200 years here where, you know, for the most of the episode today, I've been talking about how we need to be looked at differently, understood differently. We can't have a one-size-fits-all approach for all Australians in this country. And that's very tried and true of what has happened since colonisation in this country. But a beautiful quote, I think I said it last time I was on here, was our ancestors didn't just leave us scars. They left us, 60,000 years of incredible knowledge. And funnily enough, if you're worried about toilet paper and coronavirus, then I can tell you the ongoing supply that's all over Nyungar country, if you like. There's so much knowledge. There's just so much knowledge that's out there. I mean, all week I've been drinking an antiviral drink, a Murra, and it's an antiviral drink, which is a bush medicine we have. So all the stuff's still here. And what I find really important in my particular role at Curtin University is I sort of ask myself, why is not the first cultural immersion experience that our staff and students have actually walking on the campus and knowing about the two songlines. Why do we not see the Coles supermarket, our Coles supermarket that's right in front of us? And when you actually share that knowledge with people, they get a sense of connection. And if someone has a sense of connection, then they're more than likely to be more invested in the kind of things that you're talking about. And the natural question then people ask is, well, why don't I know this? And it's a perfect segue to say, well, there's some things that have happened in this country that we need to have a yarn about. And we're doing it in the sense of how do we create the innovation to move forward. But it needs to be Barani Wangi, listening, connecting, and two-way communication along that to make it really happen. And again, they don't discriminate our ancestors. They don't care about your skin colour. That's coming from somewhere else, not us. We care about good footwear and good head, heart and spirit people. So we want to be able to share this knowledge of country to heal ourselves as a nation and to heal our country.
And this is something that you've done in your work at Curtin University, hasn't it? As Cultural Capacity Advisor, you've taken people around and spoken to them about the history. What's the response been?
Well, people, they just love it. This is the kind of thing that gets people interested. They had no idea that this information was there. They want to learn more. And some of the outcomes we've had is we've seen on our student engagement forums, they're utilising language, they're putting in the 6 seasons, they're promoting the different camps that we do at our Bush University campus down at Naidoc. They're going on more day tours. Our curriculum, there's an indigenisation of curriculum. So the impact has been absolutely immense as an Elevate Reconciliation organisation that we are. We're really showing, how this information really can create change, because we don't want people doing cultural awareness as, grown adults like most of us do now, right? We want to make sure we have this information and we're getting that training within these organisations. So we have that niche skill set and understanding, and we're putting that into practice when we're doctors, when we're architects, whatever discipline you might be in, because if you're in Australia, you're going to work with First Nations people and you need to know what that knowledge is, but have that connection with First Nations people and make sure they're part of the ongoing journey.
Priya, do you find it odd that more of this isn't just built into our landscape, that there aren't signs telling us the lands that we're going onto and the history of local areas, and from massacre sites to sacred sites, just informing us? It's up to individual councils, and this just doesn't seem to be that much work done around it. So it seems to compound our ignorance.
I agree, and I really feel this having 2 young children. Will, my husband and I, we are really passionate about, we say to our daughter, you need to be an ally. You need to know about the history of this country. We talk about it in an age-appropriate manner. My 18-month-old is too young, but he reads all the books. We have all the wonderful books, Welcome to Country, Finding Our Heart, Our Home, Our Heartbeat. We read the books, we talk about the history, we learn what land we're on, what country we're on. We have a crack at saying the names. There's not enough out there, and so we try and do it. And I say to people, like I talk about racism often, people are scared of having a crack. I don't want to offend anyone. I don't want to have a crack at the name and then I'm wrong. It's better.
And Woden comes alive to celebrate Naidoc Week. Woden Town Square came alive today as First Nations musicians, artists and businesses hosted a special Naidoc Week market. This year's theme is Healing Country, encouraging Aussies to embrace the culture and knowledge of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Hundreds of Canberrans showing their colours at the annual Naidoc market.
There's a whole heap of us, but we've been doing it for 7 years, and it's essentially just a platform to bring everyone together to celebrate such a significant week for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community.
More education, more awareness, in our communities.
The day started with a performance by organiser and Ngambri woman Tiana House.
Doing a couple of traditional Ngunnawal dances, Yarramara for the sweeping dance, head into Mulliyan, which is our wedge-tail eagle dance, and finish off with the Bogon Moth dance.
Next, Ngambri man Billy Tompkins led a welcome to country and smoking ceremony before eager crowds descended on stalls, snapping up trinkets and meeting local organisations.
And it's about making sure that people are aware of the Ngunnawal culture and that it's alive and living, and people here are practising that culture.
For local leaders, this week is a vital chance to reflect.
I think is really important around making sure that we as people who don't come from Ngunnawal country stay and keep in touch with our people that are in other jurisdictions and aren't doing so well.
as Australians strive towards healing country, not just today, but for years to come. Eliza Watson, Win News.
Next, and injuries and rep duties force.
You're watching Channel 9 across regional Australia on the Win Network.
Paul Vaughan has paid the price for his role in the Dragons' COVID breach, with the club tearing up his contract effective immediately. The Canberra product given his marching orders for hosting an illegal lockdown party with his teammates, Dragons power brokers deeming it the final straw.
Out for a morning stroll as the St George Illawarra board met to decide his future. Paul Vaughan was blissfully unaware that his time as a Dragon was up.
It wasn't an easy decision by any means. Paul took the news as you'd expect. He took it quite hard, and he was probably quite shocked by the news.
The Gungahlin junior left counting the costs for a night at home with teammates, the Dragons tearing up his $800,000 a year contract just a day after the NRL slapped him with a $50,000 infringement notice.
There's 2 prior breaches that have also included COVID-related issues. So from a board point of view, they made that call, which I support.
The hardline stance putting every player in the NRL on notice to abide by the rules or pay the price.
We understand our responsibilities as players, and we just really can't afford to be putting the game at risk.
In Canberra, the Raiders were dealing with their own issues after Elliott Whitehead and Bailey Simonson were ruled out of Thursday's clash against Manly.
We're going to miss them for sure, but it's next man up mentality around here, so whoever steps up into their spot will definitely do a job for us.
Hudson Young will come into the second row, while Xavier Savage gets his chance to debut again, this time at fullback. Matt Frawley also getting a run, called up to replace Jack Whiten in the halves.
I know them boys are buzzing, ready to go. They've been working hard behind the scenes here, and they'll be ready to go.
Caitlin Chalmers, Win News.
This was the beginning of something very special.
You can't tell the story of Aboriginal Australia without featuring Bangarra.
Nobody had ever seen anything like it.
And of course, at the core of it, there's these 3 beautiful brothers.
Using our art form as our weapons.
We had this fire, we had this spark.
Is the way we have to fight.
That sort of thing comes at a cost.
Firestarter, tonight 8:30 on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
Yerekonjel, ABC Ling and iView Ling.
To the weather, and during Naidoc week we are highlighting Ngunnawal and other Indigenous places around our city and region. And tonight we have this view from Keith Bailey in O'Connor of the 2-metre cultural scar on the Aboriginal scarred tree on Ngunnawal land near the visitor centre in Namadgi National Park. Many thanks, Keith. If you have an impressive view that connects to Canberra's Ngunnawal history or other First Nations places, we'd love to see it. You can send your best high-resolution landscape views to the email address at the bottom of the screen, canberraweatherpics@abc.net.au. It was certainly... Yara, good night.
Do you want to know what makes an Australian of the Year?
Just look around.
It's people who show courage, sacrifice and kindness.
Now's the time to reflect
On your community.
and who you admire.
Now's the time to respect by nominating and acknowledging them.
Now's the time to celebrate
Their story, their contribution
And their generosity.
and now's the time to nominate.
At Australian of the Year.
.org.au.
Teeny weeny Kikini was a sad bird with a yellow cross.
We are producing books created by Indigenous people from the remotest parts of our country.
12 children was involved in writing Noel Kipai, all in Tiwi. It came out from themselves.
Yeah, it's important to keep our culture strong and pass it on to the next generation.
Kokojuwi Wuta, Ngiramini in the future.
This program.
Across the ABC, we're celebrating Naidoc week and exploring the theme of Heal Country. Adelaide language and cultural teacher Jack Buckskin talks about his deep connection to Kaurna, Narungga and Warringah country in South Australia.
Jack Buckskin is my name. I'm Garna, Narunga and Wirrangal. So Adelaide, York Peninsula and Nova Streaky Bay Sojourn area. I'm a language and cultural teacher. I'm teaching language for about 15 years. Country to me is not just a place I call home. This isn't a place I've grown up and now it's become mine. Country has a spirit to it. Everything around us that is alive and is connected has a spirit. And when I come from this place, I'm connected through spirit, because spirits are like energies and energies need each other to survive. You can't have a phone which has energy and without charging it. We need to be able to connect to space and place to be able to recharge ourselves and recharge our own spirit. So country is about me being grounded and connected to a place that keeps me and my spirit strong and also relevant in today's society. When we talk about healing country, healing country is only going to have the ripple effect in healing the people. So the deeper meaning to that healing country is about healing ourselves. Our country gives us everything that we need to survive, and if we're not worrying about that first and worrying about everything else, the economics of society and everything else, we're not paying attention to what actually gives us all life, there will be none of us here. So it's about not just healing a space and place, but it's about healing ourselves as individuals. Naidoc's all about celebration with community. This is where blackfellas get together and celebrate the existence and survival of our culture together on a positive note, not on something like a survival which is on a negative. This is about standing up, standing alongside each other and celebrating our existence, really.
Do you want to know what makes an Australian of the Year?
Just look around.
It's people who show courage, sacrifice
And kindness.
Now's the time to reflect.
On your community.
And who you admire.
Now's the time to respect.
By nominating and acknowledging them.
Now's the time to celebrate.
Their story, their contribution,
and their generosity.
and now's the time to nominate.
At Australian of the Year.
.org.au.
As we celebrate Naidoc Week across the ABC, we're exploring the theme of Heal Country. Artist Deanne Gilson is a proud Wadawurrung woman from Ballarat in Victoria who uses the area's ochre in her art, and in doing so shares an ancient link to the practices of her ancestors.
Nia Wern, Narik Deanne, Wadawurrung Actanuk, Makperian Wadawurrung Bagaruk. Hi everybody, my name's Deanne Gilson. I'm a proud Wadawurrung woman and traditional custodian of Ballarat and surrounding areas. And today we're here at Yarram Loch, or Yarrawee Creek as it's known. My relationship to my country is everything. I'm a visual artist and a cultural educator, and when I walk on country like the creek here today, it really inspires me, especially with my painting. I have here some white ceremonial ochre from Black Hill, and this ochre is used to paint up our bodies, and I also use it on my artworks. When I do this, it connects to my ancestral knowledge and it makes me feel grounded and connected to my country. This year's Naidoc theme is about healing country and what heal country means to not only myself, but I think to everybody. Healing country is really relevant, especially at this point in time when we all know that country does need healing. After the bushfires and all the undercountry and the layers of country were burnt so badly that they actually need human intervention to heal. It's also about the people on the country too. Things like if you look at our smoking ceremonies for the healing and cleansing powers of them. And I think that's really important to realise that link between us as humans and country really acting as one. Naidoc is a really special time where people like myself and my family and all Aboriginal communities and Torres Strait Islander communities across Australia can share our culture, connect to everybody, teach people about our culture, and also, you know, the wonderful things that are going on in the future for our children and those pathways being created for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Around the country, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians are marking Naidoc Week by celebrating their ancient culture. But for young First Nations people who have grown up away from their culture, maintaining a connection to country can be hard. Now, a group of elders and social workers is helping troubled teenagers to reconnect. Here's Indigenous Affairs reporter Kirsty Wellauer.
A lesson in ancient traditions. Local elder Gabby Duncan is teaching these young men about the ceremonies and songs of the Darkinjung people.
This is a cleansing ceremony as such, but it also pays respects to this country and those ancestors of these lands too.
It's hoped reconnecting these troubled teenagers with their Indigenous culture and history will steer them towards a better life.
We're trying to take them back to the motherland, take them back and learn culture for them and show them that culture is still alive.
It's often difficult for Aboriginal kids growing up in the city to feel connected to country.
It was a new experience for me because I never got to do something like that. Like at school and stuff, they never spoke about cultural.
The Nalia program is run by the Regional Youth Support Services on the New South Wales Central Coast. It aims to be a circuit breaker to keep Indigenous kids out of detention.
I haven't heard of any programs really, that's why I was getting in trouble, because there was nothing to help me get out of it.
Currently, Indigenous young people make up about 50% of those in youth detention, despite making up just 5% of the population. This means they are 17 times more likely than non-Indigenous teenagers to be in detention.
It's what you make of it, though.
John Russo-Patterson found this program as a struggling teenager. At 17, he was homeless, a single dad, and in trouble with police.
It taught me everything, taught me how to cook, clean, put me in a house, had a roof over my head, gave me a rental history.
Now he's working to help kids who wind up in situations like his.
Ask for help because there's always someone that's lived it, done it and will guide you.
A helping hand needed now more than ever. Kirsty Wellauer, ABC News.
One win and Ash is into the final. Tonight at Wimbledon, the Barty Party goes off on 9 and stands for. Our superstar Ash Barty takes on Kerber in a blockbuster Wimbledon semi. With every point of every match, live and ad-free on Stands for. Barty Kerber tonight.
And we'll cross to Wimbledon ahead of Ash Barty's bid to reach the final. Ash Barty dreams of winning Wimbledon. In tonight's semi-final against Angelique Kerber, she faces an opponent who knows what it feels like. Kerber is seeded 25, but she's a better player than that. Ben Avery is at the All England club.
Yes, the 33-year-old German is a world-class player. She's previously won 3 Grand Slams, including Wimbledon in 2018, so she will be a tough opponent for Ash Barty. But certainly the Australian is in very good form. She's only dropped 1 set so far this tournament, and that was back in the opening round, so she does look primed to win through to the final. Meanwhile, as Barty looks to make her mark here at Wimbledon, there's been disappointment for a legend of the All England club who has potentially played here for the last time.
The scene of so many of his great triumphs may also be the place the perils of age caught up with Roger Federer.
Oh, he slipped!
Clearly there's still a lot of things missing in my game that maybe, 10, 15, 20 years ago were very simple and very normal for me to do.
A month shy of his 40th birthday, Federer was knocked out of the quarterfinals in straight sets by 24-year-old Hubert Hurkacz. The Swiss master didn't win a game in the 3rd set and struggled to keep pace with his younger opponent. An 8-time Wimbledon winner, Federer remains as popular as ever, but he now faces some difficult questions about his future.
Where's the body? Where's the knee? Where's the mind? Because, as you can see, it was a struggle for me.
Was that the last time you'll play at Wimbledon, do you think, on centre court?
I don't know. I really don't know.
No struggles for Novak Djokovic. The world number 1 into the semis in straight sets. He's now just 2 wins away from equalling Federer and Rafael Nadal on 20 Grand Slam titles.
I'm not chasing anybody. I'm making my own path.
At Wimbledon, Ben Avery, 9 News.
And let's hope Ash Barty could make her path a little longer tonight. 10:30 on 9, and there'll be some tired eyes tomorrow, I reckon, Gilgy.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Cam.
Passionate volunteers dedicate hours to caring for native wildlife around the Canberra region. Last year, one wildlife charity rehabilitated more than 1,500 animals. Now, its hard work has been recognised with funding from the ACT government.
Caring for juvenile wombats is no walk in the park, but Canberra wildlife carer Sharon Woodward wouldn't have it any other way.
Hello, girls. The animals are coming into our care, they're here because they're orphaned or they're sick or they're injured, and we are literally giving them a second chance at life.
Sharon is a volunteer with ACT Wildlife, a charity that focuses on rescuing and rehabilitating native animals. Volunteer carers can spend anywhere from 3 to 24 hours a day tending to the sick or injured.
It is a big commitment, and you need to be here pretty much all the time, to look after their feeding.
Some wombat joeys need up to 20 months of ongoing care before they're ready to be released back into the wild. In 2020, the organisation answered more than 12,000 rescue calls and took in more than 1,000 animals.
Good afternoon, ACT Wildlife. This is Angie.
Their hard work hasn't gone unnoticed. In the upcoming ACT budget, the government has allocated $103,000 to the organisation, with funding guaranteed for another 3 years. The money will be used to employ a vet who can help care for the wildlife at their Jerrabombera Wetlands Clinic, or for another admin staff member.
To have our own dedicated wildlife vet would just be amazing. So this will let us make really good, solid plans for that.
Come on, there you go, there you go.
While the funding is a welcome relief, they say they couldn't do their work without the help of the public.
Unlike pets, they have nobody to look after them, only the beautiful members of the public who care and let us know that they're sick and injured. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this.
With a face like this, who wouldn't want to help? Antoinette Radford, ABC News, Canberra.
To finance now in the Australian.
Across the country this week, the history, culture and achievements of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people will be celebrated at Naidoc events. Eileen Cummings has achieved much throughout her life. Taken from her family as a child, she went on to reclaim her identity and carve out a career as a teacher and public servant. Now, she is the lead claimant in a class action seeking reparations for stolen generation survivors from the Northern Territory. Ella Archibald-Binge reports, and a warning to Indigenous viewers, this story contains images of people who have died.
At a small church on the outskirts of Darwin, a group of women step back in time.
And remember when we used to have to line up? Like soldiers.
The group forged a special bond in unlikely circumstances.
We grew up with one another as brothers and sisters, and we had that, strong bond and love for one another, and we just kept together wherever we went.
They or their relatives were removed from their families as children and taken to Croker Island, a remote Methodist mission 200 kilometres from Darwin.
They just showed me a packet of lollies to sweeten me up a bit so that I wouldn't cry as much. And they were just taking me away, I was crying and holding my mum's leg, and she was crying as well. It's only natural, No mothers like their children to be taken off them.
I found my mother years and years and years ago. Too many years had passed. Like I said, just too upsetting for her and for me, and we never really made a connection. We never really got on, Too many years had passed. I think this is me here.
Eileen Cummings was 4 years old when she was taken from her home at a cattle station in Arnhem Land in 1948.
Oh, look here. This man comes in his khaki clothes. He comes to the veranda and says, "You want to go for a ride in the truck?" And I said, "Yeah." I thought that was a great idea. I didn't know what was happening because he didn't tell me he was taking me.
She was taken to Croker Island, where she would be raised by missionaries for the next 13 years. For Eileen, there were happy memories, but always tinged with sadness.
None of us felt loved, except we started to show affection to each other, So we became brothers and sisters. And so that was the way we sort of got through it, because none of the missionaries ever showed us any.
She wasn't allowed to speak her language or practice her culture, and she was told nothing about her family.
We were crying for our mothers and we were saying we want our mummy. We want our mummy, and they just said, "Oh, your mummy gone." And to us, because we were raised in the Aboriginal context, gone meant you'd died.
It wasn't until 15 years later that Eileen, now training to become a kindergarten teacher, reunited with her mother.
And I said, "Do you know who I am?" And she said, "Yeah, you're my daughter Eileen that they stole." That's all she said. And I said, "Oh, okay." I was upset, yeah, because for years and years I longed to see my mother. And then I see this woman and there's no real reaction in her, but how can you blame her, you know?
Over time, Eileen reconnected with her family and culture.
What about for grandmother, grandfather?
And rebuilt her relationship with her mother.
I sat down with her and I said, "Mum, you know why they took me?" And she said, "No." "Why did they take you, Eileen?" "I had a job, I was working on the cattle station, I was doing all the right things." She couldn't understand what this white system was doing, and she didn't know. No matter how many times I tried to explain to her, she couldn't quite understand what this government was doing and why they were doing it. That was the worst part about it all, I think, but at least I had 15 years with her before she died. And not many of our stolen generation people have had that.
The time has now come for the nation to turn a new page.
It's estimated that as many as 1 in 3 Indigenous children were removed from their families under government policies over a 60-year period.
For the pain, suffering and hurt of these stolen generations, their descendants and for their families left behind, we say sorry. Mr. Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
We were all crying and we were really excited about the apology, but then after the apology, everything just went flat.
All you got in the Northern Territory was one word: sorry. It meant nothing then and it means nothing now.
More than 20 years ago, a landmark report called for survivors to be compensated. The Northern Territory is one of the only jurisdictions without a compensation scheme. Their responsibility rests with the Commonwealth, which governed the territory for much of the 20th century.
Hundreds of stolen generation survivors in the Northern Territory are suing the federal government for forcibly removing them from their families as children.
Eileen, now 78, is the lead claimant in a class action suing the federal government.
We're just saying, just give us something to live the rest of our lives and do a funeral plan so that our children don't have to worry about burying us.
The legal process could take precious years. For Eileen, it's the memory of her mother that gives her the strength to keep fighting.
Because sooner or later the government has to turn a corner and start acknowledging this thing happened to us children in the Northern Territory and to other children around Australia and to our mothers and our people.
Tonight, this is The Project.
Hello there, welcome to your Hump Day edition of The Project. And to help us overcome said hump, we're joined by Rachel Corbett, Hump Slayer. Hi, Rachel.
Yeah. Ash Barty has become the first Australian woman to make the Wimbledon semi-finals since Naidoc in 2000. How awesome. The world #1 easily advanced after beating fellow Aussie Isla Tomljanovic 6-1, 6-3. She'll next face 2018 champ Angelique Kerber.
I love that matchup. I love playing Angie. She's an incredible competitor. She knows her way around this court, and I hope that I can play well and give myself a chance and play a good match.
I should point out a great effort by Tom Leonard to get to that round. It's always tricky when it's two Aussies playing.
Yeah,
I
was devastated. I was really on the Isla bandwagon today, so it's very hard.
Though?
I know.
She's just no fuss. She just gets in there and gets the job done without any drama.
And her serves back, and it's there's some things happening. It's Naidoc week. And, she's Yvonne Goolagong, absolutely. So, there might be some things happening.
Everything's aligning.
It's very exciting.
Good evening, I'm Bruce Roberts. Also tonight, Olympic honours for Canberra's King of the Court, Paddy Mills. One of Canberra basketball's superheroes has been bestowed the ultimate sporting honour. Paddy Mills will be thrust into Olympic glory alongside swimmer Kate Campbell in Tokyo. The pair will serve as our flag bearers.
A local sporting superstar, soon to be enshrined in Olympic history.
An absolute honour and a privilege. And it's so iconic that, it's going to be hard for me to really wrap my head around.
Basketball champion Paddy Mills kicked off his career right here in the capital and will now become the first Indigenous Australian to carry the flag at an Olympic opening ceremony.
It's about identity. It's about being proud of who you are and really showing that and being passionate about that.
For those who knew Paddy as a young gun growing up, they say the selection couldn't be more deserved.
He set standards for hard work and organisation and dedication for everybody to follow. And he displayed that from a very young age.
Coming through the ranks of the AIS, it's a proud moment for all.
He's a great friend to us all here in Canberra. But Naidoc week, again, to be the first Indigenous athlete to carry the flag for Australia is wonderful.
Natasha McFarlane, Win News.
6 Canberra creatives are collaborating for a special Naidoc Week exhibit, each reflecting on their connection to country. The Heartstrong exhibit also hoping to shine a light on the wealth of Indigenous local artistic talent.
Contemporary, vibrant Indigenous art, exploring First Nations stories and culture. Wakaman woman Natasha Best is one of 6 talented artists to be featured in the Heartstrong exhibition.
The group of us Aboriginal women, Australian Aboriginal women that have come together from different areas, different mobs, different cultures.
To connect people with each other and to the idea of place.
Each piece tells a different story of country and culture, coming together to connect as one.
My paintings mainly represent the flora and fauna from far north Queensland.
Works tailored for this show to help all Aussies learn about our rich heritage.
Close that gap between non-Indigenous and Indigenous people, bringing us together so they can learn, about our culture and our tradition.
It's really important for the Canberra community to recognise the artists that are in their community.
Using their stories to keep their culture alive.
Recognition, and I guess it is our respect and our honour to acknowledge and to celebrate Naidoc Week.
This exhibit opens tonight and runs until August 15. Rebecca Moore, Win News.
Across the ABC, we're celebrating Naidoc Week and exploring the theme of Heal Country. The Blue Mountains, just west of Sydney, took a hit during the summer bushfires of 2020. Local elder Sharon Halls explains the ongoing effect on the balance of nature in the World Heritage Area.
My name's Sharon Halls, and I'm a Gundungra elder of the Blue Mountains. And further afield, I'm from the Blue Mountains Aboriginal mission that's at Katoomba. Country, which is our Nura, means everything to me. It's about your spiritual, your belonging, and everything that goes with it. To me, country is everything. I just think it's about your well-being and your mental health. So if that's not in balance with your country, then as a person, I don't think you can go on and do some of the things you should. So to be a happy person, you've got to be able to connect with your Nura. She looks after you, and it's your job to look after her. For us, the Naidoc theme fits right into what we're trying to do at the moment. It is about healing our country, and if we heal our country, a lot of the hurt that people have been feeling since the bushfires will go away and they'll move on, because a lot of Aboriginal people were in those bushfires as well, and a lot of them were working with national parks to fight those bushfires, and very young people. They were out there who have a connection to this country, watching it burn on the ground, and therefore their healing process, I see it as taking a bit longer. Once they start going out and working on country more within their job, then as that country comes back, they'll come back and be in a better place as well.
Ash Barty is one game away from becoming the first Australian woman to win the Wimbledon singles title in 41 years. Barty will face off against Karolina Pliskova tomorrow night for a shot at her second Grand Slam triumph. But for many of her young fans, she's already been crowned a winner.
A rare show of emotion from Ash Barty on Wimbledon centre court after a semi-final triumph over Angelique Kerber, as she closes in on becoming the first Australian woman to win the most famous trophy in tennis since Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley in 1980.
Give myself a chance to create some history almost in a way that's a tribute to her is really exciting, and I couldn't be more rapt to have that opportunity on Saturday.
Ash was on the attack early in her semi-final.
Oh, lovely from Barty. Oh, she made it.
And wrapped up the first set 6-3.
Oh, and what a way to take it.
The 2018 Wimbledon champion hit back in the second. But with the German serving for the set, Ash served up her best.
Oh, she's got it.
And then sealed it in a tiebreak.
She does it. Ash is through to the final.
Her feats are once again inspiring the next generation.
I'd be like, oh my God, it's you, Ash Barty. I want to be like you.
Well, I'm definitely going to stay up until 10:30 and then stay up and watch the whole game, definitely.
And those stars of tomorrow will be watching on as Ash Barty tries to secure her lifelong quest.
My dream is winning Wimbledon, without a doubt. And I think it took a long time for me to say that out loud.
Daniel Garb, ABC News.
Barty says the freedom to be vulnerable and be herself has taken her to within one victory of her childhood dream. Wearing a dress in tribute to Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley, Barty is the first Australian woman to reach the Wimbledon finals since her hero 41 years ago.
Ash Barty, and by her own admission, close to the best tennis she'll ever play.
She does it. Ash is through to the final. What a performance.
With her boyfriend Gary and coach Craig booking a weekend date, it sounds like a fairy tale.
Incredibly proud of myself and my team, and now we get a chance on Saturday to try and live out a childhood dream.
Australia's world #1 used all her craft against 2018 champion Angelique Kerber.
Oh, she made it.
The German led 5-2 in the second, but the Aussie climbed off the grass and was on fire by the time they reached the tiebreak.
What a level she's risen to.
A lot of the time your greatest growth comes from your darkest times, and I think that's why this tournament has been so important to me.
And this year, even more. 50 years since Yvonne Goolagong's iconic victory, Ash is wearing an outfit in tribute to her hero. Once a little girl dreaming, now emulating her mentor as a Wimbledon finalist and Indigenous trailblazer. 41 years since Goolagong was the last Aussie to do it.
It's just about going out there and remembering how you felt as a kid, that there was the enjoyment, there was the freedom just to go out there and kind of try and do what you can.
After being forced out of the French Open 5 weeks ago with a hip injury, Ash Barty's year is back on track here at the All England Club, and Tokyo is just around the corner too.
It could be a golden year in so many ways. At Wimbledon, Hugh Whitfeld, 7 News.
Nick Kyrgios has confirmed he won't compete in Tokyo. His long-expected announcement came just hours after it was confirmed there'll be no crowds watching. The Japanese government has extended a COVID state of emergency through the Olympic Games. All spectators are now banned in the capital city as our Aussies begin to arrive.
We're in Tokyo! Super excited to be here.
Landing to a new Olympic landscape.
Once we landed in Tokyo, it was a 4.5-hour process in the airport before we even got onto the bus to the hotel where we're in quarantine.
But for many Australians, even Tokyo's spectator ban won't change their focus.
It is going to have an impact, but I think at the end of the day, it's another hurdle, it's another hump in the road, it's adversities that athletes are used to overcoming, right?
Our surfers will compete outside Tokyo and outdoors, still a chance to hear a cheer.
We all hope they can come and watch. It creates that almighty atmosphere, and the Japanese are so receptive.
But for tennis star Nick Kyrgios, an abdominal injury, now this made it final. It's been my dream to represent Australia at the Olympics, and I know I may never get that opportunity again. But the thought of playing in front of empty stadiums just doesn't sit right with me. It never has. The IOC had little choice. The Japanese government declared a fourth COVID state of emergency running right through the Games. 896 new infections in a single day, a surge so worrisome they'll no longer risk crowds at any Tokyo site.
I want to send messages from Tokyo that the world can be united as one and we can overcome the difficulty with our effort and wisdom.
Beyond the sport, this Games is shaping up to be one of the most complicated business deals too. Sponsors are now cancelling events and Games experiences for ticket holders who'll no longer be welcome. The flame still burns, but arrived in Tokyo today to an empty arena. In Tokyo, Ashley Mullaney, 7 News.
A capital wildlife organisation is gearing up for one of its biggest challenges. It's putting the call out for volunteers to get behind a fight against a deadly disease ripping through our wombats.
Described as being at death's door, Ray is lucky to be alive.
She wouldn't have had a week to live at that stage. She wasn't moving. When I picked her up, she was quite catatonic. She couldn't stand and bear her own weight.
Rescued about a month ago and nearly overcome by mange, the tiny Joey is now making a full recovery.
She's out of the woods, she's picked up weight, she's shed all her mange blocks and she's doing really, really well.
Ray is among hundreds of marsupials around the capital Wombat Rescue is trying to protect. It's now calling for volunteers to help with the mammoth task of surveying the territory's entire population.
So that will be done via geolocations on a map. And once we have actually found all the burrows, which is going to be a huge project, we can start talking about treating some of the mangy wombats.
Sadly, it's a problem that rescuers suspect is getting worse.
I do think that mange has spread further than we suspected. There are areas that I thought was mange-free, which now I've found is not mange-free.
Up to 16 volunteers are needed each Sunday for the next few months. It's all in the hope of getting the ball rolling on a much larger project.
I just think that as humans, we're born with the responsibility to take care of our wildlife and our world, because if we don't, who does?
For more information about the cause, head online. Natasha McFarlane, Win News.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australia. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream.
World number one, Ash Barty is only a few hours away from walking onto Wimbledon Centre Court for a chance to fulfil her childhood dream. Michelle Rimmer is outside the All England Club and joins us live. Michelle, what's the build-up been like for Ash and her fans?
Well, the lead-up in the tournament itself, Chris, has been number one. She's dropped just one set coming into today's final and is in career-best form. However, for Ash Barty and her supporters, this moment has been a long time coming. It's a lifelong dream to win Wimbledon for Ash Barty, and it's been 41 years since Australian tennis fans last saw an Aussie woman win the Wimbledon title or even contest one. That was Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley in 1980. She's a friend and mentor of Barty's and someone that the 25-year-old is hoping to emulate on the court today. Unfortunately, many of Barty's friends and family members in Australia can't be here today because of coronavirus travel restrictions. However, the Australians that are here, they've been coming along to games and cheering her on loudly and proudly. They'll do so again today and make sure that the Australian knows that the nation is behind her as she takes on Karolina Pliskova on centre court in a few hours' time. Chris.
Thanks, Michelle. Michelle Rimmer.
Capitulation in the Caribbean, how the Aussies threw away their opening T20 clash against the West Indies. Well, Ash Barty's dream of a Wimbledon title could become reality tonight when she takes on Karolina Pliskova in the ladies' final. Meanwhile, Novak Djokovic is just one win away from a record-equalling 20th Grand Slam title.
Ash Barty was all business as she prepared for Karolina Pliskova, with a pleasant recent record in the back of her mind.
It's 5-2 the head-to-head for Barty. She's won the last three.
Records are at the forefront of Novak Djokovic's mind as he hurtles towards history.
And ruthless at the end. Who can possibly stop him? There is only one left to try.
A straight sets win over Denis Shapovalov, the penultimate test passed on his way to the ultimate prize of joining Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal in the men's Grand Slam pantheon.
Well, it would mean everything, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm playing.
Shapovalov provided a sterner test than most, stretching the world number one in all three sets. But time and again, he failed to find a way through the impenetrable Djokovic defence.
What a point. What a point. What can I do? Or words to that effect from Shapovalov.
He was probably a better player for most of the second set, had many chances.
I don't think he's praised enough. I think, even he came up to me in the locker room and he just, said a couple words that, for me, it means a lot, and he really doesn't have to.
The last man standing in Djokovic's way is making a nation proud.
And Berrettini creates history, the first Italian through to a Wimbledon final.
With Italy trying to complete an extraordinary Euros Wimbledon double.
For Italian people in general, it's going to be a tough Sunday, no? But I think we deserve it.
Alex Malcolm for 10 News First.
Australia's white ball tour of the West Indies is off to a shocking start with their batting order crumbling in the opening T20. There was a show of solidarity before the game as both teams took a knee in support of the West Indies' fight against racial injustice. Winning the toss and bowling first, Josh Hazlewood took an incredible 3 for 12 from his 4 overs. Chasing 146 for victory, the Aussies were seemingly in control before a batting collapse saw them lose 6 for 19.
That's victory for the West Indies. They've snatched it out from Australia.
Just a bit of game smarts would have just got us over the line there, but sort of panicked a little bit.
A half century from Mitch Marsh, the only highlight. Game 2 is tomorrow.
Dream time for Ash Barty. We're live to Wimbledon, just hours away from her date with destiny.
Live from Sydney, 7 News.
World number one Ash Barty is just one match away from holding up that Wimbledon trophy and breaking a 40-year drought for Australian women's tennis. Let's go live now to Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield at the All England Tennis Club. Hugh, she's in sensational form.
And Ash has only dropped one set throughout this tournament, but that's the same as her opponent in this final, the Czech Republic's Karolina Pliskova. Barty spent her final rest day of these championships on the practice courts at Wimbledon ahead of what will be a dream come true, a final on centre court. Just two other Australian women have done it before, Margaret Court and Ash Barty's hero and mentor, Yvonne Goolagong-Cooley, the last Aussie woman to win at Wimbledon in 1980. Cheering Ash on, her coach and boyfriend, and from the Royal Box, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge will be watching too. Barty, the bookies' favourite to claim her second Grand Slam title. Ange.
OK, Hugh, thanks so much. A teenager from Louisiana has become the first African-American to be crowned the country's top speller. She took out the prize after rattling off the letters of an obscure Australian plant, and spelling is just the start of her talents.
America's 96-year-old National School Spelling Bee. It's about bedeviling students. Jugaw or Jujaw. With words from the dictionary's darkest corners. Here, if you put an I in ambystoma...
I thought he said an I. I thought he said an I as well.
They'll check the replay.
So here's a championship word for Zaila avant-garde.
But if they thought this... Maria... would flummox 14-year-old word whiz Zaila avant-garde...
It's a genus of tropical Asiatic and Australian trees.
They were wrong.
Maria. M-U-R-R-A-Y-A.
That is correct.
So the champ knows the botany of Australia. Not really.
The first thing I started thinking of was the movie Lost in Translation, starring Bill Murray.
The first African-American student spelling champ is also in the Guinness Book of Records 3 times. World record basketball dribbler, bouncer and juggler.
And especially the juggling stuff. I guess that's my new favourite thing to do now.
First prize here, $50,000 US. But as she heads into grade 9, Zaila is looking beyond spelling.
I'm thinking about maybe an NBA basketball coach, working for NASA, or maybe going into some treating diseases and stuff with the help of neuroscience.
In the United States, Tim Lester, 7 News.
What a remarkable girl.
There are many commonly used Australian words that have Aboriginal origin. Yakka. Even Kylie. No, not that Kylie. We have some amazing truths to discover. Come on, you mob. This is stuff everyone should know about Australia. On 10 Play On Demand.
Farmers find a sustainable solution to the environmental challenge of feral goats. Good evening, Stephanie Dalzell with ABC News. Keeping feral animals at bay is a constant battle for Australian farmers. In the hills near Braidwood, it's goats that have caused a significant amount of damage to the landscape. But finally, landholders may have the upper hand, and they're turning the pest problem into an opportunity.
For 15 years, cattle farmer Martin Royds has shared his land in the Araluen Valley with feral goats.
I'm a regenerative farmer and I like to leave the land in a better state, and basically this land was rapidly going backwards.
The pests would chomp their way through the native vegetation, keeping the forest from regenerating.
They damage vegetation, cause land degradation, and they compete with native animals as well.
Now it's a different story. An aerial cull has eliminated what Martin hopes was the last of them.
We think we got pretty much all of the goats, and there was one pig left, which might be one too many, I don't know.
The carcasses of culled animals are usually left to rot or thrown into landfill, much to the dismay of organics enthusiast Jerry Gillespie.
Oh, it's a tragedy that people shoot things and just leave them lying on the ground. It's a sentient being that you've actually eliminated the life from.
The Queanbeyan local has a solution.
Lovely stuff.
Composting.
You basically layer the animal and organic material, layer of goats, organic material, layer of goats, organic material, and you inoculate the whole thing with a very simple inoculant, and then put a cover on it and leave it sit for about 6 months if you can, and you'll end up with a very good product.
It's an organic, sustainable alternative to chemical fertiliser and...
doesn't cost anything. Fertiliser is one of the most outrageous expenses that agriculture puts up with in this country. It's a huge, huge expense for farmers.
Martin embraced the idea 7 years ago, creating his own compost heap. Under the cover is a mix of wood chip and dead goats. The result, liquid gold.
Costs us less, soil's better, happy animals. It's a no-brainer, as they say.
Turning a feral problem into an eco-friendly solution. Rosie King, ABC News, Canberra.
World number one Ash Barty is just hours away from stepping onto centre court at Wimbledon with the hopes of a nation on her shoulders. The 25-year-old is the first Australian woman to reach the final at the All England club in more than 40 years. Europe correspondent Sam Hawley is in London for us tonight. Sam, it's the biggest stage in tennis. Is Barty getting much support over there?
Well, not from the weather, as you can see. It's begun to rain, but it wouldn't be Wimbledon, I don't think, Steph, without a bit of rain. And there is a cover, of course, so the match will go on. The crowds are starting to come in. There will be an Australian contingent, of course, in the stands. Pretty passionate, I would think, but not as big as we would have hoped, given those COVID-19 restrictions. There will be a royal presence here. Prince William and his wife, Kate, will be sitting in the royal stands watching this match. And what a match, Steph, it will be. Ash Barty, the world number one, but she's coming up against a pretty tough opponent in the Czech Karolina Pliskova, who's performed incredibly well here at Wimbledon. For instance, she's served 54 aces. She's broken just 4 times compared to Ash Barty's 11. So a tough match ahead. Ash Barty last won here when she was just 15 years old in 2011, taking out the junior championships, and she'll be hoping to walk away with the title today. We hope so too. Dylan Alcott, also an Aussie today, playing in the quad wheelchair final, so watch out for him. Fingers crossed.
Sam Hawley in London, thank you. While Ash Barty awaits her Wimbledon destiny tonight, Novak Djokovic is just 1 win away from equalling Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer on 20 Grand Slam titles. After moving through to the final, he'll face Matteo Berrettini in the decider. He's the first Italian to make it through to a singles final at the All England club.
In search of 20 all up and a remarkable 3rd Grand Slam of the year, Novak Djokovic would have to get past confident Canadian Denis Shapovalov in his semi-final.
Oh, he takes it.
Down an early break, Djokovic would fight back to take the first set.
1-2 will do it.
But the crowd favourite would again make life tough in the second. When the points were decisive, though, Djokovic had the answers.
What a point.
The third set was tight once more, but the Serbian's experience continued to tell.
Takes it now, Djokovic, and now he hollows to the stands.
The 34-year-old into a 7th Wimbledon final.
And ruthless at the end.
And ready to make history.
It fills my heart every time, that I hear that there's something on the line that is historic. Obviously, it inspires me, it motivates me. But at the same time, I have to balance it with trying to be present and in the moment.
He'll face the 7th seed in Matteo Berrettini, who needed 4 sets to move past Herbert Hurkacz of Poland and make it a first-time appearance for an Italian in a Wimbledon singles final.
The first Italian through to a Wimbledon final.
I think I never dreamed about this because it was too much, and even for a dream.
While all that was going on, Ash Barty was preparing for the biggest moment of her career.
Ash is feeling great. We had a good workout today, just a light hit out and went over a few things for tomorrow. It's nice to be building and also to make it through to a final here. Amazing.
And a nation awaits to see if Australia will have a Wimbledon champion once more. Daniel Garb, ABC News.
And Australia's Ash Barty is Wimbledon champion.
It's just what we needed, an incredible moment in Australian sporting history as our Ash realises a childhood dream. The There's something very special about watching someone fulfil a childhood dream on the world stage and do it with trademark humility. In the early hours of this morning, Ash Barty did just that by winning Wimbledon. Scott McKinnon joins me now. Scotty, how good was it to see her win that final?
Absolutely epic for her and the country, and a little emotional as well. Ash was crying just like many of us, cheering her on in the Wimbledon final. The 25-year-old defeated Karolina Pliskova to become the first Australian woman to win the title in 41 years. The world number one follows in the footsteps of her mentor, Indigenous trailblazer Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley. She not only made her proud, but the nation too.
A euphoric finish for a girl from Ipswich who dared to dream. Tears of triumph, a rare emotional display from a typically unshakable Ash Barty.
And the ladies' singles champion for 2021, Ashleigh Barty.
The moment she's longed for, one of pure bliss.
Talk us through that match point.
I can't remember it. It took me a long time to verbalise the fact that I wanted to dare to dream it and say I wanted to win this incredible tournament, and being able to live out my dream right now with everyone here. This has made it better than I ever could have imagined.
It was a seesaw showdown with the world number one blitzing the first set before blowing an early lead and dropping the second. But her drive to win was coming from a special place. Her dress, a tribute to her idol, Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley. 50 years since the Indigenous icon claimed her first Wimbledon win.
I hope I made Yvonne proud.
Post-match adrenaline sent Barty soaring up into the stands to celebrate the victory with her devoted support team. Aussie expats in London that didn't secure a ticket gathered at local community clubs and pubs to cheer on one of their own.
We love Ash and I'm so excited that she won. Go Ash!
Didn't give up even though she lost one of the sets, she just kept going. We love that. We love that Australian grit, all about it.
At 15, Ash Barty won the junior championship here at Wimbledon. 10 years later, her victory in the main event makes her one of just 4 women in the world to take out both titles. Australian sporting royalty marked the historic moment on Twitter. 11-time Grand Slam winner Rod Laver shared his happiness for Barty, while Olympic gold medalist Cathy Freeman said, "We are all so very proud of you." Australia's darling, the pride of the nation and a much-loved champion around the world.
Just so good. Michelle Rimmer joins me now live. Michelle, and the wins, they just kept coming for Australia.
It's been a spectacular weekend for Australian sports stars here, Scott. Not just one, but 2 Wimbledon titles to celebrate. Dylan Alcott claimed his second title at the All England Club, winning the quad wheelchair singles in straight sets against Dutchman Sam Schroeder. He's now won 14 major titles, and this latest victory keeps his hopes of achieving the Golden Slam this year alive. Now, that involves winning all 4 major Grand Slam titles and gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. After the match, Alcott said that he was shaking and that it is unbelievable and a privilege to win at Wimbledon again. Now, let me tell you, there are a lot of smug Australians walking around Wimbledon and Greater London today, Scott. Everyone is so proud of what our best and brightest have achieved here on the world stage.
Absolutely, just what the country needs. Thanks, Michelle. And Ash Barty's parents are among those nursing tired eyes today as they cheered on their daughter from Australia. And her victory, it's already inspiring the next generation of players.
As a parent, it doesn't get much better than this. Yeah! Watching your daughter win Wimbledon.
Very, very happy. Just so pleased for her, for what she's done. The effort she's put in, the commitment she's done.
I'm just proud of how she treats everybody, and she's still the same person regardless of the tennis, but she's just amazing.
She sure is. And did Ash Barty make her idol proud? You bet.
I knew from the first moment I saw her when she was 13 that she was going to be a champion. She had everything. I was just so chuffed when she wore that dress.
In Ipswich, the town she grew up,
Well done,
The 25-year-old was everywhere.
Ash received the keys to the city back in 2017. We'll have to get another set done up.
On her favourite courts in Brisbane, young players, tired from a late night in front of the TV, suddenly filled with a new energy. It's called hope.
It's really good because she teaches us to set goals and to achieve them.
She's an inspiration to all the up-and-coming female players, as well as the male players, and I think everybody wants to be the next Ash Barty.
She's one of my favourite players. She just has an amazing attitude on court. She works really hard.
Even after swapping her racket for a cricket bat 7 years ago, perhaps she knew deep down she'd be queen of the court.
And that is the crown, right? So that's what kids dream of, and this is a little girl living out her dreams.
We are so proud of you, a great Queenslander. All the very best, Ash. You deserve this. Well done.
Ash Barty's win is also a big hit for the future of the sport. Tennis groups are expecting the courts to fill up pretty quickly with new players who want to be just like her. And you can hardly blame them. Amanda Hart for 10 News First.
Yeah, what a role model to follow. What an absolute legend she is, Ash Barty. We'll be back in sport with a bit more on Ash, including the hip injury that threatened to derail her campaign, Chris.
We'll see you then. Thanks, Scotty. More sport now with Scotty McKinnon, but it's all about Ash Barty, really, isn't it?
Of course, yep.
And she defied injury to win Wimbledon.
She did. This is crazy. She's so strong mentally and physically. She was touch and go to even start the tournament, let alone win it, after battling a serious hip injury. But the emotion, it was clear for all to see as Ash lived out her childhood dream, and she wasn't the only Aussie in celebration mode. We'll have more from Wimbledon next.
And Ash Barty, the new Wimbledon champion. Family, legends and much of Australia celebrates her historic win.
Live from Sydney, 7 News.
It was the moment she dreamt about since childhood. Now it's a wonderful reality. Ash Barty is Wimbledon champion. The humble Australian took to centre court with a quiet intensity, sights set on one goal, lifting that famous trophy. She started strongly, wobbled along the way before fighting back to claim the most prestigious prize in tennis.
Australians have waited 41 years for this.
A dream comes true. Australia's Ash Barty is Wimbledon champion.
Ash Barty, just 25 years old, her childhood dream, now an overwhelming reality. Emulating Pat Cash's 1987 triumph, making a beeline for the stands, hugs for her coach and boyfriend Gareth.
What a moment.
Talk us through that match point.
I can't remember it.
In front of royalty, tennis and otherwise, celebrities too. An Ipswich-born proud Indigenous woman gave her Czech opponent a tennis lesson in the first set.
12 successive points to open this Wimbledon final.
6-5 up in the second, Ash had an early chance to serve for the championship, but Karolina Pliskova was going to make the Australian work. For every single point, the Czech wasn't backing down. The crowd rallying behind the underdog.
Yeah, it was a little bit of English hate, but you get that.
In the deciding third, Ash had the title in her sights.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
The final game, a rollercoaster ride. But with each setback, an even stronger fight back.
Oh, yes.
Barty refusing to let the Wimbledon crown slip from her grasp.
I have to genuinely thank every single person in this stadium. You've made my dream so special. Thank you so much.
Back in Queensland, her family hanging on every stroke until the last.
I'm very, very happy. Just so pleased for her, for what she's done.
She's still the same person regardless of the tennis, but she's just amazing.
Also watching, Yvonne Goolagong-Cooley, Barty's mentor and the last Australian woman to win here.
As I hope I made Yvonne proud.
Oh, she certainly did. I'm just so very, very, very much proud.
A win dripping in emotion and history. It's Ash Barty's fourth title this year, her second career Grand Slam, and she becomes just the fourth player to win both the girls' and women's titles at the All England Club. She won the junior tournament here 10 years ago. A member now of an exclusive club, royalty lining up for the Queen of Australian tennis.
You didn't look like you had any nerves today at all.
Oh no, I did.
Did you? You hit it very well.
Overcoming all, Ash Barty, now and forever a Wimbledon champion. Ash Barty wakes here on Sunday with still plenty of work to do. Olympic gold is within her reach in Tokyo in just 12 days' time, and she'll play the US Open before she's able to return home to Australia. Novak Djokovic is chasing his sixth Wimbledon title when he takes on the Italian Matteo Berrettini here later on. But I hate to say it, the tennis is not the biggest sporting story in this country right now. Take a look at these front pages. England chasing their first football tournament win in 55 years. In 11 hours' time when they take on Italy in the European Championship final. It is shaping up to be a historic sporting weekend here in so many ways. Mark.
Yeah, late nights and early mornings for Aussie sports fans. Hugh, thank you.
But we can't finish without a toast to our new Wimbledon champion, Ash Barty, and this incredible revelation. The world #1 support team only told her the full extent of a hip injury after her triumph over Karolina Pliskova.
It was a 2-month injury, and being able to be able to play here at Wimbledon was nothing short of a miracle. And I think them not telling me that just proved how much we were against the odds.
Barty has no fear about her fitness before going for gold in Tokyo. And Dylan Alcott goes to the Paralympics on course for a golden slam after claiming his 14th Grand Slam title. Anya Dylan and to Ash Barty, humbled, grounded. None of us have had much sleep with very good reason. What a champion.
We're all tied, but 2 Wimbledon titles in the one night.
Exactly right. And
Fantastic.
go England tomorrow.
Fingers crossed.
Australia's Ash Barty is Wimbledon champion.
And a homegrown hero, Ash Barty, joins the exclusive club of Wimbledon greats.
Australia's Ashley Barty has won her first Wimbledon title after defeating Karolina Pliskova in the women's singles final. The Queenslander triumphed 6-3, 6-7, 6-3 in just under 2 hours against the tournament 8th seed. It's the second Grand Slam title of Barty's career. After her win at the French Open in 2019, the last Australian woman to win the Wimbledon singles title was Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley in 1980.
Australians have such a rich history in sport, and I think being able to be a very small part of that is something I always dreamt of, is to try and create a legacy and try and create a path for young girls and boys to believe in their dreams, and being able to kind of live through that and learn my lessons along the way has been some of the best parts of my journey. And I think to be able to be successful here at Wimbledon, to achieve my biggest dream has been absolutely incredible, and the stars aligned for me over the past fortnight, and incredible that it happened to fall on the 50th anniversary of Yvonne's first title here too. Is absolutely incredible.
Dylan Alcott continued his perfect season at the All England Club. Overnight, the Australian claimed his second Wimbledon quad wheelchair singles title with a straight sets win over Dutchman Sam Schroeder. Alcott triumphed 6-2, 6-2 in the decider to add the Wimbledon crown to the Australian and French Open titles he's already won this year. The 30-year-old only needs to win Paralympic gold in Tokyo and the US Open later this year to complete a golden slam. The Wimbledon victory was Alcott's 14th major singles championship.
It is time now to talk sport. Jarrett Coote joins us in the studio. So Ash must be celebrating her victory now.
Yeah, you can only imagine she's having fun. She always says she's quite low-key with her celebrations, and I'm sure that'll be continuing, but probably hasn't gone to bed yet. It wasn't too long ago, but we've heard enough from me about Ash Barty. Let's hear from a professional former tennis pro and now commentator Louise Fleming joins me now. Thanks very much for your time, Louise. Now, what did you make of Ash's victory?
Oh, it was incredible, wasn't it? She started off really, really well. She came out very confidently. She looked very comfortable, and Caroline actually looked to be a little kind of surprised. Took her probably a set and a little bit to really kind of feel her feet, get her serve really cranking. But Ash Barty just looked amazing out there, and the crowd loved her. Her forehand was absolutely working to a treat today. She was gliding around the court and just loving it, every minute of being on Wimbledon centre stage.
Yeah, you talked about her forehand being on in this particular match, but what is it about Ash's game overall that you think is just simply making her better than her rivals at the moment?
Look, I think it's just her ability to have all this variation. She's one out of the box. She's different, isn't she? She has always played, I guess, with guys when she was young. She has a game that's very much a transitional game, and we just see here, I guess the thing that's really driving Ash right now is her passion. Her passion for the game is just amazing. And I think she has had some hardships over the last few years, and she's put it all into perspective. She's worked hard physically, and the injuries, I guess, has just made her fight that little bit more and give her more kind of appreciation for the game.
Now,
but I really feel it is the fact that she plays differently.
Yeah, now we know she's quite young still, but where do you think this victory, and there may be plenty more victories to come, but where do you think this victory places Ash in terms of kind of Australian tennis greats already, now that she's won the 2 Grand Slams?
Look, I don't think Ash would think she's right at the top with Australian greats. We've had so many, haven't we? We've certainly got Margaret Court. That's a number to chase. Rod Laver, Ken Rosewall. I mean, you can go on and on and on with our greats. And I think she respects absolutely all of them. Yvonne Goolagong, I mean, you know, she'd love to get another Wimbledon and match Yvonne's too. In terms of greats, I think she's a great Australian. She's a great character. We love her dearly, and, you know, she's such a wonderful influence in tennis and with the Indigenous community. She's just doing great things. I think she's taking and stealing the hearts of every nation around the country. Wherever she goes, you know, she just shows what a wonderful human being is. She's transparent with her feelings. She talks about team. She doesn't say I or me. It's always let's do it together, and she's very much doing it for the country as well. She's a very proud Australian.
Certainly is. Do you expect that she will win some more Grand Slams throughout her career?
Oh, absolutely. I think this right here just will absolutely inspire Ash. And coming in here, I don't think she came into Wimbledon playing her best tennis. So I think there's room to move. I think she's shown a huge desire over the last couple of months. She's wanted to get, you know, to this stage in her career where she's felt great. She is #1, and she's handling that incredibly well. And I think this has just sparked a real big sense of desire for Ash Barty. We will see her doing great things at the US Open and the Australian Open for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. You talk about her being at this current stage of her career where she's dominating. Some tennis journalists were actually quite critical of Ash remaining world #1 last year when Naomi Osaka, of course, was winning Grand Slams as Ash remained in Australia during the pandemic. Do you think she's kind of, in a way, been underestimated as a player by some in the tennis community, and will that stop now that she's won this Wimbledon tournament?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I think this will now confirm. She took that time off during the pandemic. Everyone, it was a guessing game, wasn't it? How is Ash going to come back? Will she have played enough tournaments? She did very well winning the first tournament in Australia prior to the Australian Open, getting through to the quarterfinals. She's confirmed it. She's had a fabulous year, and I think everyone can just quieten up now and just appreciate what she brings to the WTA tennis. She's amazing.
Now, Ash wasn't the only person to win a Wimbledon title overnight from Australia. Dylan Alcott, of course, won Grand Slam number 14. He's won all 3 Grand Slams so far this year. Just the US Open and the Paralympics to go before he achieves that extra special Grand Slam this year. Can you see him achieving that?
Look, I absolutely can. He is absolutely so fun. Watching him play today, he's out there having a ball. He's brilliant, and he just enjoys every minute of what he does. He's so driven. I just love his passion for the game. He brings more and more spectators to the quads, to everything he does. He just is amazing. Look at the reaction. Tell me this man doesn't love tennis and doesn't just enjoy giving back. He's brilliant. He's funny. And we need to see more of this man. He's just brilliant. And good luck to him and Heath at the Olympics. Let's hope they bring home gold again.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He certainly is arguably the most entertaining man on the tour. Just quickly, the men's singles final coming up. Do you see Novak Djokovic equalling that all-time record and winning the final over Berrettini?
Well, the British are hoping that Berrettini, being an Italian, can win the tennis.
She's done it. Ash Barty is officially the queen of women's tennis, winning Wimbledon overnight. The Australian triumphed over Czech Karolina Pliskova in a three-set thriller at the All England Club. Back home in Queensland, her family rode every emotion with her. The 25-year-old now on top of the tennis world after a victory she's worked towards her entire life. Hugh Whitfeld reports from London.
It was a roller coaster, but what a ride. And now Ash Barty is just the third Australian woman to win the Wimbledon crown.
A dream comes true.
Australia's Ash Barty, now a Wimbledon champion. Tears of joy for the 25-year-old, breaking a 41-year drought for Australian women's tennis.
One of those iconic sporting moments in Australian history.
Climbing into the stands to hug her team after a hard-fought victory. Barty surged to claim the first set 6-3, but in the second, Karolina Pliskova fought back and the crowd got behind the Czech.
It was a little bit of English hate, but you get that.
When Ash started to get on top, the Australians got pretty loud.
So good to see someone from Australia and come this far. Go Ash!
Barty took an early break in the third and after 28 minutes, victory. Handed the Venus Rosewater dish by the Duchess of Cambridge.
You've made my dream so special. Thank you so much.
Barty living out her dream 41 years after her idol, friend and mentor, Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley.
I hope I made Yvonne proud.
No, you did.
Back home, the nation was watching. As for an actual Barty party, there'll be one in Queensland when she returns home a champion.
I can't wait to get home to them in a few months' time and really celebrate.
After the match, there was a rather sweet traditional moment where the new Wimbledon champion, who's also the newest member of the All England Club, meets the club patron, who happens to be the Duchess of Cambridge. Kate appears to ask Ash what time it is at home. Of course, early in the morning, everyone up to watch their new hero. Ash still has the Tokyo Olympics and the US Open before she'll get a chance to head back to Queensland to see her family. And it was a big day for the Australians here at Wimbledon, with Dylan Alcott claiming his second Wimbledon crown. And he's got it. He beat Dutchman Sam Schroeder 6-2, 6-2, a straight sets win. He's on track for a Golden Slam. The Australian and French Opens, now Wimbledon with the US Open and gold in Tokyo in his sights.
And Australia's Ash Barty is still coming to terms with her remarkable Wimbledon triumph. Here she is a day after fulfilling her childhood dream at winning at the All England Club.
It was really strange waking up this morning and just trying to absorb it all. It's been an incredible fortnight. It's been an incredible, I'd say 96 hours of everything just feeling like it happened really, really quickly, and it's just been better than I ever could have dreamt.
Our chat with Ash Barty. What's next for the Wimbledon champ after achieving her childhood dream?
Daniel Sutton for 10 News First, Tokyo.
All the talk might be around Ash Barty's new piece of silverware, but gold is now her colour of choice, with her eyes firmly set on Tokyo. In the special interview with 10 News First, our world #1 talked candidly about her home front and how the support of her sisters has helped get her over the line.
A picture-perfect moment 10 years in the making, and with the eyes of the world on her. There was no champagne moment or strawberries and cream for Ash Barty, opting instead for a refined Aussie favourite.
We had a beer right after we walked off court, which was incredible.
As modest and down-to-earth as they come, valuable lessons learned from a family who sacrificed and rode every emotion, even the family dog. Barty credits her sisters as much as her parents.
Both Ali and Sarah sacrificed so much in their life when they were younger to allow me to learn how to play tennis.
The world #1 doesn't know when she'll return home, but can't wait to celebrate with them and idol Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley.
We're connected to the land, we're connected to each other, and to be able to now have a connection through Wimbledon is incredible.
Aussie athletes around the globe in awe of Ash's drought-breaking win.
This is special. This is goosebumps type stuff. Yeah, I'm getting emotional here. More for that than our game.
The pair can catch up in Tokyo. Unlike others, Barty never considered withdrawing from the Olympic team.
Absolutely not. For me, if I have an opportunity to represent my country, I jump at it with both hands.
Barty's unforgettable weekend soured by one thing: her Richmond Tigers losing again.
You're laughing at me. Don't laugh at me. But no, it's the Tigers. It's a tough one. Sport can be cruel sometimes. It can be beautiful, but it can also be cruel.
She knows that only too well. Jonathan Williams for 10 News First.
She is on track to become the first Aboriginal Uniting Church minister in the Kimberley.
I have been commissioned, but I'm still fighting my way yet. So it's another journey onto that too. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. Holy God, by your word and Holy Spirit, what I hope to do is, especially for my community, is that they become strong people, physically, mentally, and spiritually. That's what my aim is. And also for them to go back to their country where their ancestors walked. That's my main thing,
Dream comes true.
Ash Barty crowned Wimbledon champion 4 decades after her idol Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley won the title. Realising a childhood dream is not easy, especially when that dream is winning Wimbledon. But with a stunning display of skills, strength and resilience, Ash Barty has triumphed at the world's most prestigious tennis tournament. The world #1 overcame a spirited challenge from Karolina Pliskova, becoming the first Australian woman to win at Wimbledon in 4 decades. The previous Australian winner, Barty's idol Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley, has spoken about the victory, emotionally describing Barty as like a little sister. From London, Europe correspondent Samantha Hawley begins our coverage.
A dream comes true. Australia's Ash Barty is Wimbledon champion.
An iconic victory and a deeply personal triumph. It was no longer just a childhood dream.
It took me a long time to verbalise the fact that I wanted to dare to dream it and say I wanted to win this incredible tournament, and being able to live out my dream right now with everyone here, this has made it better than I ever could have imagined.
It's been 41 years since Barty's idol and fellow Indigenous Australian Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley stood here.
I hope I made Yvonne proud.
No, you did. I was sort of fighting back the tears and trying to sort of hold them in, but for her, it was just, an incredible win.
It was very emotional.
Everyone was saying, "Barty, party."
I didn't sleep a lot last night. I was thinking of all the what ifs, but I think when I was coming out on this court, I felt at home in a way, and I think being able to share that with everyone here, to share that with my team is incredible.
Neither Barty nor her 6'1" opponent, Karolina Pliskova, had been in a Wimbledon final before. And the nerves were on display early. but Barty pounced, winning the first 14 points of the match and securing a crucial double break before taking out the first set.
And what an opening set from the world number one, Ash Barty.
It looked as though the Queenslander would finish the match in straight sets after securing yet another break early in the second. But Pliskova came back with her powerful serve.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Barty had the chance to serve for the title, but the Czech forced a tiebreaker and then a third set.
Oh, two let cords, can you believe it?
But a steady Barty, with Australia behind her, fought back to another 3-love lead before serving her way to the Wimbledon crown and etching her name in history.
Oh, yes.
I never cry, never, and now we're all emotional. She's emotional.
She did it all despite a hip injury that saw her withdraw from the French Open just last month.
In a sense, it was a 2-month injury, and being able to play here at Wimbledon was nothing short of a miracle.
The true celebrations will have to wait for now. Ash Barty's indicated she won't be heading home until after the US Open in September because of the current quarantine rules. Her next stop will be Tokyo for the Olympics.
She is the world number one.
But the rest of us can get on with the Barty party. Samantha Hawley, ABC News, Wimbledon.
After the win, Ash Barty questioned whether she'd made Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley proud. The answer, a resounding yes. The dual Wimbledon champion has been a long-time mentor for Barty and says the way she handles herself on and off the court makes her a great Australian. Here's Brittany Klein.
Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley never doubted that Ash Barty could win Wimbledon.
I knew from the first moment I saw her when she was 13 that she was going to be a champion.
And half a century after her first Wimbledon title, Goolagong-Cawley says Barty has become a great role model for Indigenous Australians.
I'm just so very, very, very much proud of Ash, the way she handles herself, not just on the court, but off the court too.
Barty's family rode every point, especially the last one.
Yeah! Just so pleased for her, for what she's done, the effort she's put in.
This victory comes 10 years after Barty won the junior Wimbledon title. An emotional embrace with partner Gary and coach Craig Tyser showed the magnitude of the win was starting to set in.
I'm just so happy that she started this year too. It's a really lovely year to do it with Yvonne's anniversary.
Congratulations for not only raising a great tennis player, but a great human being.
Well done,
Her hometown of Ipswich, west of Brisbane, is already planning the fanfare for her homecoming.
Ash received the keys to the city back in 2017. We'll have to get another set done up.
She's already immortalised at the Queensland Tennis Centre.
Let's hope that Ash Barty can put a few more Grand Slam titles on the board and match some of the bust we've got here.
It's on these courts in Brisbane where Ash Barty trains when she's not on tour. Participation surged after her first Grand Slam title at Roland Garros. The win last night is expected to inspire even more young players to pick up a racket.
She just kept working hard, and I think if I just do the same thing, maybe one day, hopefully I could have the same opportunity as her.
The timing of it all wasn't lost on Barty, wearing a replica of her mentor's winning attire.
I did say to her, I said, you know, if it brings you luck, great, because it brought me luck.
And united two great Australians who both achieved a childhood dream at the All England Club. Brittany Klein, ABC News.
Ash Barty wasn't the only Australian to lift a trophy at Wimbledon, with Dylan Alcott winning the quad singles title. Alcott beat Dutchman Sam Schroeder in straight sets to win the title for the second time. Having already won the Australian and French Opens this year, the 30-year-old will achieve a golden slam if he's successful at the Paralympics and the US Open. It was Alcott's 14th Grand Slam victory, but he says he may not be back to defend the title.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know how many more I got left if I'll even be back, so I really tried to enjoy this opportunity out here. Wimbledon's coming home with me, so I hope football's coming home for you, all right?
Tonight, Novak Djokovic has a chance to equal Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal's men's record of 20 major titles when he takes on Italian Matteo Berrettini in the final. It's a school that offers education with a difference, blending Indigenous and Western knowledge and language in its curriculum. And when a group of students from Yirrkala School in northeast Arnhem Land graduated Year 12 last year, the approach was seen as integral to their success.
In bushland near Yirrkala School, students join in a cultural ceremony as part of their curriculum.
We're very strong in our culture here in North East Arnhem Land, in our culture, in our language, in our law.
The school offers both ways curriculum blending Indigenous and Western knowledge with a strong focus on bilingual education.
Most students coming into the school have very limited experience in speaking English and even more limited experience in literacy in English. So we start with 90% of the content being delivered in first language.
On the wall over here, you can see a Yolngu alphabet.
The Literature Production Centre creates teaching resources in local language. It's one of the only centres like it in the nation.
We don't want a language to be lost. Some people have lost their language, and it's sad. And we don't want to be a lost generation.
Next step, patala step, the next step.
Late last year, Kanisha Winningush was finishing a major project on bush medicine. Her dream, to become a doctor.
I'm starting to go to university. I was trying to get an ATA to get into both ways health.
She was one of 4 to be the first ever students from Yirrkala to graduate with a university entrance score, and among 8 who finished Year 12.
I think they are walking proud. The way I see, especially those students that will be graduating.
The school says its success is due to its firm hold on two-way education since the 1970s. The Territory Government once thought differently, but these days is getting on board.
Bilingual education is continuing to come up as a really strong priority for communities, and I think we have to listen to that.
Local people driving education and getting results their way. Emma Masters, ABC News.
Today marks the end of Naidoc Week with the theme of Hill Country, a call to look after our environment every day. Tonight we have a photo of the Birragai Rock Shelter in Tidbinbilla Nature Reserve, one of the oldest known inhabited rock shelters in the world, with use dating back over 25,000 years. Many thanks to James Hassel for that one. And even though Naidoc Week is coming to a close, ask questions, have conversations about our shared ancient history, listen deeply and walk gently on country. Yara, good night.
ABC Ling and IPU.
We'll begin with the tennis though. Ash Barty has realised her childhood dream, beating Czech star Karolina Pliskova to claim her first Wimbledon crown and second Grand Slam title. It was a stunning display from the 25-year-old world number 1, who becomes Australia's first Wimbledon champion since Leighton Hewitt triumphed on the same court 19 years ago.
41 years after idol Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley became the last Australian woman to win Wimbledon, Ash Barty sauntered out onto centre court, daring to believe she could win it too. And as evidenced by the way she started, she certainly wasn't about to die wondering.
Oh, and she gets the break. Barty off to a flyer.
Indeed, Barty could hardly have dreamt of a better start. And with Karolina Pliskova still busy coming to terms with the moment, Barty seized it, reeling off 14 consecutive points as she raced towards a one-set lead.
Oh, brilliant from Barty.
Pliskova simply hadn't arrived for the first set, which she surrendered with another hesitant forehand.
Only one required, and what an opening set from the world number 1.
Up 3-1 in the second, Barty had encountered almost no resistance, but she had to know it was coming. And sure enough, it did. The former world #1 was suddenly up and running, and while it might have felt like Mission Impossible trying to fight her way back into it, she was showing all the characteristics of a champion as she forced her to a tiebreak.
Oh, 2 let cords, can you believe it?
Suddenly struck by nerves, Sabati double fault sent the final to a decider, where, as she's done so often in the past, she regrouped and recovered.
Beautiful.
One of the most reliable weapons on tour, Barty's forehand was at its devastating best, and serving for the match at 5-3, you just knew it belonged to the Aussie.
Oh, yes. Wow. How momentous is this get?
And just like that, 50 years after Corley won her first Wimbledon title, Barty had claimed the crown too.
Her dream comes true. Australia's Ash Barty is Wimbledon champion.
25 years old, a multiple Grand Slam winner, and $3 million richer as a result. But for Ash Barty, the party is only just beginning. Cody Kay, Fox Sports News.
Yeah, it was the most incredible feeling I think I've ever experienced on a tennis court, and there was certainly disbelief. I think I've worked so hard my whole career with my team and with people that mean the most to me to try and achieve my goals and my dreams, and to be able to do that today was incredible. Australians have such a rich history in sport, and I think being able to be a very small part of that is something I always dreamt of, is to try and create a legacy and try and create a path for young girls and boys to believe in their dreams, and being able to kind of live through that and learn my lessons along the way has been some of the best parts of my journey. And I think to be able to be successful here at Wimbledon, to achieve my biggest dream has been absolutely incredible, and the stars aligned for me over the past fortnight, and incredible that it happened to fall on the 50th anniversary of Yvonne's first title here too. It was absolutely incredible.
Hello again, thrilled to be here for another episode of Artworks, bursting at the seams with creativity. Coming up, drawing out anxiety with cartoonist Filthy Ratbag and the raw naked talent of Magic Mike. First up, Hobart's Dark Mofo is a pagan-themed winter arts festival that embraces provocative, confronting, and I've got to say, problematic ideas. Now, I say problematic because this year, in an era of the ongoing prominence of Black Lives Matter and all that represents, a line was crossed. A social media post called for First Peoples to donate their blood for one of the festival's key artworks. And that to me was an indication of not only who was at the table, but who definitely was not at that table. And how Dark Mofo got this so wrong was extraordinary. And many across the arts world voiced their anger, resulting in the festival cancelling the work. Now, with so much damage done, what of the festival itself? Artworks' Dee Jefferson spoke to some First Nations artists involved in the past, present and future of Dark Mofo to get their take on where to from here.
We see a lot of narrative acknowledgement statements that we see on buildings, all the time when we go in acknowledging, the original and first owners. If we can take that to a next level, to a deeper level, I think we can really push some buttons and really get people starting to think about our culture and our history and our knowledge and the stories that exist on this land.
As you are gathered for this event, close your eyes and in your mind imagine this place in my ancestors' time.
It's the opening night of Hobart's Dark Mofo Festival.
Come walk with us.
Members of the Palawa community the traditional owners of the land, and other First Nations leaders are inviting a rugged-up crowd of a couple of thousand on a powerful reclamation walk.
We would actually reclaim, just for a little bit of time, we'd have our mob out there in the street, doing this stuff.
The procession eventually arrives at a bark hut built inside an empty shop. This work, entitled Home State Nipaluna, emerged through consultation between internationally renowned Australian artist Fiona Hall and a collective of First Nations artists and community members.
Even if you don't have the words to describe it, I think you feel what it would be to inhabit this space, to have this structure as part of your culture, even if you're not from that culture.
And while the raising of the Aboriginal flag marks the start of the festival, the debate around another flag has led some artists to consider boycotting or blacklisting Dark Mofo.
It was a case of, do I want to be a part of Dark Mofo after what's happened, or do I not want to?
As First Nations mob, we have suffered enough. We've certainly bled enough. It's just more abuse. It's an abuse.
And they made a mistake. They made a big mistake, but that shouldn't stop great things from happening.
Over its 8-year history, Dark Mofo hasn't shied away from controversy. Animal sacrifice, burying an artist beneath a Hobart road, and various twists on Christian iconography have repeatedly, and some say deliberately, landed the festival in the headlines. But in March this year, a social media post sparked a massive wave of criticism that caused serious damage to the festival's reputation. The post was a public invitation to contribute to a work commissioned by Dark Mofo called Union Flag, which was conceived by Spanish artist Santiago Sierra. The work proposed to stain a Union Jack flag with blood donated by First Nations people. On social media, the backlash was immediate, with many First Nations people blindsided by the announcement.
Why has Dark Mofo commissioned this work without really engaging with us to see what we might want to say about that?
Lee Carmichael, the festival's creative director, initially defended the work.
I deeply believe that artists have a right to express views on any topic, theme or concept that they choose.
Within hours of this interview, Dark Mofo posted an apology, acknowledging the hurt caused and cancelling the work. But the damage was done. And in the wake of the cancellation, questions were asked about Dark Mofo's consultation process with First Nations community and artists.
I know from the conversations that I've had, there is this idea that in the past the festival has been culturally unsafe, but I certainly feel confident moving forward that the festival has become a culturally safer space.
Artist and Palawa man Caleb Nichols-Mansell was openly critical of Dark Mofo's decision to commission this Sierra work. But he has since been appointed as one of 2 First Nations advisors as part of Dark Mofo's new engagement strategy. These appointments, while welcomed by many as a step in the right direction, have also been criticised by some as a superficial attempt to fix an image problem, what is sometimes referred to as black cladding.
For those who are concerned that this is sort of a black cladding rather than like a really meaningful collaboration with First Nations artists and community, what would you say to that?
I'd encourage them to have conversations with the people that are working with Dark Lab and the festival more broadly, because I'm confident that through those conversations they would understand and they would realise that this is more than black cladding. Reclamation and Home State, that is a community collaboration that's been led by the Palawa community.
There's been a lot of First Nations people hurt and compromised, and who, say that they would never work with Dark Mofo again. And I don't think we should lose the opportunity to kind of talk about that.
Fiona Hamilton is a Trawulway artist who has worked extensively with Dark Mofo in the past. but left in anger last year due to what she thought was an insensitive approach to First Nations engagement.
And if we're just going to, kind of sweep that under the carpet and employ some sort of, some toxic positivity, what will happen is those people won't have a chance to address their issues with dark mofo, and they won't have a chance to heal. We want dark mofo to be successful, but we can't just race forward without considering what kind of relationship Tasmanian Aboriginal people want to have with dark mofo.
I don't think that I am the solution, and I don't think I can provide the solution, but what I can provide is a step into our community for Lee and the organisation to better understand who we are and how we operate so that we can better work together into the future.
While dark mofo's future continues to be the subject of serious debate, what is clear is that this year's event has exposed some of the deeply complex, unresolved issues around the First Nations experience on colonised land.
Sitting down in the hut last night, it was so peaceful. We were just sitting there doing what our old people would have been doing. It was cosy and warm. And then when we finally left the hut, it was just loud and lights and bright and colonised. Not where we wanted to be, really. We wanted to stay in the hut.
A stark reminder that the ongoing impacts of colonisation continue to be felt everywhere, and how, in the arts world, the importance of consultation with First Nations people is absolutely crucial. Now, there are plenty of artworks that we come across daily, but have you ever stopped and wondered about what they were about and who made them? This one is for Melburnians, because we are talking about one of the most iconic works of public art in the city, the Melbourne International Gateway. But no one actually calls it that, because it's better known as the Cheese Stick. Designed by architects Denton, Corker and Marshall, the Cheese Stick and its friends, the Fruit Roll-Ups, have welcomed motorists to Melbourne since 2000. The gold cheese stick is inspired by Victoria's gold rush history, and the red beams represent, wait for it, the state's wheat industry, which, can I be real with you folks, wheat isn't red. At no point in the wheat process is wheat red. I mean, look, I'll give them full points for effort. The red and the gold colour scheme, iconic. But wheat? Really? While they might not be a household name, Denton, Corker and Marshall are kind of a big deal. They designed the Melbourne Museum and its indoor forest, the Balti Bridge and the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. So there you go. Next time you're cruising along the Tullamarine Freeway, there's a little fun fact you can tuck away in your back pocket. Magic Mike is an immersive live dancing spectacular which is also very horny. Not my words, that was The Guardian. We paid a visit to the dancers to ask them about their careers and definitely not to check them out.
Are you a stripper or a dancer?
I'm not a stripper, I am a professional dancer.
I am a dancer.
Like, this is a dance-heavy show. It just so happens that the theme of it is the removal of one's clothes.
Boom, 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 and then bah. Boom. We're all dancers first and foremost. We come from, musical theatre, hip-hop, commercial dance backgrounds, which put together in something like this is just going to harbour something that's spectacular to watch. My name is Ned Zayner. I am one of the dancers here at Magic Mike Live, Australia. I've actually never performed like this kind of dance style until this show. It's so funny to have been portrayed as one way for my whole life as this dancer, a bit of a nerd that likes musical theatre and singing, and then to all of a sudden audition for this show and then be put on a pedestal as to, you know, you must love yourself. This is the hardest thing that I've ever done. My dance background started when I was 5. I was at my grandma's house and she put on a tape of Michael Flatley's Feet of Flames, and I loved it so much that I used to put thumbtacks in the bottom of my school shoes and tap around the house. And my mum got so sick of it that she said, well, we're gonna have to put you into class. I went to an all-boys Catholic high school, and doing dancing, that was just like a recipe for disaster and bullying and all the rest of it. I was lucky that I had a twin brother there with me the whole time. He's helped me keep all of my teeth.
Just do a little shot. I think you're doing a lot of arm. It should be clean.
I mean, you did a kickball change out of the womb, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I started when I was 7. This is the 90s too, in Dubbo. So, like, jazz was not cool as we think about it today. It was a lot of jazz hands and shaking hips and
spandex.
There was no spandex. There was a little bit of spandex.
I got photos to prove it.
No.
Rainbow colored
Nope, I'm gonna burn them. I don't really place myself particularly in a style because my whole career has been adapting to what jobs come up. We grew up doing kicks from the corner, like jazz technique, and there was no hip-hop classes at all, so I was learning off YouTube, like hip-hop choreography. And then I have tap and salsa and Latin worlds, and I've learned a little bit here and a little bit there. And it's ended up that Magic Mike is pretty much the show that involves all that.
I went to one of Charlie's concerts, and I looked at him dancing in that spandex and said, that looks fun, I should do it. My peers were, let's say, less than kind to a boy who did jazz and ballet. And I was pretty sensitive as a kid, so Mum and Dad thought it was in my best interest to take me out. And they put me into football. And then after all those years of playing football, I finally had toughened up enough and realized I want to go dance again. So I said to Mum and Dad, I want to do it, I want to go back, despite the bullying, despite everything. And Mum said, it'll be hard, and I said, that's okay.
So I started dancing when I was 5, and I think I got to the age of 16 and I decided that I wanted to make dance a full-time career, so I dropped everything else in my life and just focused purely on dance. I started off with jazz, contemporary, tap, and then hip-hop. I taught myself how to do flips and tricks, and I learned how to b-boy or break. In Magic Mike Live, I think the main style of dance that we perform is commercial dance. When we say commercial dance, it usually means a mix of different dance styles that are more based upon performing to a certain audience. So it's the type of style that you might see in a music video behind an artist, and you might see on stages throughout the world.
It doesn't have any boundaries of laws where your ballet has your first position, second position, devant derrière, your forward and back open and shapes. Hip hop and commercial dance is open style. It's free, it's movement, it's what feels good, it's what is driven by musicality and culture. And the choreography within the show is so unique to Magic Mike.
Particularly in Australia, dancers usually get the negative space of a performance. You know, it's like someone and then some colour and movement.
You feel the background.
Yeah, but for this show, it's like everyone kind of has their own moment to go out and shine, and you feel that from each performer when they're backstage. They feel important and they look forward to that moment each night, and you don't get that often as a dancer.
The thing that Magic Mike Live offered to me was an opportunity for me to be the artist and genuinely connect with people as they watch me rather than as they watch me behind someone else. And the choreographers who work with us, they're amazing. They say, this is the set piece of choreography for here, but then in this part of the show, we want you to freestyle and do whatever you want to do and do it to your best ability. Doing the sexy movements wasn't ever something that I considered doing before, but it's fun to see people's faces light up. It's such a fun time.
How important have the discussions of consent been around this performance?
We go through extensive conversations with our female choreographer and directors where they explain what we need to do to make sure that everyone feels respected, that everyone is safe.
There's a consent from us when we come past people, and if we're going to interact with them, that we ask them, hey, do you mind if I dance with you or if I get close to you? And if they say no, you thank you so much for your time, and you move on.
And that's really what the show is about. It's about empowering women and making them feel loved and seen. And we get really lovely messages of people who say, you know, I've just gotten over an illness, or I found that today was the day that I beat cancer. As much as there is the sex object element of it, there is this really nice, touching.
I like those moments the best. That kind of keeps me motivated to keep doing, rather than being like, look at how sexy I am. You know, it's more just like, are you guys having a good time? Because that's what you came here to do, and I hope that I'm helping like bring that about.
We even safe words. So if we were to get too close to someone and they felt uncomfortable, they could simply say it, and we'd say, of course, have a great night, and we'd step away.
I want the women that come and see the show to leave with something that maybe they weren't expecting. I have people who have come to the show that have reached out to me on Instagram and Facebook and like, thank you so much. You know, I lost my husband last year. It was, you know, devastating, and this is the first time that I've come back and even been able to feel like I've been seen by another man. And if I can be that for them, then that's going to give me more of fulfillment than just being there and taking my shirt off and trying to look good.
We're not claiming to put on a perfect theatre show or anything like that. It's an experience. What we provide is an escape from reality. You can come to Magic Mike and have a good time, let your hair down, enjoy really good dancing and really talented men, but at the same time not take yourself too seriously. And I don't think we ever try to pretend to be more than that, and I think that really resonates with the audience when they come.
Hey, that's it, folks. I hope you've enjoyed this week's trek around the arts world. I look forward to your company next time. I'll catch you then.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander viewers are warned that this program contains images of deceased people.
Hi, and welcome to The People Who Built Australia. I'm Ross Greenwood. In this episode, we look closely at the very first people to take courage in living on this continent, our Indigenous ancestors. We'll explore how First Nations traditions have become a globally recognised culture, and take a look at the very people who not only helped build it, but keep it alive for generations to come. Every year, celebrations are held across Australia to mark Naidoc Week, an opportunity to celebrate the history and resilience of our First Nations people. Our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture has survived for 50,000 years and stands out, not just as an incredible heritage for our Indigenous Australians, but also globally as the oldest continuing culture on the planet.
Yeah, look, Naidoc Week is really, for me, it's a week of celebration. Its origins, of course, go back to a week of protest back in 1938, where it was really protesting about the conditions and treatment of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Today, really, it's maintaining those aspirations and bringing those aspirations to the wider community. But it's really a celebration of us and our identity, and also us as the oldest continuous culture on the planet. I always say that that is really something that all Australians should be proud of and all Australians should celebrate. Telling the true history of this country, if it's truth-telling or even learning about the true history of this country, is vital for us to move forward. You know, I don't think we can move forward as a nation if we forget the past or we try to forget the past. So, importantly for First Nations people, it's about telling the true history of this country. And I think once we do that, and once wider Australians learn about that true history, we can move forward. Importantly, I think it's acknowledging the story of First Nations and the treatment of First Nations people, because that hasn't been told, certainly in the generation that I was brought up with. You know, we were denied probably the true history of this country. I learnt more about ancient Egyptians or Native Americans or Aztec Indians than I did of First Nations people in this country. Thankfully, that's changed, and the younger generation are learning more than ever about Indigenous culture. And that's just the wider community. That's black and white people learning more about the true history of this country.
Having a theme each year focuses on a key and critical area that is important to our culture across this nation. But it's also developing the opportunity to share that knowledge, to let others walk with us in celebrating Naidoc Week, recognise incredible and outstanding Australians, Indigenous Australians who've achieved so much in the short period of life or over a longer period, to acknowledge our elders. But in doing that, their stories are told, and then mainstream Australia then hears stories about individuals. But when we talk about our local heroes, and I think of people like Rob Riley, Truganini, Bennelong, all of those played important parts in points of time within the history of this country. Charles Perkins, Lower Joe O'Donoghue, Kathy Freeman, all of them are continuing to leave legacies of the changes that they fought for, that they demonstrated in a field, or through legacy work. And Adam Goodes, for example, his last year really in football was a horrendous time, so much so that he's declined the Hall of Fame opportunity. But what he's focusing on is providing scholarships for Indigenous children to attend either government or non-government schools and have a better outcome than the outcome they would have had if they did not have the level of support from his foundation. And there are many others that I could share so many stories about.
So, Warren, if you look back through the history of Aboriginal Australians, which are the ones that you say are the ones you admire, that you consider were the great builders of the Aboriginal communities and rights here in Australia?
Oh, look, you'd have to go back to the post-Second World War period, where you're seeing amazing people like Kath Walker and a number of other people who got out there and fought the civil rights program. There's a number of people that really have been great drivers in this area, and you see some very successful people like Michael McLeod. You look at even Adam Goodes with the football and that. Ben White in Western Australia. He was the Treasurer, and we all know that in any government, the Treasurer is the second most powerful person, probably more powerful because they control the money. And I rated him as in the top 3 treasurers in my time. It's unfortunate now he's left government, but he's now on the board of Rio Tinto and Woodside. And amazing, incredible. We need to see more people like him who are doing those things, going in the government, being the treasurers, being the finance ministers, being the education ministers, as well as people going onto the boards and the CEOs of all these corporations.
It's incredible to note that there have been now, I think it's 6 Australians of the Year are Aboriginal people. You mentioned Adam Goodes, Mick Dodson, Kathy Freeman, Mandaway Yunupingu, Luicha O'Donoghue, of course, is a wonderful representative. Neville Bonner, Australia's first Aboriginal politician. I mean, these people, if you like, in many ways have been builders for others to create careers, to actually aspire to recognise there were no barriers.
Well, and you've got to go back to 1962 when Menzies, he actually gave us the full vote for Aboriginals across Australia. Before that, it was some states had it and some states didn't. But he just said, OK, we're going to have all Aboriginals are going to be treated as full citizens. All of them had the full vote. Within 10 years, we had a great man like Neville Bonner, saw the opportunity into the Senate, a long-term Senate, and contributed to Australian society. Eric Durrell in Queensland, he not very long after Neville Bonner got to the Queensland Parliament, and then you got a whole range of people and then start coming into those areas. Same thing with business. Once we said, you know, when I was a young bloke growing up, people used to say, well, business is the white man's game. And then once we broke down that barrier and said, no, we can do just as good as anyone else. You know, we can get educated, we can go out there and get our experience and skills and we can start running businesses. And that's just seeing that opportunity that was created by those people you just named and we're following in their footsteps, has made a huge difference.
After winning a modelling competition at the age of just 13, Indigenous model Samantha Harris has gone on to grace the covers of Vogue and Marie Claire, worked around the world and most recently led the catwalk in the first Indigenous showcase at Australian Fashion Week. But it's not something she takes for granted. Her mother was taken in the stolen generation.
As I got into my 20s and a bit later on, that's when Mum was kind of told me a lot what had happened to her. But even growing up, she was always very adamant, and she would always say to us children that to give everything she could to us, whether, you know, not materialistic things, just all the love and, you know, just positivity that she could, that she didn't get in her life. I definitely do think that's something that's kept me grounded. It's always in the back of my mind. Fun fact, my mum actually wanted to be a model when she was younger. That's something that she wanted to do, but the thought in her mind, like an Indigenous model, that's not going to happen. So that's not that long ago. And, you know, fast forward 20 years or so, her daughter's that Indigenous model.
Back in 2013, Sydney Swan star Adam Goodes was called an ape by a 13-year-old spectator during a match at the MCG. It sparked a media storm with accusations of bullying and intimidation.
He's a great footballer. He was a fine Australian of the Year, and no one wants to see anyone bullied.
It's quite clear that there has been racism throughout Australia over a period of time that has discriminated against Aboriginal Australians. There's no doubt about that. The question is whether it's improving and whether it's there inherently or whether it's there as an undercurrent. How do you sense that?
Look, the first 13 years of my life, I grew up under the Aboriginal Protection Act in New South Wales, a segregation act. Since 1969, that hasn't existed anymore. There were still residual racism that went on there, but today, compare it to when I was, you know, that 13-year-old kid, it's just a totally different world. Now, look, of course racism exists. It exists in every country in the world, every community in the world, but to paint a picture that we're a racist country is just nonsense. Look at the money that the governments are putting out there, state and federal level, the education programs they're putting in place. You look at the business community. The business community has been really the leaders in this area.
It's a shame, and I think now I've got a thicker skin. It's still not nice reading hurtful comments. I don't read them as often now, but again, you know, people will be saying she's only a model because she's Indigenous. You know, they need that one Indigenous model. Again, tokenism and things like that. When I was younger, it was really hurtful because, well, it still is hurtful, but they don't know me. Again, they're not acknowledging my achievements and what I've done, not just in the fashion industry, but also, you know, I want to be a role model for Indigenous kids and kids in general to follow their dreams. I do like to speak out and say, you know, it's not okay. It's not okay to bully anyone, any race, any person or human being. You know, I do like to say my voice and share my experiences just to let people know, you know, that are coming up in the ranks in whatever field they choose, that this can happen, and just take it as a grain of salt. Try not to take it as hard as much as you can, because they don't know you, you don't know them. So, you know, why does their point matter?
When you see or hear something racist, it's hard to know what to do, but you can always do something. If it feels safe, you can speak up, or you can report it to someone who can help. But if you say nothing or do nothing, nothing changes. So take a stand.
Racism, it starts with me.
Coming up, we explore the challenges that our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities continue to face in today's Australia, and how we all can move forward together as modern Australians. Welcome back to The People Who Built Australia. In today's Australia, the words a fair go and equal opportunity are at the very beating heart of who we think we are. But look, let's face it, our First Nations people haven't always found it easy to realise the same spirit of inclusiveness. So, are things finally changing? You must give a person an opportunity. And once a person's given that opportunity, then you start to get barriers broken through. You get wealth created. You get, if you like, an acceptance that, First Nations Australians can very much be a part of the community, can create wealth, can create employment. That's one of the keys. 2015, we got the Indigenous economic policy out, and within 6 years, it's gone from several $1 million to over $4, $5, $6 billion now. In contracts, you're looking at a growth of a handful of Indigenous businesses up to well in excess of probably 2,500 to 3,000 businesses, and that is just growing and growing. And then you add in all the other industries like the mining industry and other things, and within a couple of years, it just blew up. It just went, wow. And what about programs inside Australian companies, in the regions in particular, where there are big Aboriginal communities? It is key that big employers recognise the skills and talents that exist within that community. They're the ones that can then drive those businesses, because then you have the contractors and you have the small to medium businesses that can live off those projects, and then you have the flow-on effect of the money that's been spent in those areas. Look, everyone knows I'm a great fan of Andrew Forrest, because him and Nev Powell, when he was the CEO, and now we've got Elizabeth Gaines, they actually went out there deliberately to, OK, we're going to these places, we can easily just suck all the wealth out of that land and then bugger off. They said, well, what is our legacy that we leave? And they come up with the Billion Opportunities idea.
Billion Opportunities is a program that targets procurement with Aboriginal businesses. And very sort of simple concept, but unless you're actually dedicated to that process, then you actually don't make sustainable change. So we actually actively seek out Aboriginal businesses. So it's a commitment on our part to really helping those businesses grow. And sometimes it would be easier to actually just contract with a large established business that doesn't have the same Aboriginal benefits. So by being actually dedicated to this process, we've grown these businesses and worked with them for over a decade now.
As well as co-chairing the Naidoc Week Committee, John Paul Janke is a successful businessman running the Rourke Projects, an Australian-owned construction company. Like Fortescue, he's made a deliberate point of using Indigenous companies to create opportunity.
I think importantly for this generation, the opportunities are endless. When I left school, you either joined the federal public service or a government job, or you went into a trade, or you tried to become a professional sportsman. Today, I think young children have greater opportunities. They have greater access to education, university, and that builds a sense of achievement. And also, I think they can see opportunities that were probably never there before. Over the last couple of decades, we've seen lots of people become lawyers and doctors, scientists, academics. So the younger generation can see that, and they can see that as a pathway for them. Importantly for them, they can do that and retain culture. They can retain their identity. So I think that young kids today have greater opportunities than ever before. And importantly, in my business, it's providing the opportunities for those kids to come through. It's about engaging Indigenous companies in the work that we do, but also helping the non-Indigenous staff and the non-Indigenous companies that we engage with to learn more about Indigenous culture and help Indigenous people in employment and economic opportunities.
This is the thing that's going to make the difference. This education, skill-based businesses, hiring people, this which will grow our regions and our remote areas and also contribute back to our economy. For Vonda Malone, the Mayor of the Torres Strait Shire, it's about creating jobs and opportunities, particularly for young people in her region, to entice them to return to live in that community.
They need to be able to return to fulfilling jobs, and we have to think about what will the jobs be for the future. Some conventional jobs may not be available, so being at the forefront of that. And there are a lot of positions that continue to be FIFO, and how do we put in robust succession planning to enable someone to transition into that position in the future. We're all very supportive of future education We have some very incredibly talented kids that go to various sporting institutions, and I have every faith that they will be able to fill any position that they want to aspire to. But we've got to be that enabler to make it that's not impossible, that, you know, there are those positions that you can transition to, but we've got to continue to work with, be it from private sector, be it from the government sector. And there has been some progressions in that space, which I've been fortunate to see in pushing that, you know, if it's a job that can be provided to a person, if they've gone away for further studies, fantastic. We want them to be attracted back to be able to, you know, return to community and give back.
Because this is one of the things I've often heard you say, and that is that government giving handouts is actually not the answer. It's really not the answer to most of the problems. In fact, you've even been critical of the Labor Party in the past, of which you were the president, of course, and that's a prestigious position. You've even been critical of the party of which you were the president.
It was great that we had a bipartisan approach in regard to Indigenous affairs. The problem with that is that we sort of went to the lowest denominator because people would... so when we thought that by chucking money at this and government funding that we could make a difference. And so the problem with that is when governments changed and they started pulling money out and putting money back, jobs disappeared, then they come back and they disappear again. There was no sustainability within the process.
When I grew up, all my friends were Indigenous, and I didn't think of Aboriginal people as any different to us. We'd sit around a table, we'd sit around their campfire, but as kids, you're just as comfortable in either setting. And it wasn't really until welfare really began to bite, and these kind of crazy policies of, okay, you did have a job and now you have no job and now you have all this income and we're moving you into the town or the city where you will be unemployed. If you've got nothing to do, then life goes downhill, you know, and if you've got money to send it downhill quicker, that's what happens. And so since my very earliest days, I've railed against that. You know, I've railed against the fact that the Indigenous kids I grew up with did not have the same opportunities that I did not have the same expectations put on them that society put on me. They weren't expected to pass school. You know, they weren't expected to have to even go to school, and they were expected to have welfare as a future. And I just think that is such a stain on our country. I believe that we shouldn't stop until there's no disparity in economic outcomes, in social inclusion between Indigenous and non-Indigenous. And why? Because I know Aboriginal people. And the more you know Aboriginal people, the more you love them, and the more you know that if they're given the same chance and the same expectations, Ross, the same responsibility with their income, then they'll rise to the challenge like we will. Welfare is fantastic, but welfare, which is pure cash with no responsibility attached to it, is a very sick policy, and the sooner we move on from it, the better.
It's taken a long time for Australia in general to acknowledge Indigenous people as a whole in so many different aspects of the country. And, you know, we are moving in the right direction, which I think is amazing. We had our first 2 Indigenous runway shows at Fashion Week this year, which was very spectacular. I got to walk in one. But yeah, it's a shame that it has taken so long. And why has it taken so long? Indigenous people are the First Nations. We should be embracing that. And, you know, it's such a long and old culture and history. Like, why aren't we embracing that? And, you know, we should have done it such a long time ago.
As a legacy of our current work, through closing the gap agreement, attending school and taking the normal pathways through to the opportunities that will prevail either in trade, a profession, or in an area of industry that they'd never contemplated, but at the same time not losing their cultural identity or the integrity of what community means and what their culture means to them.
So we need to teach our kids that you can do it too. You just got to put the hard yards in. You got to be prepared to you know, take risk in life. Have a go. You know, And if you have a go, then you'll be surprised what you can achieve.
Next time on The People Who Build Australia, we explore the courage and determination it's taken to build our agricultural industry. We'll see you then.
Well, thank you, Corey, and nice to see you there. Thank you for the wonderful work you do too. He's a great bloke, Corey Bernardi, great Australian. Now, good evening to you all out there. Thank you for being with us during what is bound to be a tumultuous week for many Australians who are now again in this Commonwealth of Australia with little in common. Cut off again from one another. The focus is, of course, on New South Wales. I will be addressing that in detail. It won't be flattering and it won't mirror the conventional Me Tooism, where increasingly big government, big pharma and big media are all singing off the same sheet of alarmism and fear. The people who should be represented, who are paying the bills, have no voice. That is you out there. I'll be looking tonight in detail to the real experts on lockdowns, vaccinations and masks, and it won't make attractive listening for the political and bureaucratic know-all class. I won't be citing Alan Jones' views, but the views of international authorities. The mess that we're in cannot continue. But before that, an extraordinary weekend in which a young lady, no bigger than some of the ball boys, has made indelible history. 50 years between drinks, and the legend Yvonne Goolagong has helped create a new legend, Ashley Barty. When I spoke to Ash after she won the French title in 2019, I said then what I say now. Her post-match performance was as impressive as her on-court mastery. Modest, humble, self-effacing, grateful, a little emotional and fiercely proud. Unlike many, never forgetting those who helped to get there. It was an extraordinary final, the like of which many of us have never seen. A Wimbledon final in which one player wins the first 14 points. That was Ash, 3.5 games. Pliskova, a former world number one, a very, very good player, with a powerful armoury of shots, couldn't seem to even lift her racket. Nerves in sport can paralyse you. And so they did with her. But never with Ash Barty. She misses a shot, she bombs a serve, she fluffs a sliced backhand. There's no carry on, it's forgotten, she starts again. There's a tendency in the wake of success such as this to gild the lily a little. That would be impossible here. It was obvious when she won the Wimbledon Junior Girls Singles title at 15, 10 years ago, from Ipswich in Queensland, that here was something special. That was confirmed on Saturday before a full house at Wimbledon SW19. In the delivering of her success, she met in every syllable the criteria of our greatest ever sportsman, Sir Donald Bradman, who said, quote, "The finest of athletes have, along with skill, a few more essential qualities: to conduct their life with dignity, with integrity, with courage and modesty." He said all these are totally compatible with pride, ambition, determination and competitiveness. Well, to her first coach, Jim Joyce, her current coach, Craig Tyser, to Jason Stoltenberg, the very fine Australian player and coach who was part of it all at the beginning, to her mum and dad, Rob and Josie, and sisters Sarah and Ali, her physio, who did all the work after the hip injury during the French Championships, Melanie Omazzolo, and her trainer, Matthew Hayes. To all of you, you have helped a magnificent young Australian meet the highest criteria set by the great Bradman. Ash, on Saturday, you didn't just win and confirm your status as the best in the world. You didn't just exhibit skill born of sound temperament, but you conducted yourself with dignity, integrity, courage and modesty. You rightly, at 25, belong amongst the annals of our very, very best.
Hello and welcome to Offsiders. It's a world away from Ipswich, but last night Queenslander Ash Barty fulfilled her childhood dream on the magical centre court at Wimbledon. She was just 4 years old when she told her dad she didn't want to play netball like her older sisters because she wanted to play something that used a stick. Last night, her racket was more like a wand, hitting some breathtaking winners to beat Karolina Pliskova in 3 sets, becoming just the 3rd Australian woman to lift that Wimbledon trophy.
Settle in, everybody. This is a huge moment in Australian sport. Well, that is good free hitting early on from Barty. this is an awesome start from Ash. Oh, brilliant from Barty. Barty just dancing around the court. A bit of a momentum change in the second set. Oh, that is brilliant. Can you believe it? We're going 3 here in the ladies' singles final. That's great from Pliskova. Oh, amazing. Brilliant from both players. Oh, yes. Wow. At only 5'5", she needed every inch of the racket to get up to that. Ash Barty at championship point. Her dream comes true. Australia's Ash Barty is Wimbledon champion.
It took me a long time to verbalise the fact that I wanted to dare to dream it and say I wanted to win this incredible tournament, and being able to live out my dream right now with everyone here, this has made it better than I ever could have imagined. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wimbledon champion, Ash Barty.
Final score, 6-3, 6-7, 6-3. We've all got matchstick eyes this morning, but Paul Kennedy, it was bloody worth it.
It was, Kelly, wasn't it? It was great to see Barty win it for herself. I know we're going to talk about the history of it shortly, but in the moment, it was in the great tradition of Aussies staying up late and watching their sporting champs try and do something unique, like watching, Cadel Evans win the Tour de France, the Aussies in the Ashes, and of course, watching Wimbledon. And we're seeing Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley there. The history was all around Barty last night. There she is, and she climbed the stands to do what Pat Cash did. I was having flashbacks when I was staying up late as a 12-year-old watching Cash beat Ivan Lendl, as I called him, or Ivan Lendl. But
1987, I've got memories as a child doing that as well.
Martina Navratilova was in the grandstand, seemingly cheering for Pliskova. She was at one moment, and Billie Jean King, of course, contemporaries of Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley, and but in the moment, we weren't really thinking about how tired we were, just wondering. She never looked like she was going to lose the match, but you just wondered, how can she finish it off? She served for it in the second set, then it went to tie break, she lost that. And then all through the third set, she was in front. You're thinking, can she just hold her nerve and finish this off? And she did. And then you think, well, of course she did.
Catherine Murphy, I mean, it's never about her, and the emotion. I'll play a clip first before we get to you, because the emotion got the better of Ash when she was asked about one person in particular.
It's a lovely tribute to one of your heroines, your mentors, Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley, 50 years ago since she won her first Wimbledon title. And I know she means just a big part. She means a lot to you.
She does. I hope I made Yvonne proud.
No, you did.
That was the lump in the throat moment.
Oh, that was absolutely the lump in the throat moment. Ash Barty, why we all love her. In such an individual sport, she uses we, not I. Then she gets to one of the greatest sports stages on the planet, and she uses that moment, that spotlight, to dedicate it and to make a tribute to someone else. That's why we love Ash Barty. We're just lucky in Australia to have Ash Barty. You just feel privileged to watch her, the selflessness of it. I feel like it's part of how she copes with nerves, to make it about her team as well, to make it about her mentor and her hero. But that was just an incredible moment to watch.
And she makes a good point, Gideon Hay. Good morning to you. There is no anti-Ash sentiment. I describe it, I mean, she's an introvert and she was guarded early on with the media in her career, but she just carries herself so well now. She's very eloquent in the way she speaks. She's universally loved, so much so that the BBC in the lead-up podcast described her as Federer-like in the way she's universally adored.
It's quite a tribute, isn't it?
It is.
She certainly embodies a certain kind of Australian everydayness, doesn't she? You could pass her on the street without noticing. She's not, you know, huge and Amazonian. She's actually quite petite and you know, unassuming. She's not an ice maiden. She's very earthy. She's very everyday. Her tastes. She doesn't seem to have any of the pathologies of stardom that we associate with Jelena Dokic or Bernard Tomic or lately Naomi Osaka. You know, her boyfriend's an irrigation technician at a golf course. She loves her footy and her coffee and her dogs. There's the ancestor worship that we mentioned before. You know, she and I think sporting victories that associate themselves with previous sporting victories do achieve a certain additional resonance.
And I think in tennis too, that matters.
What's rare
for people that would switch on to tennis and watch Wimbledon and watch in Australia. And there, the partner in the grandstand's name was Gary. I learned that when he climbed up. I thought that's pretty Australian. And yes, and also she's not hung up. She's world #1, and no one can dispute now that that's a fitting rank for her. But she took last year off, and she knew what she wanted. And I wonder, we often talk about her going to cricket. I wonder whether that break after winning Wimbledon and the girls' title 10 years ago. She must have struggled with the transition at some stage, and she took a break and she realised, I can do this on my own terms. And I think people appreciate that.
There was the ghost of Ivanisevic and Pat Rafter there when she got a bit wobbly serving. That arm felt like cement, couldn't close out the second set and then did it in the third.
Well, it was the first Wimbledon women's final between two first-time finalists since 1977. So it was a battle of nerves, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and someone who knows more than us, Christopher Clarey, is the New York Times tennis correspondent. He watched the match from Wimbledon. In fact, he's still in the media room, deep under centre court late on a London night. Christopher, thanks for staying up for us. How on earth did she do it?
Yeah, it's all quiet in here now, Kelly, but it wasn't so quiet a few hours ago, that's for sure. The centre court was just rocking, all kinds of excitement out there. The match had a lot of twists and turns. And frankly, you know, Ash came out playing so well at the beginning. Pliskova was very tight. I mean, 14 straight points. I can't recall seeing 14 straight points to start a major final in my career. So it was a really interesting beginning. Then she fell back a bit, and then Pliskova rose. But I think it showed how much Ash Barty has matured, how much stronger she is mentally, that she was able to come back together and produce some of her best tennis down the stretch in that match. I mean, she tried to sort out the match in the second set, didn't do it. But the second chance she had, she took full advantage. So it was impressive and really just a great tournament considering what she was fighting coming in with her hip and all the injury issues.
So at one stage it looked like being a real walk in the park for Barty before Pliskova won the second set in a tiebreak. Did it feel like she might actually overwhelm Barty?
You know, I don't think in the moment in the stadium you ever felt that, especially because Ash had a good start to the third set. But you could definitely feel that Pliskova's game, it was almost as if she was relieved because she was playing so poorly at the beginning and she was so tight. And the crowd suddenly got behind her because I felt a lot of sympathy for her. You know, this is a big moment, never won a Grand Slam title. So I think Ash had to fight through that. But there was definitely a very balanced crowd, I would say, and a lot of enthusiasm in there. I mean, this is a big moment right now for sport and for culture over here with the country opening back up again a bit. And centre court was as lively as I've heard it in a long time today.
And Ash Barty went into this tournament with a real sense of history, wearing a dress inspired by her hero in Yvonne, who first won at Wimbledon 50 years ago. For a tennis purist like yourself, Chris, just how beautiful was it to witness what you saw today?
You know, I'm a cynical old journalist, Kelly, and I got to tell you, I think that's the right word. It was a beautiful thing to see, and I think what was great about it was how much Ash embraced that connection. You know, tennis is full of history, sports is full of history, but she really lived that. And the great thing is that she has a real connection with Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley. I think it's a very meaningful thing to her. She's talked about it a lot. Their Indigenous Australian connection is real, strong, and I really think it helped her, really carried her through. And I think wearing that outfit, making the connection real, if you will, even more so, I think that was a source of inspiration to her. And I could feel it today at the end of the match when she was talking on court. She kept it together pretty well after the initial interview began, and then Yvonne's name came up, and she just really had a hard time going on. You could see it meant so much to her. And I think, stylistically, what matters more to Australian tennis than Wimbledon and grass court tennis and sliced backhands? And Ash had it all, and so did Yvonne. So it was a powerful thing.
And Ash missed most of last year because of the pandemic. There has been a lot of debate about whether she really deserved her #1 ranking, whether she could ever win a second Grand Slam title again. What does this performance do for her standing in the sport?
This performance cements her as the true #1 right now. She's an all-court player, an all-court threat. And I think she's proven this season, and not just at Wimbledon, frankly. I mean, before that as well. She had great results before the French Open coming in as well. So I think she's really taken her game to a new level, her confidence to a new level. And I think she's come back with real commitment after her long break in Australia in 2020. And obviously she's going to get some challenges. Naomi Osaka's coming back on hard courts. Other players are rising, but Ash has a complete game. And frankly, Kelly, I mean, when I first saw her play in her early years as a pro when she came back from her cricket break, to me, it seemed like Wimbledon was a tournament she was meant to win. So it's nice to see her do it.
And it was so sad to watch Roger Federer make such an ignominious departure from his favourite tournament. You've just written a book on him. You sat down with him and his team. It's coming out next month. You know him better than all of us. What is his exit plan?
Look, I don't want to get involved in conjecture too much. I have too much faith in his judgment after all these years. It's carried him to almost age 40. I would personally be surprised if he goes to the Olympics, just based on all that's going to be missing there and all the things he plays for, which is really a full stadium and connection with the crowd, and all those things are going to be missing in Tokyo. And I'm not sure he's going to want to do that. But I do expect to see him back at the U.S. Open and the Laver Cup later this year. And frankly, I don't know what's going to happen next. I think I'd be surprised to see him back at Wimbledon, but I wouldn't rule it out.
And lastly, can Italian Matteo Berrettini stop Novak Djokovic drawing equal with Federer and Nadal on those 20 Slam titles tonight?
Kelly, he's got the tools to make it a great match with his big serve and his improved backhand and his just general swagger around the court. And they had a good match at the French Open, a very tight match, and Novak had to really dig deep to win it. But I think Novak's proven to all of us that when there's a big match to be played at this point in time, he's the man to pick. He's such a great defender, such a great returner. He's going to make Matteo hit the extra shot. So, I mean, I don't think you can go against Novak at this point.
Thanks, Christopher. Just duck round the corner to the Wimbledon pub and go and grab a beer with Ash. We really appreciate you staying up late London time for us, and enjoy tonight.
Yeah, the Aussies will be adding strength, the ones who are here, yep.
Christopher Clara there from the New York Times. I've just had a text from someone that would know to say that Wimbledon's organised a private party for her, and she's just left that and she's out with her team in London having a few quiet drinks. That just sums Ash Barty up. Let's talk about the journey a little bit, Catherine, because how she got to this point. 10 years ago, she won Wimbledon Juniors, and it looked like this was her destiny. She was meant to be here, but it hasn't been. She hasn't walked a straight line to get there. 5 years ago, she lost in the qualies when she just started her comeback.
It's been quite the journey when you think of how much she's had to work so hard, and she talks about it openly on her mindset, because even since coming back from her cricket break, she's had those setbacks, and she's worked with a mindset coach, Ben Crowe, very hard on not only putting things into perspective, but also valuing her life off the court as much as on the court, so she doesn't define herself that way. So when we see Ash Barty speak about perspective and family and the dogs and the footy and the coffee, it's because she's worked hard to focus on what gives her joy away from tennis. That didn't happen by accident. Now, she always talked that way about the perspective that she had, but it didn't feel quite real. It was almost like she was talking herself into that space. I think the pandemic has given a lot of people the ability to look at what's important to them. She's now talking about her dreams, and she's being completely herself, and that's why she is where she is.
Gideon, the first Big Bash cricketer to win a Wimbledon title.
First of many.
At 16, she moved to Melbourne after that Wimbledon title, moved into a one-bedroom apartment in South Yarra, and said she cried herself to sleep every single night because she just wasn't ready. Burnt out and depressed, she threw it all in to go fishing and play cricket.
Yeah, she seems to me to be a sort of an athlete for the times, for these sort of anxious, insecure, restricted times. And as Catherine was saying, she's kind of worked on smelling the flowers. She embodies a certain kind of egoless modern sportsman that I think you see also reflected in the two teams that are going to play in the European Championship final. Both teams, England and Italy, have made a virtue of keeping histrionics out of it, about the team being important rather than the individual.
And then, PK, I mean, there was the point that just 38 days ago, she quit the French Open. It's only the 4th time she's ever retired in her career because of a nasty hip injury. Just how nasty it was. Let's have a listen to her in the press conference after, before we get a comment from you.
There weren't too many radiologists in Australia who had seen my injury, and in a sense, it was a 2-month injury. And being able to be able to play here at Wimbledon was nothing short of a miracle. And I think them not telling me that just proved how much we were against the odds. And I think now to be playing pain-free through this event was incredible. And it's funny sometimes that you can just, the stars align. You can think positively. You can plan, and sometimes the stars do align. You can chase after your dreams.
Yeah, and I think it shows a lot of mental toughness to play through injury and to go that full two weeks. It's a credit to her fitness as well. But when she climbed up there, the first person that was on hand was her physio. So she's obviously surrounded herself with really good people who provide that support. Don't forget that the boys' Wimbledon title winner in the same year where she won the girls' title was Luke Saville. Now, a young Australian who's still going well and had a relatively good career. But these things can be really difficult to follow through if you win a big title of any sport when you're a kid. And if you haven't got the right people around you, you know, it can be quite a tough road and lead to a lot of disappointment. So she's taken her time. She obviously is now picking the road that she wants to travel. And, yeah, sometimes luck plays its part too, because we've seen tennis players have quite destructive people in their corner and making choices for them. So, yeah, I just think she's an all-round champion now, and she's in a really good place to win more Grand Slam titles. Yeah, well, with Serena Williams retiring, you'd think probably the US Open would be Serena Williams' last appearance. Halep going towards the end. Naomi Osaka's got her issues off the court that she's battling. It's always a big spread, and, you know, it seems like every Grand Slam title is up for grabs in the women's draw. But the skill she showed, I know we've talked a lot about her emotional approach. The skill she showed last night was just as impressive, even more impressive. The way that she just managed her opponent, Pliskova, around the court and found weaknesses, and that she's very smart. She stands apart in Australian sport as a role model, but just how tough to maintain that now. I mean, everyone's going to want a piece of her. 10 years ago, she struggled with that. You mentioned you could walk past her in the street and barely recognise her. We've seen her, you know, she loves her Tigers. We've seen her be a normal person in the stands at an Aussie rules game. What's the biggest battle now? That was the first chink in the armour, by the way.
This is tough for an introvert.
Anti-Richmond people.
Can you imagine being an introvert and having to work so hard on
I don't know. If your team's just won the flag,
I just
you can get over your introversion.
I absolutely love those shots of her just having a beer, like no one's watching at a Richmond game. But genuinely, you're an introvert who's had to work on the fact your whole life that to cope with nerves, you say it's not about me, it's about my team, it's about someone else. There's no denying. She is so famous. Once you do what you've done, what she's done at Wimbledon, she's just globally recognised. So how she copes with that.
And her success goes, you know, straight to our pleasure centres, because we'd like to imagine that we would be the same if we had stardom and success and prestige, that we managed to get over it and deal with it, and she seems to take it in her stride. Yeah. Hopefully she makes a lot of money out of it too. She already has. So, well, yeah, in prize money, but, you know, she should get some good ambassador roles and everything that's coming to her. You know, I sat through last night, watched the game. Every time they went to an ad, it was Federer with his corporate things and Kyrgios with his corporate things. So, and you wonder, I mean, what impact it'll have as well, whether it'll be like the Cathy Freeman effect. You know, speaking to Kai Simon and Sam Kerr over the years, they just idolised Cathy Freeman. They were 5, 6 or 7 when they watched what she did, and they get the chance, you know, in the next 2 years to run out and maybe host a World Cup final at the same stadium that Cathy Freeman achieved that gold medal. Dylan Alcott's done it again as well, Catherine. I mean, the quad wheelchair champion at Wimbledon. But the big story here is he now holds 3 of the 4 slams.
He does, and he is on track for a golden slam, potentially, which would be a massive achievement for him. Arguably, his biggest achievement was off the court, when tennis was coming back and the US Open was looking at not even having his event. He campaigned hard for that and made sure it went ahead. So maybe that's his biggest achievement. But yeah, he's on fire.
Oh, look, just maybe trending with Unk, but, as Dino said, look, Dino and I'll probably take over next year and,
Oh, OK.
Maybe get the ratings a bit higher next year, eh?
Well, we welcome it. Thank you so much for coming on. Uncle JP might be taking your job, Ty, but it's a family program, so we'll accept all ears. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks,
We've got to head to a quick commercial break, but please stick around because coming up, we have a worldwide television exclusive when Barker performs her new single, King Brown. Can't wait.
That's right, and we check back in with Mark Olive to see how that tucker is coming along. This is Big Mob Brekkie live across the country.
Looking for stunning movies filmed on country? You'll find them on NITV this Naidoc week.
Manganini.
Over 7 nights, NITV has a mix of classics and modern masterpieces.
It's not half a day ahead. We half a day behind. Sweet country out there.
This is my country.
With legendary actors like Ernie Dingo,
Tatawali, it's Tiwi for shark.
and Aaron Pedersen.
You cop?
Sometimes.
Naidoc Week Movies, filmed on country, continues tonight, 9:30 on NITV.
As a faith-based movement committed to justice, the Salvation Army walks alongside those facing hardship or injustice. Now we are walking even closer beside our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and acknowledging the land that we live and work on, choosing to walk with, not lead in front of, those who were here before us, journeying together with our First Nations peoples.
There's no better way to understand a people than through their food. So I'm going on a journey to uncover the secrets of Torres Strait cooking.
Yummy, Kuma.
Oh, this is all making me hungry.
People pay big money for this.
Lots of family and lots of laughter.
Here, my grandson got big muscle.
Come with me and let's go explore the people, culture, language and way of life of the Torres Strait.
Yo! Straight to the plate. Now streaming on demand.
Welcome back to Big Mob Brekkie. We are nearly at the end of the show. We're nearly at the end of the week.
So sad.
Yeah.
Can't be real.
I wish you guys had invited me in early, and I think what JP's on about there's something that me and him could provide for the elders,
Oh, yeah?
for the elders.
Yeah, all right.
Remember.
Interesting approach. Well, look, Dino, this is the best part of the show where we get to check out of the studio and see what Tyrone is up to, and he's out there with Mark Olive's amazing food. Mark, you on the line there? Can you tell me, would you ever hire Tyrone as an apprentice chef?
Oh, do not.
Apprentice in more ways than one, by the look of it.
Yeah.
Look, Wakanda forever.
Bookings, thank you.
I didn't realise it was Guns Out Friday.
I walked out here, I was like, big note myself wearing a singlet today. I come out here and Mark's wearing a singlet too. How about that, Nathan Maguire?
Blue Steel.
Nathan Maguire.
Yeah, look, what we've got...
Yeah, go on, just tell us what you're doing.
You're mad. What we've got here is these pancakes. I've been already cooking them up, but what we've got here... Now, this is the self-raising flour. It's going to give it that rise. So they're just going to pop in there. But what I've got here, just before we go on, is saltbush. Now, we get this from Indigrow out at La Perouse.
Yep.
They're doing lots of Indigenous herbs and the fresh product and stuff out there. They've got some saltbush. So you know how everybody's banging on about salted caramel and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have salted wattle seed.
Yeah. This is the next big thing, my friend.
Totally. So just going to sprinkle a good little
Chuck some of that
teaspoon
in
in
there.
that. Just in there like that. With our wattle seed batter. This is just to give you an idea of what can happen.
And so this is only in the next batch that we're about to do, right?
Yeah, that's just the normal one there. This is the one with the salt. So, you know, like I said, a saltbush, saltbush, wattle seed, little number, which will be great.
Yep.
So get that on there. But like any good chef, we prepped some earlier.
Something we prepared a bit. I've always wanted to say that. This week, I want to make sure this is something we prepared a bit earlier. So here you go.
So how are your cooking skills? Because you know you're never going to make it as an apprentice.
Well, no, I know. Well, my cooking skills are very bad. I can eat. My mum always said I had worms, so I don't know what that means.
We all know what that means. You had an itchy anyway.
Still got one, you might say.
Grab the fork. We're going to flip that over. Just want to get that colour on it. The self-raising flour is lifting that. We'll try that salted one later, but look, this is the star here.
Look at that
The
star.
wattle seed. We've got, you know, we'll send some in for the mob in there too, eh? They're probably all tongue and teeth.
We don't I'm counting how many on each plate, and if there's any less by the time they get in here.
But,
So, what are you cutting up? What's that?
Golden kiwi. It's beautiful.
Okay.
I just like to put it in between
Oh, I
that.
don't even know what the
Gives it a
fruit
little bit of
is.
sweetness. When you're stacking your fruit
Like
up.
I'm subbing him in.
You know.
You want to knock it off, Shani?
She wants to knock it off with just a little bit of that. Now, do you want to dust it? Do you want to give it a bit of a
biggest
dust?
tester here, look.
Yeah, the biggest duster. You don't know.
Stop talking about me.
I didn't want to say anything. But dust that, put that down there. See, you wouldn't cut it as an apprentice, this guy, I swear.
I can't cut, period.
Look at that. You can't even dust. But anyway.
What's this then?
What does Stephen say? Can't dust, big butt.
Hey.
What we've got now is just we're going to drizzle. Look at this.
That.
Yum.
Look at this.
And that's just simple golden syrup?
That's just simple golden syrup. Look, you can have maple syrup, you can have whatever you want.
You didn't make that one, did you?
No. Look, you don't know what I went through to get that. But look at this, Tyrone. Lovely wattle seed pancake, nice and light, fruit in there, bit of golden syrup.
Yep.
Okay, I better get going because you're ready to eat me, I think.
Send it in.
Well, I'm going to tuck into this. I'll bring some back to studio for you, but for now, back to you guys.
And everybody, happy Naidoc week.
Happy Naidoc.
Thanks for a great week. This has been awesome.
Oh, it's been
And
such
brother,
a good week. Oh, blue
Jeez.
steel.
Oh, you love to see it.
Happy Naidoc week.
Oh, that was just beautiful, and we loved having Mark Olive down here being deadly and making up all the mad feeds, but those eggs aren't the only things cracked out there, I don't think. Those two, my lord.
That's the one.
Well, you know what time it is. This is it. We've nearly come to the end of the show. I'm a little bit sad. I'm a lot sad, really, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. And for any of you mob that may have just tuned in today, there was plenty of going on. Here's a bit of a look back.
Who let this fella in the studio? I don't know. Fire that person, but it's great to be here either way.
Happy Naidoc, everyone. Naidoc, I think, is probably the biggest black celebration on the calendar.
Look, this is the star of the dish, Skippy.
Presenting the new, the amazing, the deadly Murray dating app, Proper Lovely. You will be guaranteed a 75% chance to not be hooked up with one of your cousins.
That blackface incident involving Scarlett Adams, what can you tell us about it?
Well, I've told her to stay away from my contour sticks.
Healing of the country means a lot to me. First, we need to heal ourselves to understand the country so that we can heal the country.
And mushrooms do this thing, the great thing where they just absorb everything that they touch, right?
Exactly.
Like me.
Live from Larrakia country in Darwin. Supposed to be sunbaking up there, he reckons, but it's an NT Labor Senator, Malandiri McCarthy.
Well, good morning, big breaking mob, and I can tell you now, I've got my jumper on. Look, it's so cold.
Oh, you're just rubbing it in now.
About 20 degrees.
Pretty incredible. I remember him saying to me, oh, you know, this is so weird.
Yeah.
16 years old at the ARIA Awards. Wow.
Yeah.
Are you
Very
claiming
special.
that, Maddie? Did you discover Kid Leroy or what?
Look, I'm claiming the Kid Leroy. I did give him his first ever red carpet interview. The theme for this year's Naidoc Week is Heal Country. What does that mean to you?
I mean, land back.
No, COVID's the biggest spirit killer at the moment, isn't it?
True,
you know,
true.
we've had to. And everyone's wild too because, you know, we had a Naidoc ball, everybody was ready to get dressed up and...
How do they go about judging skateboarding? Is it like...
Have you not played Tony Hawk?
His name's a Nala, he's a wedge-tailed eagle, the largest bird of prey in Australia.
And he's got big proper mob breakfast here. It's a raw wrap for all you raw carnivore diet mob out there.
That's a lot of sand. When the exhibition wraps up, do you have any plans for it? Do you still got the receipt from Bunnings there, Braz?
No, the art will eventually become a dance floor.
You might have to send a camera with you to see you get your jab next week, Pat, hey?
Yep, that's right. Well, the first jab was on camera.
All right.
I'm happy to do that.
Day 3 of Big Mob Brekkie, day 4 of Naidoc week. Got my chest hairs out. It's all happening. It's hump day.
But I'm gonna show you that daddy dingo. What you gotta do? 2 legs apart, arms out, and bend down. Come back up when you come back up. Oh! My top water Murray yoga. I call it broga. Thank you, mom. Back to you.
In the morning slot.
Hey, that is a sunrise and a half, my bro.
Launched the Indigenous dating app on Monday called Proper Lovely. Now, you've been on it. How have you been going on the 3 days that you've been on already?
I can just say, if there's not a category for aunties, I'm not interested. And all you young ones, stop swiping right on me, because I went to school with your mothers.
A lot of us did extra jobs and, you know, tried to be on air as much as possible to connect with mob, also social media, just trying to engage because we couldn't do that face to face.
Look, lastly, Netflix has been casting a show called Byron Bay's Up Your Way. Have you had the call yet?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, funny story with that. Back when I was a bit younger watching the Olympics, I heard Usain Bolt's secret was he would have chicken nuggets the night before and the day of his race. So whenever I had a big football game or I had a big race on at the school carnival, I'd make sure that Mum took me through the drive-thru to grab some nuggets. So.
Shani passes to Ryan, Ryan passes to me. Boos means only one thing. I've got to be passing it to the one, the only, Ray Johnston.
Hey, and then I kick the goal. No, I got that wrong, didn't I?
I think you might be scoring the try there, Ray. Yeah, I think we're going New South Wales here. You're the Alex Johnston of our team.
Only so much room in this brain, all right? Something had to go, and unfortunately it was sport. I know all of Saturn's moons, though, so, you know.
Yeah, here, bros. Here, go on, let me feed one here. Oh, yeah, but... Hey, put my finger, man. Holy shit. Well, that's how you catch them down in the tweed. Anyway, we're going to be back with a bit of other stuff on the water here lately, but yeah, back to you, Mum, there.
How cool was that?
Oh,
Make me tear up.
Honestly, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you to Bush Tucker Bungie, Steph Tisdall, Bianca Hunt, and all the guests who have gotten up early for a chat with us. We hope you feel a little bit more connected during this really different Naidoc week.
Absolutely. And thanks to Mark Olive for all the mad feeds, Maddie Mills for all the entertainment scoops, Ray Johnston for her sass, and thanks to you, Dean.
Awesome. Mate, I wish we could fit more people in the studio. It would have been great, and I would have loved to have been here since Monday. But, guys, you've done a fantastic job, and I've enjoyed watching all week, and I hope everyone out there has enjoyed the show.
It's been such a great week. But, of course, thank you to all the mob behind the scenes as well here at NITV who have pulled this all together and made us look good. It's a hard job for some of us, but we've saved the best for last. In a big Mob Brekkie World television exclusive, give it up for Barker performing her brand new single, King Brown. Let's go!
My ex called me toxic, call me King Brown. Well, if I'm so toxic, why you ringing now? You think you a man, this is my house. I'm sorry, where the hell is my crown now? Now keep it, I just only want my land back, so give it. He ain't messing with my mental cause I'm independent. When I left him, he said, go ahead, you regret it. I ain't regret it cause look at where Sissy's heading. You don't speak my language. I got spun up cause Sissy is so hard to manage. I got a vocab backstab, Stephen Lee's damage. Got your new do bag checking in to your pantry. But only standard, you demanding no respect. Your man lined up at Santa League, demanding for a check. Promise I wouldn't come for him, I'm coming for his neck. I'm so sorry, but it's time to rain down on a bitch. I ain't sorry, I'm sorry, who the baby daddy me. She's foreign, sorry, baby, you can't baby mama me. And I'm sitting back here yawning cause I'm living drama free. And they keep running back to me cause Bark is the bass. Call me King Brown, you ain't messing with me now. Came too far just to go back down. Call me King Brown, making money out my mouth. Yes, Barker, and this is my house. Call me King Brown, you ain't messing with me now. far just to go back down. Call me King Brown, making money out my mouth. And this is my house. But they all call me mommy. I ain't crying over voodoo unless that booty makes me money. Giving hell about these fellas, I just find them all funny. Hey, get love sick, you make me sick to my stomach. Baby, go and get a grip. Crying like a little kid. Told you only want my kiss and baddies did. I'm sorry, Brick. I just gotta get and go. I ain't mean to mess around, but it has got desperate. Don't want you to go and drown. I'm all up on my level, bud. Maybe you should level up. There's levels to this rap game, and since when and created one. King Kong, now you can call me King Brown. Put me on your ringtone and make sure that it ring loud. I see independent hitters, you'll make me big proud. I ain't going back to nothing too windy for ghost town. I ain't saying I don't believe in love. I'm just saying I don't believe you, dog. Call me King Brown, you ain't messing with me now. Came too far just to go back down. Call me King Brown, making money out my mouth. Yes, Baka, and this is my house. Call me King Brown, you ain't messing with me now. Came too far just to go back down. Call me King Brown, making money out my mouth. Yes, Baka, and this is my house.
The highs.
You know, a lot of people ask me when I pulled down the rim in New Jersey was intentional. Answer is hell yes.
The lows. These are the moments we all remember.
Right now, I've been on this roller coaster for 9 years. It's just time for me to ride something else.
With a great amount of shame that I stand before you and tell you that I have betrayed your trust.
Sporting Moments, Tuesdays, 8:30 on NITV.
NITV wishes to advise that this program may contain images of people who have passed.
Hello and welcome to a big Naidoc Week edition of Noola. Noola means here, there or everywhere in the Darug language, and each week that is where we take you as we check in with our reporters all around the country to find out what's been happening in Indigenous Australia this week. Coming up, with the countdown well and truly on to the Tokyo Olympics, we'll hear from Aussie flag bearer Paddy Mills, and we'll also meet the Wonnarua man who will become the first Indigenous weightlifter to compete in the Games in 20 years.
You know, it's not all about football, it's not all about those pathways that have been, you know, followed through all the years. So to be able to show, look, we can do this as well.
And we'll hear more from Brandon Wakeland a little later in the program. But first to Naidoc Week, which of course has looked pretty different this year, with many events cancelled or postponed in order to keep our people safe amid the latest outbreak of coronavirus in Sydney, and with restrictions on large gatherings still being enforced in many parts of the country. But in some cities, they have been able to stage smaller COVID-safe Naidoc marches this year. So let's head first to Adelaide and our South Australian correspondent Douglas Smith on Kaurna country.
I'm here in Victoria Square, or Tartanyanga, as the area is known to the Kaurna people, for the annual Naidoc Week March. Organisers are making sure people are following COVID-19 safety guidelines, as a few hundred people turned up to march through the heart of the city from Tartanyanga down King William Street and on to Parliament House.
We haven't been able to, come together as a mob. I think it's particularly this year, being able to come together and celebrate. You talk about, Hill Country, the theme for this year. I think healing country is also around healing each other, and I think being able to come together and get around each other and support each other, and come together as a mob, to celebrate, what's great about, First Nations people, I think is super important.
Earlier this week, Adelaide also hosted the South Australian Naidoc Awards, celebrating black excellence and acknowledging and recognising the contributions of some of our community heroes. Ngarrindjeri elder Major Mugi Sumner took out the 2021 Premier's Naidoc Award.
All the stuff that we do, all the stuff that everyone is a part of, we have to keep them going, we have to.
Unfortunately, some Naidoc events had to be cancelled, including the Family Fun Day, which was meant to be held here at Tartanyanga due to COVID-19 restrictions on gatherings. But organisers are hopeful that the event itself will go ahead later on in the year. The last event for Naidoc Week this year is the sold-out gala dinner, which will be held tomorrow night at the Hilton Hotel. Douglas Smith, NITV News.
And a Naidoc rally and march was also held in Meanjin or Brisbane. Our reporter Dan Rennie was there and caught up with some of the mob.
Yeah, we're here in Meanjin at Parliament House for the beginning of the Naidoc rally and march. It's going to be marching all the way through the city over to Musgrave Park, and it's an annual event that's big on the calendar here in Meanjin. I'm here with Sam Watson Jr. Why is it important to come out today and march?
It's important to come out and march and rally and protest because that's where a lot of these big days on the calendar, that's where they come from. So we got to pay homage to that, and we got to pay homage to the fact that we wouldn't have a lot of the things that we have today if it wasn't for our elders and our ancestors who protested and agitated, marched and rallied. Caused a ruckus, and we got to keep going with that. We got to keep fighting for, our basic rights.
Ruby Wharton's with me from War. How you going, Rubes?
Yum, I'm good. How are you?
It's a good feeling to see these people come out.
Yeah, well, it's so deadly to have these mob come out. Like, the rain's really frightened a lot of people away, but Naidoc's every day, and especially during Naidoc Week, it's important to show up and remember how Naidoc started.
Everyone's talking about Heal Country, but we know about the damage that's been done to this country and continues to be done. We're not the ones that need to be told about Heal Country, it's these other mob.
Yeah, well, and it's also that the other side of that coin is land back. You can't heal country unless you're given that land back. So that's what white Australia needs to engage with in this conversation. They need to understand that we need land back in order to heal and protect, and it's not their job to do that. It's our birthrights. It's our responsibility as First Nations people.
Here we are at Parliament House, and we've got a politician with us, the member for South Brisbane, Amy McMahon. Hello, Amy.
Hello, how are you going?
Really good, thank you. Why is it important for you to be attending events like this?
Yeah, look, we have a lot of unfinished business here in Australia. We've got a really dark history, and Naidoc Week in particular came out of protest movements, came out of black struggles. And I think for me, someone in Parliament to come here and support that ongoing work, those ongoing struggles for land rights, for reparations, for closing the gap, I think it's really important and really at the heart of the work that we're trying to do.
And that was Dan Rennie from the Brisbane Indigenous Media Association reporting for us there. And further north, Cairns residents also hit the streets for Naidoc, with hundreds of community members, including many family groups, turning out to join the march from Munro Martin Park to the Esplanade. The crowd was in fine voice, joining in a special chant inspired by this year's theme of Heal Country. The large crowd then gathered at Fogarty Park for an afternoon of entertainment and speeches, a market, and of course, plenty of Naidoc catch-ups. Mob in Melbourne marked Naidoc Week by flying our flags high over Federation Square. While larger gatherings, including the city's popular Naidoc March, have been postponed due to coronavirus restrictions, the traditional flag-raising ceremony, which marks
I want to ask you about the Australian flag. It's one of those perennials. It comes back like the Republic debate time and time again. Today, the veteran artist Ken Doan was in the paper. He was saying that there needs to be a new flag. He's been making designs for many years. He doesn't think that Australians will use the current Aboriginal flag as a new national flag. I hope that's right. I hope they don't.
I agree.
I think that flag is only not relevant. I think it's relevant to all Australians, but it's something that's only owned by Indigenous Australians. He's got a whole lot of other ideas. Put them up on the screen. Let's have a look at some of them. Some of them have got kangaroos and all manner of things. I have to tell you, I don't want to change the current flag one iota. Where are you, Luke?
Well, hashtag I stand with Peter Credlin. Why?